Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had the Power of Indra? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The talent analysis system at the divine level had begun. It detected the host's ability and confirmed that the host possessed the Uchiha lineage. The amplification process initiated and completed, congratulating the host for acquiring the Indra bloodline. Yuta's mind was in a state of confusion for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. After 7 years of living in the world of Naruto, his opportunity had finally arrived. The world of Naruto was one dominated by lineages. Without a sufficiently strong talent or lineage, it would be challenging to even become a Jonin, let alone a powerhouse at the Kage level. Although he had transmigrated to become a member of the Uchiha clan, his talent had not been remarkable. Despite practicing diligently every day, his grades in the Ninja Academy were only slightly above average. According to his knowledge of the plot, his classmate Uchiha Itachi would graduate early in the near future. Without enough strength, how could he face the impending crisis of genocide? Furthermore, having arrived in the world of Naruto, why wouldn't he want to stand at the top and overlook the landscape of the ninja world? Yuta immediately opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Yuta. Age, 7 years. Overall strength, Genin, weak. Sharingan Eye Power, LV1, 050. Chakra, LV1, 1550. Chakra Attribute, Fire. Talent, Indra Bloodline. Ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques. Indra Bloodline. The power of your eyes will naturally grow over time and with practice, without the defects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The observation noted that each time the host's overall strength increased by a stage, the system would analyze a new talent. Yuta felt as if he had struck gold. His breath quickened, and his heart raced in his chest, an uncontrollable excitement coursing through him. Who was Indra? He was the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of the Uchiha, and the source of the Sharingan bloodline limit. According to legend, he could use the full-body Susanoo with just the 3-tomo Sharingan. Based on the system's description, his ordinary Uchiha lineage had now risen to the level of his ancestor Indra. As for the defects of the Mangekyo Sharingan mentioned by the system, they were naturally the issues of blindness and the need to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan from a close relative to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His parents had passed away early in this life, and he had essentially been raised by the parents of Uchiha Izumi, who lived next door. Where could he find a relative for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? However, since the power of his lineage had increased to Indra's level, this problem would naturally resolve itself. Once his Sharingan reached the level of 3-tomo, his eye power would continue to grow to the levels of Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo without any issues. No defects, no bottlenecks. Just like Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, he would possess the same level of student power as the Eternal Mangekyo with just a 3-tomo Sharingan. Reflecting on it, the Mangekyo Sharingan should be the result of the impurity in the Uchiha bloodline. Due to insufficient bloodline power, the 3-tomo Sharingan could only mutate through intense emotional fluctuations, thus increasing the eye power. Yuta calmed himself and began to experience the changes brought about by the Indra lineage. First, the most obvious change was the increase in his chakra amount. He estimated that his current chakra was now 3 times greater than before. Although Indra did not inherit the sage body, he was a genius after all. Even if he did not have as much chakra as Asura, he still possessed significantly more chakra than ordinary ninjas. Secondly, his physical attributes, reaction speed, insight, and understanding of ninjutsu had transformed from within. Although nothing seemed to have changed externally, Yuta could feel the drastic changes within himself. He threw 4 shurikens effortlessly, and the sharp sound of metal clashing filled the air. The 4 shurikens collided and changed direction, striking the trees in the courtyard with precision. It worked. A look of joy spread across Yuta's face. He had never been able to master the Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique before. After all, it was no easy feat to use it correctly. One had to throw multiple shurikens simultaneously, allowing them to collide in midair and attack the target from various angles and directions. He had originally thought he could only achieve this after awakening the Sharingan. But in reality, with sufficient talent, it was possible to do so without activating the Sharingan. According to the timeline of the original work, Uchiha Itachi had eliminated members of his clan at the age of 13. Yuta was the same age as him. There were still 6 years left before the clan's extermination. Yuta felt a sense of urgency in his heart. At the age of 13, he was facing the looming threat of genocide. Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, had just defected at 13 and awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. The system had granted him talent, but he still needed to rely on himself to make the most of it. First and foremost, he had to graduate from the ninja academy as soon as possible and depend on the guidance of his assigned jonin to quickly improve his strength. Otherwise, he would end up like Sasuke, who became a genin at 12 and could only use a great fireball technique when it came to ninjutsu. Previously, he had not struggled with the 3 basic techniques. With Indra's lineage, the 3 basic techniques were even less of a challenge. However, if he wanted to graduate early at the age of 7, he still needed to demonstrate a certain level of strength. There was another reason he wanted to graduate early. He was tired of hearing about the will of fire every day. Why should he believe in that concept? Konoha was clearly a large-scale semi-autonomous military organization, and the ninjas were evidently committed to killing. In addition, there was a course on Konoha's history, almost entirely dedicated to the glorious achievements of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Huruzen. It claimed that under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha had gradually risen to the top. Someone like him, who was aware of the true story, almost laughed when he first heard it. Yet, someone like Uchiha Itachi took the course on the will of fire very seriously. In Yuta's opinion, Uchiha Itachi was a typical example of someone who thought without learning. Despite not having learned anything or understood anything, he began to think about the village and the Uchiha clan, based on the premise that Sarutobi Huruzen had brainwashed him. Wasn't that obviously harmful? It was no wonder he had no hesitation in killing his parents and wiping out his entire clan. Yuta felt a surge of disgust in his heart and couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a cold chakra flooded his eyes. As soon as he noticed it, Yuta rushed to look in the mirror. In the reflection, he saw that his black pupils had turned scarlet, and a dark kama-like shape had appeared in each of his eyes. Had he just awakened his eyes? It was just a small change in mood, right? Yuta was astonished. As expected from Indra's lineage, the Sharingan was known as the eye that represented the soul. Not only the Mangekyo but every stage of the Sharingan required some emotional stimulus to awaken. In the original story, Uchiha Itachi's genin teammates died at the hands of Uchiha Obito while protecting him when he was 8 years old, which triggered his Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke awakened his Sharingan when his older brother killed their parents. Uchiha Obito awakened his Sharingan when Kakashi was injured while protecting him, directly awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan. And what about him, Yuta? Did he awaken the Sharingan just because he hated Uchiha Itachi and ranted about it? This was the power of a terrifying lineage. As long as the bloodline power was strong enough, when the pupil power reached a critical point, only a simple emotional stimulus was needed to advance. Yuta confirmed his hypothesis about the Mangekyo. Indeed, the Uchiha's need for great emotional instability to awaken the Mangekyo stemmed from their inferior lineage. While Yuta learned about the abilities of the Sharingan, a small figure climbed up the neighbor's fence and peeked over the wall. It was his childhood friend and neighbor, Uchiha Izumi. When their parents were still alive, the two families had always been on good terms. After his parents passed away, Izumi's family had taken care of him. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion a year ago, he had warned Izumi's family to escape in advance. Since then, Izumi's parents had raised him as if he were their own son. Yuta deactivated his Sharingan, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. However, he found it impossible to relax. It was like having an exciting game in front of him while his parents called him to do chores. His mood was exhilarated and high, almost impatient. So when he was eating, he couldn't settle down. He was then playfully tapped on the head several times by Izumi's mother. After that, he barely managed to contain himself. After finishing his meal, he couldn't wait to take Izumi to the yard to practice. Izumi's grades in the ninja academy were even better than his. She was particularly strong, and he had never been able to match her in physical prowess. Even when he threw a few blind punches and kicks, she could easily defeat him. Izumi prepared a set of healing supplies, such as cold towels and bandages, and then tied her long black hair into a single ponytail behind her head. Her normally gentle appearance now had a more elegant edge. She quietly said that she would do her best not to hit him. Yuta felt a bit embarrassed hearing a girl his age say something like that. The two quickly began to spar. As they moved, Yuta deeply realized the changes that had taken place within him. His strength and speed had improved significantly. His insight had also greatly enhanced. Even without using the Sharingan, he could quickly see the other person's movements, and his mind could judge and respond with sensitivity. Was this what it felt like to be a genius? Each movement required little thought and could be handled with ease. The subtle sound of a punch resonated in his ears. Without needing to look, Yuta instinctively ducked slightly to the side. He grabbed Izumi's arm at the same time, pressing it behind her back and holding it against her. Izumi was caught off guard before she could react, a surprised expression appearing on her lovely face. When did he become so strong? Was it just coincidence or something more? Remembering that she had heard Yuta say he didn't need to hold back before, Izumi blinked and became serious. However, after a few more rounds of sparring, Izumi found herself losing more quickly each time. Her movements, which had once been effortless, were now easily countered by Yuta, and soon she struggled to keep up, being taken down in just a few moves. Eventually, Izumi could no longer endure the pressure and was the first to call for a break. She gasped lightly, her curiosity piqued. How had Yuta become so powerful? Taijutsu was her specialty, and in the past, even when he held back, Yuta had not been her match. Now, the situation had completely reversed. Recalling Yuta's unmasked excitement during their meal, she tentatively wondered if he had awakened the Sharingan. But during their earlier training, Yuta's eyes had remained unchanged. That's right, Yuta replied, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Chakra converged in his eyes, and a single tomo of the Sharingan appeared. Incredible! Izumi exclaimed from the depths of her heart. At the age of 7 or 8, not many in the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan. In her view, even Uchiha Itachi, who had excelled in every aspect since entering school, had yet to awaken his. The feels. After awakening the Sharingan, the entire world has become different, Yuta remarked, looking around the courtyard. The texture of the trees, the sway of the leaves in the wind, and the fluttering movements of the mosquitoes were all vividly clear to him, analyzed and transmitted automatically to his brain by the Sharingan. While ordinary eyes actively observe and then relay information to the brain, the Sharingan observes, analyzes, and automatically transmits results. Even with just a single tomo, the enhancement in understanding was significant. The Sharingan was indeed one of the most renowned bloodline limits in the ninja world, and the title of Naruto as the Legend of the Eyes held much truth. After a brief rest, Yuta encouraged Izumi to practice again. He had not used the Sharingan in their previous battles, and now she was about to experience its power in combat for the first time. With the insight granted by the Sharingan, Yuta felt Izumi's movements slow down, almost as if they were in slow motion. Of course, this was merely an illusion, allowing his brain more time to process the enhanced perception. Yuta easily deflected Izumi's punch and countered in the opposite direction. As his fist approached her eye, and she had yet to react, he felt a twinge of guilt. However, there was no time for hesitation, and his punch landed against her left eye, eliciting a sharp gasp of surprise and pain from her. Yuta apologized as he placed the ice towel he had prepared earlier on Izumi's eye. He felt regret for using it on her instead of himself. Izumi hummed in dissatisfaction, feeling down for a while. She had clearly prepared it for Yuta, but in the end, it was used on her. Was the improvement after awakening the Sharingan really that significant? Yuta explained that he was struggling to adapt to the enhanced perception that came with the Sharingan. His mind could react, but his body lagged behind. The solution was simple: he needed to gradually acclimate to his new abilities through practice. To graduate early, he needed to adapt to his current strength as soon as possible. This meant he would have to bother Izumi for daily practice sessions. He expressed his request to her, asking why she always seemed to think about improving her strength. Izumi was curious. Yuta often took her to practice when he had time, and his training routine was serious and intense. He seemed very eager to become stronger. He stated firmly that if he didn't become stronger, he wouldn't be able to protect his uncle and aunt. In the original story, Izumi was the only friend with whom Itachi had a good relationship, yet she was tragically killed during the genocide. At that time, Obito did not need to intervene. It was Itachi who took action against Izumi's family. Izumi was unaware of Yuta's thoughts. Her face flushed slightly as she softly insisted that she didn't need his protection and would do everything she could to protect her parents. However, recalling the events of the Nine Tails attack, a flicker of fear crossed her heart. Thankfully, Yuta had taken her family away from home that night, and they were near a shelter when the Nine Tails appeared in the village. The next day, upon returning home, she discovered that her house had been destroyed by the debris caused by the Nine Tails. If it hadn't been for Yuta, she might have lost someone in her family. Yuta resolved to familiarize himself with his newfound strength as soon as possible and then seek early graduation. Izumi was momentarily stunned, then reluctantly asked why he felt such urgency. Even if he wanted to grow stronger, he didn't need to be so anxious, did he? She was still thinking about spending 6 years in the ninja school with him. Yuta didn't mention the night of the massacre but explained that once he got accustomed to the Sharingan, the teachers at the ninja school would struggle to teach him anything new. He believed that if he graduated early and then received guidance from a Jonin, he could become stronger more quickly. He compared himself to Itachi, whose father was the clan leader, and Shisui, who had been his mentor and friend since childhood. Yuta's parents had died early, and neither of Izumi's parents were ninjas. He felt he could only rely on Izumi for guidance. He didn't want to waste 6 years in ninja school like Sasuke, only to become a genin at the age of 12. At 12, Itachi was already nearly a sub-captain in Umbu. Izumi decided not to ask any more questions. She touched the towel on her eyes, her face filled with determination as she declared that she would do her best to help him adjust to his current strength. However, she pointed out that graduating early in terms of ninjutsu wasn't so easy. To graduate normally from ninja school, mastering the 3 basic techniques was required. But to graduate early at the age of 7, there might be higher standards. The thought of ninjutsu stirred something in Yuta. After gaining Indra's talent, he hadn't had the chance to assess his progress in ninjutsu. Mastering the 3 basic techniques was not a problem, but what about elemental ninjutsu? How about the signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball Technique? Uchiha ninjas could request to learn this technique after becoming genin, a privilege of belonging to a prominent clan. A ninja born into a civilian family lacked the resources to learn ninjutsu, even if they wanted to. Despite having obtained the scroll for the Great Fireball Technique, Yuta had yet to demonstrate its full power. At most, he could produce a small flame. However, with the advantage of Indra's bloodline talent, the situation should be different now. Yuta stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He recalled the flow of chakra and the hand seals for the Great Fireball Technique, slowly forming the signs with his hands: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. With a powerful voice, he called out the technique. A fiery chakra erupted from his throat, shooting forth and forming an enormous fireball. It worked. The light of the flames reflected on his face, illuminating his determination. Yuta was excited, but he felt that something was off. Izumi was a bit surprised but very happy for Yuta. She thought to herself that not only could he use it, but it seemed he could do so effortlessly. She wondered if the improvement after awakening the Sharingan was really that significant. Even though she didn't care much about the enhancement of his strength, she felt a twinge of envy at that moment. She wanted to celebrate with Yuta, but she saw him standing in the courtyard, frowning, lost in thought. For some reason, Yuta felt that ninjutsu seemed somewhat redundant at that moment. Then it struck him hand signs. He suddenly recalled that the system of hand signs was created by Indra to make it easier for people to use ninjutsu. In other words, the hand signs were merely a means to assist in controlling chakra. The scroll containing the Great Fireball technique not only included the hand seals but also indicated the flow of chakra at various precise points and meridians. Yuta pondered that as long as his chakra control was sufficient, there was no need for unnecessary things like hand seals. With that thought, he immediately began to experiment. He mobilized the chakra in his body again, but this time he made no hand signs. He simply brought his fingers together in front of his mouth. He unleashed the Great Fireball technique, and with a burst, a fireball appeared, exactly the same size as before. As the creator of the hand sign system, Indra didn't need hand signs to use ninjutsu. Given Yuta's talent akin to Indra's, he could naturally do the same. Izumi was completely astonished, barely able to believe what she was witnessing. Just now, Yuta had used the Great Fireball technique without making a hand sign. Yuta stated seriously that a high-level ninja did not need hand signs to use ninjutsu. From that day forward, he could also be considered a high-level ninja. Time flew by, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuta practiced almost every day with Izumi, often pushing her to the point of complaint. At the same time, his mastery of the Sharingan's insight improved rapidly. From the initial lack of coordination between his brain and body, he developed the ability to easily predict his opponent's next moves. Now, it took him only 1 or 2 moves to subdue Izumi without causing her any harm. This improvement filled Yuta with a surge of excitement in his heart. The saying from the past rang true: genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work, but that 1% of talent often holds more importance than the 99% of hard work. Previously, he had practiced more diligently than Izumi but still couldn't match her. Now, with Indra's talent, the situation had completely reversed. Over the past month, Yuta's overall strength had increased from a weak genin upon first obtaining Indra's bloodline to a strong genin. Soon, his overall strength would reach the level of Chunin. At that point, the system would analyze another talent. Thinking about this filled Yuta with anticipation for the future. However, with the enhancement of his strength, the effectiveness of his training against Izumi diminished rapidly. How could he improve by practicing with someone he could easily subdue in just a few moves? Since Izumi could no longer satisfy him, he needed to seek out someone else, preferably a jonin. Everyone gathered in the practice field for a practical evaluation. Tamura, from Yuta's class, announced that they would have a real combat evaluation. He reminded everyone that all means, such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, shurikenjutsu, and poison, were permitted in the evaluation. The results of this real combat evaluation would significantly impact their grades for the academic year, so he urged everyone to take it seriously. In ninja school, there was a real combat evaluation every semester, allowing students to use various dangerous techniques while monitored by several Chunin instructors to prevent accidents. A group of 7- and 8-year-olds began to chatter excitedly about the upcoming evaluation. They recalled that Itachi had taken first place in the last evaluation with his overwhelming strength, easily defeating his final opponent in just a few moves. As Yuta walked toward the practice field, he contemplated how his current strength compared to Itachi's. In terms of talent, he felt he was not inferior to Itachi and might even surpass him now. However, Itachi had Uchiha Shisui as a daily mentor. Yuta wasn't entirely sure of Itachi's current strength. In the last evaluation, the second-place student had not been able to push Itachi to reveal his true abilities. Moreover, that was the previous semester, and after a whole semester, Itachi's strength had surely improved significantly. As the examination began, it was soon Yuta's turn to fight. Tamura called out his name against Takakura-ken, a name that didn't resonate with Yuta. It was likely a character who hadn't appeared in the original story. Without much effort, Yuta easily defeated his opponent in seconds. His strength had improved remarkably. Tamura expressed his approval. In his opinion, Yuta had always practiced hard, but his grades were not the best. This time, however, he managed to deal with his opponent almost instantly. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly recently. On the other side, under the shade of the trees surrounding the practice field, Itachi observed everything with a bored expression. He occasionally stepped up to compete, finding it easy to handle opponents at this level. It was all rather dull. Within the clan, the arrogant members complained about the village daily, and at school, he had to engage in a tedious game of ninjas with a group of childish students. Instead of wasting his time here, he could be practicing with Shisui. It was better to let a shadow clone attend school as usual. Today, however, due to the real combat evaluation, he decided to come in person. Though he underestimated the strength of his classmates, he didn't care much, so he chose to attend. As he looked around, his gaze landed on Yuta. Remembering the name, Itachi felt no particular excitement. Although both were members of the Uchiha clan, he regarded Yuta as no different from the others. They had nothing to do with each other. Yuta generally spent time with a girl from the Uchiha clan named Izumi. As for strength, Itachi had no impression of it. To be precise, he didn't care much about anyone's strength in the class. There wasn't a single person who could pique his interest. Feeling bored, Itachi sighed and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight filtering through the green leaves. He wondered if it was still too easy to secure first place this time. Perhaps he should request an early graduation. In the field, the match was announced: Inuzuka Hana versus Uchiha Yuta. A girl walked confidently onto the stage, expressing her regret at meeting Yuta now, suggesting his test results would not be very good this time. Hana had excellent grades in all areas and was the best in her class, while Yuta's grades were only average. This was something achievable through daily hard work, and it was clear that Hana's talent could only be described as mediocre. Yuta approached the stage in silence. He recognized Hana. Wasn't she the sister of Inuzuka Kiba from the 12 of Konoha? He dismissed the thought, considering her unimportant. After forming an opposing seal, Hana lowered her head slightly and charged forward with great momentum. She attempted to strike Yuta with her claws, but suddenly, a flower appeared in front of her. The figure before her vanished, and she was pushed back, nearly losing her balance. Tamura's eyes lit up. Hana was already quite fast, but Yuta was even quicker. He dodged her attack effortlessly and appeared behind her. Tamura realized that Yuta's strength had indeed improved significantly compared to before. However, he soon recognized that Hana was still no match for Yuta. Despite her serious efforts, she couldn't land a single blow. With Yuta only defending and not attacking, was quickly defeated. Tamura announced Yuta as the winner as Hana surrendered in despair. Among the students watching, there was a stir of surprise. Many were taken aback to see Yuta, whose grades were not particularly outstanding, defeat the so-called top students of the class. The battles continued swiftly, and soon only two remained. The final match was announced: Uchiha Itachi against Uchiha Yuta. The students murmured among themselves, expressing their astonishment that Yuta had secured second place and commenting on how much stronger he had become. Itachi was expected to maintain his first place, as he had won the previous semester's real combat evaluation with absolute strength. There was no debate about the top position, but everyone was curious about who could compete for second place and how they would fare against Itachi. However, no one anticipated that the one reaching the end would not be the best student, but rather Uchiha Yuta, who was not particularly remarkable. Tamura smiled with satisfaction at the students' discussions, reminding them that hard work would never fail. He encouraged them to practice seriously like Yuta, assuring them that their strength would definitely improve. Yet, the students remained unconvinced. They acknowledged Yuta's improvement but believed he still couldn't match Itachi. They speculated on how long Yuta could last against Itachi: 3 minutes? 5 minutes? Some underestimated Yuta, recalling that the second place from last semester had been defeated by Itachi in under 2 minutes. Others wagered that Yuta would be defeated in just 1 minute. Ignoring the chatter of his classmates, Yuta silently walked toward the stage. When Itachi stepped up, a group of small fans erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Yuta had only a few supporters, mostly boys who typically did not favor Itachi. Itachi acknowledged Yuta's rapid improvement, having heard comments about his achievements from others. Everything is thanks to you. Yuta's expression was somewhat strange, and he said something that Itachi did not understand. If Itachi were not destined to exterminate the clan in the future, would he be so eager to improve his strength? On the night of the tragedy, if he wasn't strong enough, he and Izumi, along with Izumi's parents, would fall victim to a blade, and then Obito or Danzo would steal his Sharingan. With a serious expression, he formed the opposition seal, and soon the battle began. The figures of the two quickly vanished. They clashed and separated in an instant. For a time, the arena was filled with the sound of fists colliding. Tamura's expression shifted from boredom to seriousness and then back to dignified. The high-speed physical battle lasted more than 5 minutes, but neither showed any intention of stopping. Was Itachi truly this strong when fighting seriously? And Yuta? Tamura recalled his previous judgment and couldn't help but be speechless. How much had this boy improved recently? If it weren't for the dark pupils in Yuta's eyes, he might have thought Yuta's strength had increased because he had awakened the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. To be fair, Tamura thought to himself that even as a Chunin, facing either of their physical attacks at that moment would put him in serious trouble. These two children. They were only 7 years old and had just entered the ninja academy for a year, right? Monsters, they were truly monsters. Noticing the fan emblem on the clothing of the two students, Tamura sighed again, realizing they were indeed from the Uchiha clan. In the arena, the two continued their high-speed taijutsu battle but retreated for a moment. Itachi gasped heavily. At that moment, he was completely serious and solemn. The strength of the other party was actually comparable to his own. Fortunately, he had come himself. If a shadow clone had come in his place, he would probably have been overwhelmed by the other side. Looking to the opposite side, Itachi's eyes narrowed suddenly. In front of him, although Yuta was also panting, his breathing was much lighter than Itachi's. Itachi thought to himself, how could Yuta fight against him for so long? They moved so quickly that his eyes could barely keep up. Itachi was frustrated. One Itachi was enough, but now there was another Yuta who could compete with him. He feared they were not evenly matched. It was clear that Itachi's gasping was more intense. The students suddenly gasped and hurriedly looked at the two on the stage. Indeed, they saw both panting, but Yuta was obviously in better shape. How was this possible? Was Yuta even stronger than Itachi? A group of students exchanged glances, unable to believe the conclusion. They thought Yuta's ability to climb to second place in the class was impressive, but they never expected him to reach this level. In the arena, Itachi barely calmed himself and stated seriously that Yuta was good. He acknowledged that if it weren't for his greater combat experience, he would have already lost. Having said that, Itachi felt even more solemn in his heart. His combat experience came from his father's guidance and the daily teachings of the renowned genius Shisui. The other party did not have these resources. Under this premise, the fact that Yuta could train his taijutsu to this level on his own was undoubtedly impressive. However, Itachi did not feel much frustration. Everyone has their strengths, and he did not need to be the best at everything. Analyzing the opponent's strength characteristics and determining the most suitable fighting method was also a form of strength. The power he possessed was not limited to taijutsu. After calming down, he took out several shuriken and threw them in random directions. The shuriken clashed in the air, producing a sharp sound. Accompanied by the exclamations of the surrounding students, their trajectory changed rapidly, attacking Yuta from all directions. Tamura's eyes moved, and although he was surprised, he was ready to rush into the arena to save Yuta. However, the next moment, he saw Yuta also throw several shuriken, controlling their direction in the same manner and knocking the shuriken in the air down. Tamura was astonished. This way of throwing shurikens were both of these children masters? It was something even a chunin like him could not accomplish. On Itachi's side, seeing his shuriken being knocked down surprised him a little, but he did not dwell on it. Taking advantage of the space between Yuta's shuriken, he rushed forward and quickly formed hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Took a deep breath, his chest swelling. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters completely blocked the view between them and sped toward Yuta. Itachi thought to himself that there should be no way to avoid it at this distance. The opponent's taijutsu and shurikenjutsu were not inferior to his own. Even if he could rely on his ninjutsu to win in the end, for him, this match would be considered a loss. He resolved that after this battle, he would seek special training from Shisui. Tamura beside him had no time to be surprised that Itachi knew elemental ninjutsu. Just as he was about to rescue Yuta, he saw Yuta's index and middle fingers positioned in front of his mouth. His hands were not forming any seals, yet he spat out a massive great fireball. In terms of size, it was much larger than Itachi's great fireball. Almost at the exact moment Itachi completed his hand seals, Yuta unleashed the great fireball technique simultaneously. Itachi, who was contemplating whether to request early graduation or train with Shisui for a while, stared in disbelief as his fireball dispersed. Then, a fireball came from the opposite side, heading straight for him. Boom! The searing flames burned his skin, and Tamura quickly changed direction to barely save Itachi from the fireball. The medical ninja who had been waiting stepped forward to treat Itachi's burned skin. The announcer declared with surprise on his face that the winner was Uchiha Yuta. It was indeed Yuta who had won. Both had mastered the fire release ninjutsu. How could there be such a significant gap between them? They obviously shared the same age. Had anyone noticed that when Yuta used his ninjutsu moments ago, it seemed he had not performed any hand seals? How was that possible? It was hard to believe one could use ninjutsu without hand seals. The battle was unfolding too quickly, and most eyes were on Itachi, surrounded by flames. Many were unsure if Yuta had performed any hand seals when he executed his ninjutsu. However, Tamura and the other Chunin instructors nearby could see clearly. This boy, who had not used any hand seals, had executed the same great fireball technique as Itachi, and it was even stronger. On Itachi's side, he was being treated by a medical ninja, his expression dazed and lost. In fact, he felt a bit ridiculous looking back on his previous actions, and at the same time, his heart tingled with unease. As he glanced at Yuta, he sensed that Yuta was also looking at him. Itachi couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt he could see disappointment in Yuta's eyes. In an instant, Itachi's heart raced, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, only to be reprimanded by the medical ninja beside him. Yuta turned his gaze away from Itachi. Noticing that Itachi was not in good condition, he refrained from performing the reconciliation seal. Instead, he touched the area around his eye. He had won without relying on the Sharingan, holding his own pride within. Since Itachi had not yet awakened his Sharingan, Yuta did not want to use his own during the battle. However, winning in this manner meant there was little left for him to learn at the Ninja Academy. Calmly, Yuta expressed his desire for early graduation to Tamura. Tamura, though not overly surprised, acknowledged the request, stating he needed to inform Lord Hokage first. The strength Yuta had displayed was already at the level of a genin. If he continued at the academy, there would be little left to teach him. Not only Yuta, but Itachi, too, had the potential to request early graduation, despite his loss. Tamura sighed deeply. This year, he truly had two geniuses in his class. At the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Huruzen, received 2 requests for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. Yes, 2 requests. Itachi had also applied for early graduation. After losing to Yuta, his internal thoughts of graduating quickly were thwarted. He did not want to waste any more time at the Ninja Academy. Participating in those tedious games among children would not enhance his strength. Uchiha Itachi, the son of Uchiha Fugo, the head of the Uchiha clan, had excelled in all aspects since entering the academy. He possessed excellent taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, and had successfully learned a C-rank fire release ninjutsu. Uchiha Yuta, whose parents had perished in battle, had only average grades at the academy, but he had always worked hard in training. In the previous combat evaluation, he demonstrated excellent taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, and he had mastered the great fireball technique. He could even use the great fireball technique without hand seals. Sarutobi Huruzen stared at one of the applications, murmuring to himself, This was confirmed by several Chunin instructors present at the time. The mastery of fire release. The Uchiha clan had two geniuses. Hiruzen sighed and flipped through the other two documents. These contained two exams with questions from the previous Ninja Academy assessment. The task was to write their own understanding of a ninja and the will of fire. Itachi's central idea was that ninjas are individuals who can endure, and they must carry out their missions with utmost importance for the sake of the village and peace. Yuta's central idea was that ninjas are individuals who have mastered a power beyond the reach of ordinary people, and this power must be used to protect family, partners, and friends. Sarutobi Huruzen carefully judged both responses. Yuta's answer was somewhat limited, unlike Itachi's. Beyond his own limitations and those of his family, Yuta's understanding of the will of fire was insufficient. Thinking about this, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. In his opinion, Yuta should remain at the Ninja Academy to receive more education on the will of fire. Conversely, Itachi, who had lost in the real test, should be allowed to graduate early. But how could he allow the second-place student to graduate while forcing the first-place student to stay? After contemplating for a moment, Sarutobi Huruzen had an idea. He decided to organize 2 more evaluations later. If they passed, they would be permitted to graduate early. The summer sun shone down on the Ninja Academy, creating unbearable heat. Yet, at that moment, a group of people at the academy was in a more restless mood. A group of individuals, dressed in various outfits but all bearing the emblem of their clan, walked toward the academy's practice field. Previously, they had all heard that 2 first-year students from their clan had simultaneously requested early graduation. With 2 geniuses in the family, everyone was naturally delighted. Upon hearing that there would be a special graduation evaluation today, a crowd gathered to witness it. Itachi, from the clan leader's family, and another student named Yuta were planning to graduate at the age of 7. Had 2 geniuses like Shisui emerged? Itachi often trained with Shisui, so it was normal for him to be stronger. It was Yuta, the boy who had surprised everyone. Had it been heard that Yuta had defeated Itachi in the real combat test? The members of the Uchiha clan were naturally familiar with the eldest son of their clan leader. They also knew that, despite Yuta's young age, he had already learned the great fireball technique after witnessing his father perform it just once. As an orphan, Yuta was almost a stranger to them. Yuta was known to practice very hard, or so said a soft voice that lacked conviction. It was Uchiha Hazuki, Izumi's mother. Since Yuta's parents had passed away early, Izumi's parents had taken on the role of his guardians. Among the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku, who wore an almost expressionless face, stated that Yuta had indeed defeated Itachi. Both had learned the great fireball technique, and it was said that Yuta had even performed it without forming hand seals. A sudden buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd. The idea of using the great fireball technique without hand seals was astonishing. At that moment, Uchiha clan members attempted to use the technique without seals, but only managed to produce a small flicker of flame, which resulted in laughter. This level of fire release was hardly applicable in battle. A jonin from the police unit alongside Uchiha Fugaku remarked that he had tried to use ninjutsu without hand seals before but had been unsuccessful. Others chimed in, noting that aside from a special ninjutsu called Rasengan developed by the 4th Hokage, they had never heard of any ninjutsu that didn't require hand seals. They marveled at how Yuta had accomplished such a feat. As they spoke, a group of people hurried to the training field. Almost all the students and teachers from the Ninja Academy had arrived. Sitting right in front of the practice area was the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Huruzen. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku and the others, Sarutobi Huruzen greeted them and offered his congratulations. 2 genins stood beside him, one relaxed and the other serious. Sarutobi Aoki occasionally glanced at Yuta, recalling what the clan head and Lord Hokage had explained to him earlier. He would soon face Yuta in the evaluation, and Sarutobi Huruzen had asked him to do his best to ensure Yuta failed the test. This would give Sarutobi Huruzen a reason to keep Yuta in the Ninja Academy for a few more years of education on the will of fire. With this special task in mind, Sarutobi Aoki reluctantly adopted a serious demeanor. However, he believed he wouldn't need to exert himself too much. After all, in his opinion, his opponent was just a 7-year-old child. Even if Yuta possessed top-tier talent and strength, how could he possibly be stronger than him? Aoki had already grown strong enough to prepare for the Chunin exam. Surely he could handle a child. In the shade of 2 trees, Yuta and Itachi closed their eyes to rest, ignoring the chatter around them as they awaited their next battle. The students on the other side were buzzing with excitement, gossiping as if they were the ones graduating early. They expressed their admiration for the 2 boys, wishing to emulate their prowess. Some wondered if Yuta and Itachi were nervous, while others dismissed the idea, insisting that they were far too powerful to feel such emotions. Among the crowd, Izumi watched with alert eyes, her mind racing as she noticed some girls from her class talking about Yuta. A hint of resentment crossed her face as she overheard them. After seeing that Yuta and Itachi's guardians had arrived, Tamura stepped forward to announce that Lord Hokage had accepted their graduation requests, but they still needed to pass the evaluation. Lord Hokage had always taken geniuses seriously, but he also believed they needed protection from premature death. Therefore, Yuta and Itachi would need to face 2 genins in battle. As long as you can last 10 minutes without losing, you will pass the test and graduate to become a genin. In response, Yuta turned his gaze toward the 2 genins who emerged from the opposite side. One appeared more relaxed, while the other had a serious demeanor. The latter seemed significantly stronger. Yuta wondered who his opponent would be, but it didn't matter. He glanced at his system panel. Overall strength, genin strong. Pupil power, Sharingan. LV1, 3550. Chakra, LV1, 4550. The chakra level of LV1 corresponded to that of a genin ninja. In terms of chakra, he was already close to Chunin. With his Sharingan and his great fireball technique, he believed he could handle a genin and last 10 minutes without issue. The first to be evaluated was Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku smiled encouragingly at Itachi, while Sarutobi Huruzen, across the field, gave him a gentle look. Itachi nodded seriously, aware that both the Hokage and his father were watching him. He could not afford to lose this match. The young genin standing before him, who had just stepped onto the stage, felt a sudden surge of fighting spirit emanating from Itachi. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. After all, he was just a genin who had graduated 2 years ago, and his opponent was merely a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. Even if the boy had talent, what could he possibly do at such a young age? Itachi narrowed his eyes, holding shurikens in his hand as he executed his exceptionally skilled shuriken jutsu. The young genin watched in awe as Itachi demonstrated such beautiful throwing techniques, casually deflecting the shurikens with a kunai. However, he warned himself not to underestimate a genin. As he knocked away the last shuriken, he noticed a small ball attached to it. Before he could think, the ball exploded, enveloping him in a cloud of purple smoke. Seeing the smoke bomb successfully deployed, Itachi quickly formed a hand seal. A clone materialized with a burst and rushed into the smoke. If that smoke was poisonous, his opponent would already be at a disadvantage. It was naive to think that a simple technique like the clone technique could win the battle. But then, the observers realized it was a shadow clone. Many Uchihas quickly activated their Sharingan, carefully watching and confirming that Itachi had indeed created a true shadow clone. The clone technique taught at the Ninja Academy was merely a projection without substance. Anyone with combat experience would not be fooled by a simple clone. However, the shadow clone was different and highly effective in battle. The difference in the ranks of the 2 ninjutsu was evident. One was A rank and the other B rank. Fugaku remarked on Itachi's skill, wondering if Shisui had taught him. Despite his concerns, he couldn't help but smile. Even a Chunin might struggle to use the shadow clone technique, yet his 7-year-old son had already mastered it. As a father, how could he not feel proud? Sarutobi Huruzen observed the scarlet eyes and frowned inwardly. The power of the Uchiha clan was formidable. Watching Itachi press his advantage against his opponent and Yuta standing nearby made him increasingly anxious. Not only was their strength impressive, but they also had remarkable descendants. After a while, Tamura stepped onto the field and announced loudly that 10 minutes had passed, signaling the end of the battle. Itachi stepped back, feeling a tinge of regret. If only he had a little more time, he could have defeated his opponent. Meanwhile, the young genin appeared frustrated. He felt grateful that the evaluation had a time limit, otherwise, it would have been too humiliating to be defeated by a 7-year-old. Despite his age, strength, and speed being greater than his opponents, he had been pressured and struck directly by Itachi. He could barely hold his ground with his experience and strength. As the battle concluded, Sarutobi Huruzen suppressed his many thoughts. He stood up, a kind smile on his face, and personally handed the forehead protector to Itachi, who was moved and dazed. Tamura congratulated Itachi with envy, acknowledging his achievement of becoming a genin at the age of 7. Itachi had graduated early as a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. Tamura knew that this news would spread throughout Konoha after today. What made him even more envious was that Itachi had learned the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu that he had not been able to master himself. In the previous battle between Itachi and Yuta, Itachi had been defeated by Yuta's fire release and hadn't even had the chance to use the shadow clone technique. This was partly due to Itachi underestimating Yuta's strength. Had he gone all out from the beginning, the outcome might have been different. The next test was about to begin. Yuta approached the stage silently, observing the ninja before him, who had grown even more serious. After witnessing the earlier battle, Sarutobi Aoki adopted a more serious demeanor. He believed his strength surpassed that of the previous genin and felt confident he could easily defeat Yuta. However, after seeing Itachi's abilities, he would not underestimate Yuta, who had managed to defeat Itachi. While he did not expect to be overwhelmed like the previous opponent, he understood the importance of fulfilling the task assigned by his clan leader. He needed to defeat Yuta within 10 minutes to ensure Yuta could not pass the evaluation. With a cold expression, Sarutobi Aoki stated that he would make a serious move next and advised Yuta to prepare himself mentally. He acknowledged that while both Yuta and Itachi had considerable talent, they were still too young. The world of ninjas is much harsher than one might think. Yuta held a kunai in front of him, gazing intently at Aoki. He had made his decision. He would still choose to graduate early. If he relied solely on the natural growth of his power over time, he wouldn't have the strength needed to protect himself and Izumi's family on the night of the Uchiha massacre in the future. With the guidance of a jonin, he could not only enhance his strength more rapidly but also gain more talents through the system at an accelerated pace. Aoki's mouth twisted in annoyance as he silently reprimanded Yuta in his heart before charging forward. The clash of kunais erupted with a loud bang. Yuta's arms trembled slightly as he frowned. In terms of pure strength, he was no match for Aoki. The other boy was twice his age, and in terms of physical condition he was still far superior. Yuta had faced Itachi in the past under similar circumstances. Although he excelled in taijutsu skills and ninjutsu mastery, he couldn't defeat his opponent for long due to their superior physical condition and combat experience. No matter. With his talent he would leave everyone else in the dust sooner or later. With that thought in mind, Yuta focused on blocking Aoki and began to engage him in taijutsu. At the same time, his eyes glowed red. This sudden change caught not only Aoki off guard but also the members of the Uchiha clan who were watching. A realization struck them as they turned their gazes toward Yuta's eyes. They were scarlet, with a tomo slowly rotating in his pupils. The Uchiha ninjas exchanged surprised glances. This boy. Had he already awakened the Sharingan? How old was he? Indeed, it was the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaka activated his own Sharingan, observing Yuta closely. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not only the Uchiha clan members but everyone present became agitated. The whispers spread quickly. Had he awakened the Sharingan at just 7 years old? Fugaka had done so at 12. Had anyone in the clan ever awakened it this early? It was rare, perhaps even unprecedented. Observing Yuta's appearance, it seemed he had awakened his Sharingan some time ago. Itachi's complexion paled slightly as a sense of humiliation washed over him. Yuta had clearly awakened his Sharingan but hadn't used it in their previous battle. What did that mean? Meanwhile, the students whispered amongst themselves, curious about the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. They speculated that Yuta's rapid increase in strength was due to this awakening. The adults nearby were taken aback. They remembered Yuta's previous average performance. Despite his hard work, he had always been somewhat unremarkable in the Uchiha clan. Now, it made sense why his strength had surged so suddenly. Some began to wonder if Itachi was still stronger. After all, he was a genius even without his Sharingan, and his strength would greatly improve once he awakened it. The thought of a future battle between the two boys, both with their Sharingan, sparked excitement. Itachi felt a fire ignite within him, a sudden desire to awaken his own Sharingan. If he could do so, Yuta would not stand a chance against him. With renewed confidence, Itachi resolved to seek advice from his father and Shisui on how to awaken his Sharingan. In the center of the battlefield, Yuta and Sarutobi Aoki were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging punches and kicks. Aoki felt a growing frustration. 3 minutes had passed, and he still hadn't managed to defeat Yuta or even land a significant blow. Instead, Yuta had successfully inflicted some damage. Aoki continued to attack with powerful strikes, but Yuta skillfully dodged and countered, leaving Aoki increasingly exasperated. This Sharingan was proving to be a nuisance. Aoki glanced at his clan leader, Sarutobi Huruzen, who frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Aoki's inability to defeat Yuta quickly. Out of breath, Aoki stepped back and quickly formed a hand seal. Fire release, fireball jutsu. However, just as he unleashed his flames, he noticed a larger fireball racing toward him from the opposite side. In a panic, he realized he had forgotten that Yuta also knew fire release and could use it without hand seals. Aoki leaped away from the attack range of the great fireball, preparing to strike again. But as he looked at Yuta, he realized he was in serious trouble. He attempted to retreat in another direction, only to see Yuta preparing to unleash the great fireball technique once more. The attack was unavoidable. The fireball struck him directly, and he coughed violently, engulfed in smoke. His arm was burned by flames, causing a sharp pain. He leaped out of the smoke, only to see shurikens slicing through the haze, striking him directly. Aoki cursed inwardly, bewildered by how his opponent had pinpointed his location in the smoke. Raising his injured arm, he managed to deflect some of the shurikens. As he focused ahead, he suddenly heard a whistling sound behind him. He was kicked in the back and stumbled forward. A small hand grabbed his arm, twisting it behind him, and a kunai was pressed against his neck. "You lose," a voice declared from behind him. After the smoke cleared, Aoki remained dazed and motionless, feeling lost. It had been less than 5 minutes since the battle began. The voice of Tamura brought him back to reality, reminding him that the evaluation had concluded. The pain in his arm surged again, causing him to cry out. The medical ninja rushed forward to assist him. Aoki looked at Yuta, opening his mouth to speak but unsure of what to say. The crowd that had been watching fell silent for a long moment. Then, as if a stone had dropped into a calm lake, they erupted in chatter. When? Didn't he need to last 10 minutes? Someone questioned, bewildered. Who noticed how much time had passed? Another responded. It should be less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. A group of spectators was left speechless. Earlier, during Itachi's fight, they thought his performance was impressive. A first-year ninja student, just 7 years old, had been defeating a genin who graduated 2 years prior. Yet, Yuta's performance was even more astonishing. He had not only triumphed against a significantly stronger opponent but had done so in record time. Even those watching the battle were left in shock. How did he win just now? Someone asked, still confused. They had seen both use ninjutsu, with Yuta casting fire techniques twice while his opponent had been enveloped in smoke. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that they realized the battle was over, leaving them uncertain about how it had concluded. Fugaku pondered for a moment before explaining, there are 2 main reasons Yuta won so quickly. First, his ninjutsu doesn't require hand signs and can be executed in an instant, allowing him to catch his opponent off guard. Second, he has awakened the Sharingan, giving him the ability to use taijutsu effectively. After using the first great fireball, He could rely on the Sharingan to predict his opponent's movements and accurately execute the second Great Fireball. His use of Shuriken to confirm his opponent's position in the smoke also relied on the insight provided by the Sharingan. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity and defeated his opponent in one strike. Having said this, Fugaku expressed his gratitude and summarized, "Overall, it was a good tactic, albeit simple, that fully utilized his advantages." The others reflected slowly, understanding Yuta's tactics, and nodded with mixed emotions. His strategies were not complicated, but the Sharingan and fire ninjutsu were crucial to his success. Originally, he only needed to last 10 minutes to pass, but no one expected this boy to defeat his opponent outright. Sarutobi Huruzen observed Yuta, whose face remained calm and expressionless even after his victory, and sighed inwardly. He had intended for Yuta to study for a few more years at the Ninja Academy to deepen his understanding of the will of fire. In Hiruzen's view, Yuta's responses in previous exams indicated that he resembled most Uchihas, prioritizing his family over the village. In contrast, Itachi was more like Shisui and had a broader perspective, having been taught daily by Shisui. It was natural for him to resemble Shisui more closely. For an Uchiha like Itachi, early graduation was feasible. However, for Uchihas like Yuta, further education was necessary to prepare them for service to him and the village. Yet, Hiruzen's plan had failed due to his misjudgment of Yuta's strength. Relying on his mastery of air release ninjutsu and the Sharingan, Yuta had easily defeated an excellent senior genin. Never mind, it was no longer important. Yuta could still be guided by the will of fire in other ways. A jonin would be assigned to mentor him, and arrangements could be made accordingly. Standing up and adjusting his expression, Sarutobi Huruzen approached Yuta with a warm demeanor. He extended his hand, presenting the ninja headband and encouraging him with hopeful words. Yuta endured the discomfort in his heart and responded politely. Why would he, a transmigrator, believe in the will of fire? Moreover, it was Sarutobi Huruzen who spoke of it. Was he foolish enough to believe such nonsense? After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Huruzen finally ceased his words and departed. Soon after, Izumi, Hazuki, and Tamura came to congratulate him on becoming a genin. Izumi's face showed reluctance, yet there was also a hint of relief. She felt hesitant because Yuta would no longer attend school with her after becoming a genin. However, she was relieved that Yuta had finally graduated and would no longer drag her into daily practice sessions. With Yuta's Sharingan abilities, he would no longer unintentionally strike her during training, which had often been frustrating. Despite that, her strength had rapidly increased due to their training together. In the previous combat evaluation, Izumi's performance had improved significantly. Suddenly, she felt a finger poke her forehead, causing her to cover it with tears in her eyes as she glared at Yuta, the culprit. Yuta, unfazed, lightly touched her forehead and reminded her, "Don't think you'll be free just because I'm gone. I'll still make time to train you in the future. Now that both Itachi and I have graduated, you need to strive to be at the top of your class." "I oppose this," one child exclaimed, but the response was swift and dismissive. The talent of Izumi was undeniable, and it needed careful honing. At the very least, she had to be strong enough to protect herself. Hazuki smiled as she watched the two children spar. Meanwhile, Fugaku approached, carrying a stack of scrolls. He congratulated Yuta on his graduation to genin. He explained that these scrolls contained ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques that Yuta could learn now that he had graduated. He had initially planned to give them to Yuta even if he had failed the evaluation, but he was pleasantly surprised that not only had Yuta passed, but he had done so with ease. Yuta accepted the scrolls gratefully, glancing at the titles: Fireball Technique, Dragon Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. All were fire release ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha clan. Essentially, aside from the very high-level ninjutsu, everything was included. There was also a stack of genjutsu scrolls: Clever Mind Technique, Hell Visualization Technique, False Environment Technique, and the Shadow Clone Technique. The students and teachers from the neighboring ninja school watched with envy. This was the advantage of being born into an esteemed ninja clan. With enough talent, one would never lack for ninjutsu. When Yuta was just a student, he could only request the Great Fireball technique from the clan. Now, as a genin, he had access to a vast array of ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques. Mastering these would give him the strength of an elite chunin. Once he became a chunin, the clan would grant him access to all regular ninjutsu. If he wished to learn other types, the Uchiha clan had those as well. A Sharingan bearer could easily copy ninjutsu, making it essential for the Uchiha family. Fugaku continued, explaining that the village would assign a jonin to guide Yuta in his daily practice. The clan would also provide a jonin, but most of them worked in the police force, making daily guidance challenging. He then turned to a young man with medium-length hair beside him and entrusted him with Yuta's training. Uchiha Tekka confidently agreed, assuring Yuta that he could approach him for any training-related matters in the future. Although Tekka held a position in the police force, he was unable to provide daily instruction like a typical jonin. Yuta nodded, feeling grateful once again for the benefits of being born into a great ninja clan. He expressed his hope for more guidance from Tekka in the future. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen and Shimura Danzo sat across from each other. Huruzen noted that 2 7-year-old Uchiha children had graduated early as genin. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he asked if one of them had awakened the Sharingan. Huruzen confirmed this while reviewing the list of jonins in his hand, pondering how to assign a jonin to them. Danzo suggested sending a root jonin to guide Yuta, but Huruzen remained indifferent, stating that it would only be possible if the Uchiha clan agreed. He was aware of Danzo's reputation within the clan and knew that if Yuta's mentor was a root ninja, the Uchiha would never accept it. Danzo understood this as well but casually mentioned it, knowing he could still make contact with Yuta at the right moment. He sensed that despite their different personalities, Yuta and Itachi shared a common desire for power, which could lead them down a darker path. Curious, Danzo inquired about which jonin would be arranged for Yuta. After a moment of deliberation, Huruzen handed over a ninja profile. Danzo's expression shifted as he recognized the figure in green attire. This was not someone the root would want. "Hello, I am Might Guy, and I will be your jonin mentor from today," Might Guy announced, dressed in his signature green attire, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. Yuta was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed himself, expressing his eagerness for guidance. He hadn't expected Might Guy to be his mentor, a man celebrated as King Guy in his previous life. Guy had worked tirelessly to break through the barriers of bloodline limits in the Naruto world. Yuta observed the youthful figure before him. The current Might Guy was only 16 and had just become a jonin. His strength was far from that of the Fourth Great Ninja War. "Although I'm not very old, I have some experience in taijutsu. I'm fully capable of advising you on it," Might Guy said, sensing Yuta's scrutiny and feeling a bit uncertain. He was young and had recently become a jonin, and while he excelled in taijutsu, he had little knowledge of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Yuta reassured him, stating that he had heard about Guy's father, who, with the strength of a genin, had blocked the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure and defeated 4 of them in battle. He believed in Guy's strength and looked forward to their training together. Guy was definitely not a bad person. It was quite touching, and Might Guy appeared to have tears in his eyes from the rare approval, wanting to embrace Yuta and cry right then and there. Yuta, however, remained silent, hesitant to speak and simply choosing to stay quiet. Might Guy was incredibly powerful and admirable, but his personality could be quite overwhelming for ordinary people. Despite this, Yuta was still very satisfied with Might Guy as his jonin mentor. In terms of strength, Might Guy typically possessed the power of a jonin and could even open the 8 inner gates in critical situations. Yuta felt a significant boost in his sense of security when going out on missions. When it came to self-guidance, there was nothing lacking in Might Guy's taijutsu. After all, even Uchiha Madara had declared Might Guy to be the strongest in terms of taijutsu. As for ninjutsu and genjutsu, with Indra's talent, self-learning was sufficient. In contrast, taijutsu required guidance from someone with enough strength and experience. In Yuta's heart, the importance of taijutsu was no less than that of ninjutsu and genjutsu, and it might even be greater to some extent. In the world of Naruto, in battles ranging from genin to Kage level, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu were all useful. However, in Super Kage level battles, genjutsu had little effect, while ninjutsu and taijutsu remained valuable. At the level of the 6 paths, the effectiveness of ninjutsu diminished greatly, but taijutsu continued to be extremely useful. Yuta set a small goal for himself. He wanted to be able to dance with Uchiha Madara relying solely on pure taijutsu. Looking around and noticing that no one else was approaching, Yuta expressed some doubts in his heart about their team composition. Guy explained that the Hokage had informed him that due to Yuta's early graduation, it was difficult to find teammates for him. The only other graduate who had completed early was someone named Byattachi, who had just been added to a 2-person team after losing a member. Yuta couldn't help but smile slightly at the mention of Byattachi, wondering how Itachi would feel upon hearing it. He didn't mind being without teammates too much. 2 Genin-level companions were optional for him. However, he felt that this team setup was a bit strange. It consisted of a newly promoted Jonin and only 1 student. Yuta sensed something was off. While it was true that Sarutobi Huruzen couldn't find a suitable team for him, he wondered why Guy had been chosen as his Jonin mentor. Nevertheless, if the goal was to find a Jonin who could guide Yuta in the will of fire, there weren't many candidates. In the end, Sarutobi Huruzen chose Guy. Now that both Yuta and Guy had become familiar with each other, it was natural to begin the teaching session. Yuta was eager and excited to learn about the true strength of a Jonin. Knowing that there must be a significant gap between him and a Jonin, Yuta activated his Sharingan from the start. Meanwhile, Guy lowered his gaze slightly, observing Yuta's movements. Although he didn't possess a Sharingan, Guy had extensive experience fighting against Sharingan users and had a good understanding of their abilities and fighting styles. As Yuta attempted to strike, Guy didn't use his strength to resist directly. Instead, he evaded the attack. Yuta was taken aback by the speed of Guy's movements. He prepared to change the direction of his punch, aiming for where he predicted Guy would be. However, Guy feinted, leaping in another direction and gently pushing Yuta. Yuta felt startled, his body moving forward uncontrollably for a few steps before he could regain his balance. Had he miscalculated his prediction? Guy explained that the Sharingan predicts an opponent's movements by observing their muscle movements, and he could use this knowledge to deceive the Sharingan's vision, making Yuta's predictions incorrect. This valuable experience came from years of battling Kakashi. Guy promised to teach Yuta how to distinguish an opponent's feints and what to do if he couldn't predict their movements. These were lessons that Kakashi had accumulated through their own battles. With their daily training, both of them helped each other improve in this way. Yuta expressed his gratitude to Guy with a smile, feeling fortunate to have such a mentor. In the following half-month, Yuta found himself constantly pushed to his limits. This was Guy's first time as a Jonin mentor, and he had no intention of holding back any teaching materials. He even planned to teach Yuta the 8 inner gates. However, mastering the 8 inner gates required an extremely high physical level and years of training. The user needed to gradually strengthen their body through exercise to handle the power gained from opening the 8 gates. For instance, Guy could now easily manage opening the 6th gate, but attempting to open the 7th gate could be fatal. To prepare Yuta for the 8 inner gates, Guy first provided adaptive training. Over the past half-month, he had Yuta perform about 1/10 of his own daily exercises alongside him. Despite this, Yuta always felt utterly exhausted. Yuta had been feeling frustrated with Guy for a while in his heart. He wondered if ordinary people could endure such intense exercise. While most people only ran a few dozen laps for fitness, Guy had pushed him to run thousands. Moreover, Yuta was not even 8 years old yet. Now, Yuta understood that individuals like Guy and Rock Lee might possess a special talent for taijutsu. There was a saying from his previous life: one should not use the word genius to diminish the efforts of others. However, Yuta believed another phrase was equally important. A person could be a genius simply because they worked hard. Someone like Guy. After finishing a grueling day of exercise, Yuta forced his body back home and collapsed. He felt dizzy, golden stars danced in his vision, and his body ached all over. He contemplated giving up on the 8 inner gates for a moment, feeling depressed and hopeless. Seeing his miserable state recently, Izumi had been anxiously urging him to take a break. The Uchiha style of taijutsu relied on the Sharingan's vision and was more technical, while Guy's fighting style emphasized strength and speed. After opening the 8 inner gates, the main increase was in power and speed. The 8 inner gates were a life-saving ability, and it was impossible for Yuta not to desire them. Just when he was tangled in his thoughts, the system notified him of a significant improvement. Congratulations! The host's overall strength has been upgraded to Chunin weak. The host's overall power has increased by 1 stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing Might Guy's physical talent. The analysis is complete and increasing. The enhancement is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the monster physique talent. Yuta sat in shock, glancing at the system panels. His overall strength was now at Chunin weak, his Sharingan pupil power was at level 1, and his chakra was at level. The monster physique talent indicated that his physique was unique, allowing him to master various taijutsu techniques with just a glance and achieve double the results with half the effort. Seeing his overall strength improvement, Yuta was not overly surprised. With daily training under Guy, his pupil power and chakra volume had gradually increased. Reaching the level of a Chunin felt routine. Yet, there was still excitement in his heart. Just a month ago, he had been weaker than the weakest genin and struggled to defeat Izumi in their daily duels. Now, after a month of intense training, he had graduated early to become a genin. He could easily use the Great Fireball technique and had even awakened a Tomo Sharingan, getting closer to a 2 Tomo Sharingan. His overall strength had reached the level of a Chunin. It seemed that in the world of Naruto, talent was crucial. Yuta quickly calmed down and felt the effects of his newly acquired monster physique. He was startled and stood up, moving his body and even jumping twice. Had he fully recovered from his earlier pain? That wasn't the only change. Yuta threw a punch, and his fist cut through the air with a sound reminiscent of a sonic boom. His speed had improved significantly. He practiced some of the taijutsu moves he had recently learned from Guy. A high-speed cyclone struck a stone in the yard, shattering it with a loud explosion. Satisfied with his progress, Yuta felt his strength had increased tremendously, and his movements were now more precise. In the neighboring yard, a small head peeked over the wall. Izumi called out to him, urging him to rest and stop wasting time. She wondered how someone could be so dedicated to their training, pushing themselves to the point of exhaustion without taking a proper break. Yuta smiled and acknowledged her, then went back to rest. He dreamt of Guy standing and discussing the will of fire with Sarutobi Huruzen. The next day, Yuta met with Guy. Guy smiled and said it was time to review Yuta's progress after half a month of training. He reminisced about his own childhood, claiming that when he was Yuta's age, he exercised only a third of what he did now. This was not entirely true. At 8 years old, he had only done a fifth of the exercise he currently performed. He said this to ignite Yuta's competitive spirit and encourage him to reach his full potential. Yuta, filled with anticipation, clenched his fists, eager to discover how far his talent in taijutsu had come after receiving the enhanced version of Guy's physical talent. The youth should never end. Guy exclaimed as he raised his thumb and dashed forward. He suggested starting with 500 laps to warm up. As Yuta began running, he noticed changes in his body. He felt much more relaxed than before, with a steadier pace and breathing. In the past, such a distance would have left him exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Now, he was slightly out of breath but still brimming with energy. "All right, now let's do 1,000 squats, starting now," Guy said, his anticipation growing stronger as he increased Yuta's training volume. However, as the exercise intensified, Guy realized something was amiss. Yuta was now performing a fifth of his daily training routine, a level he had reached at such a young age. Guy swallowed hard, observing that Yuta still had energy left. "Guy-sensei, I'm fine. Keep going," Yuta assured him calmly. Guy was aware of the difficulty of his own training regimen. Kakashi occasionally trained with him, but even Kakashi struggled to keep up. He recalled his father's words, noting that he had been much more talented than Guy at a young age. This was evident in their ninja ranks. His father had remained a genin throughout his life, while Guy had already become a jonin at this age, excelling in taijutsu. Thus, he knew it would be challenging to find someone to pass on his knowledge of the 8 inner gates. Yet, after hearing about Yuta's genius, he couldn't help but want to test him, albeit with little expectation. As he watched Yuta continue exercising, Guy felt his heart tremble. Yuta's performance exceeded all his expectations. If your body can't handle it, don't push yourself too hard. Don't injure yourself, Guy stammered. Yuta had already completed a third of his daily training routine. What level was this? Even Guy couldn't have managed such a workout at Yuta's age. Yuta frowned, sensing he was nearing his limit. After a few more series of movements, he reluctantly stopped. This shouldn't be the case, right? Wasn't the physical talent granted by the system an enhanced version of Guy's own talent? Why could he only reach the level Guy had at a young age? I was a bit nervous earlier, Guy coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. At your age, I could only manage about a fifth of what I'm doing now. I exaggerated a bit to motivate you, but I didn't expect you to surpass my childhood levels so quickly. Saying this, Guy couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Taijutsu was his only strong suit, but now Yuta seemed even more talented in that area as well. Such a level of talent was truly remarkable. Yuta suddenly realized what was happening, feeling a bit surprised. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, yet your mind is so crafty. I thought it would take a while before I could teach you the 8 inner gates, but it seems I can do it today, Guy said, regaining his composure. He then began explaining the essentials of the 8 inner gates: opening, rest, life, pain, closure, joy, shock, and death. The 8 gates are essentially 8 pressure points in the human body. Normally, they exist to protect the body and prevent ninjas from abusing their physical potential. However, once the 8 gates are opened, those restrictions are lifted, resulting in a massive surge of chakra, significantly increasing strength and speed in a short time. In other words, the 8 inner gates are a life-saving measure. This was also one of the reasons Yuta wanted to learn them. He would still be very young, only 13, when the night of the massacre occurred in the future. Mastering the 8 inner gates would provide him with an additional method to save lives. First, you need to open the first gate, the gate of opening, located in the head. After that, you'll be able to fully exert your physical abilities, and your strength and speed will increase dramatically in no time, Guy explained, demonstrating live. With a slight shout, Guy's chakra surged. He performed several difficult physical movements with ease, showcasing incredible flexibility. Yuta activated his Sharingan and observed carefully. How is it? Amazing, right? With your talent, I estimate you'll take at most a few months to open the first gate, Guy said, giving a thumbs up and laughing. However, the next moment he noticed Yuta was also panting, and his chakra had risen, indicating he had opened the first gate. Guy was at a loss for words. How long had it taken him to open the first gate? 2 months? 3 months? Yet Yuta had done it immediately. Yuta performed a few movements, carefully feeling the changes in his body. The amount of chakra within him had nearly doubled, and his strength and speed were significantly higher than usual. However, he also felt fatigue setting in quickly. Looking up at Guy's skeptical expression, Yuta humbly credited his success to Guy's wonderful teachings. In reality, the most important reason he was able to learn the 8 inner gates so quickly was, of course, the physical talent he had just acquired. On one hand, he could now easily master various taijutsu techniques. On the other hand, this physical talent also gave him an understanding of those techniques. The combination of both allowed Yuta to open a gate almost instantly. You geniuses are too unreasonable, Guy couldn't help but sigh. However, Yuta urged him quickly, asking him to explain the second gate. Guy was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by Yuta's eagerness. He thought to himself, do you want to open the 8 inner gates in a single day? He didn't believe Yuta could successfully open the second gate today. After a moment, Guy began to explain the theory and method for opening the second gate, demonstrating it in action. This time, Yuta struggled and couldn't open the second gate on his first attempt. He stood there, frowning in deep thought. Observing this, Guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking it was reasonable. Learning the 8 inner gates and opening the first gate on the first day already showed that Yuta was exceptionally talented. Next, get familiar with the sensation of the first gate, and then try again. You should be able to open the second gate soon. As he spoke, Guy suddenly stopped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, after a PRD of exploration, Yuta had successfully opened the second gate, the gate of rest. Feeling the surge of power, Yuta was in high spirits. He then asked Guy if he could proceed and explain how to open the third gate. Guy opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words once more. Yuta was unable to open the third gate that day. It wasn't until the sun set that Guy felt relieved. With the momentum Yuta had shown, he had thought that Yuta might master all 8 inner gates in just one day. But Yuta was still too young. The first 2 gates allowed individuals to fully utilize their physical potential, with only fatigue as a side effect. However, reaching the third gate posed a risk of causing harm to the body. Indeed, mastering the 8 inner gates is not easy, Yuta sighed, feeling exhausted. Guy responded naturally, stating that he had practiced for many more years than Yuta and could only open the 6th gate at most. But with your talent, Yuta, you should be able to open the third gate within a month at the latest. After saying this, Guy's expression turned serious as he warned Yuta to always pay attention to his physical condition when using the 8 inner gates and not to force open a gate. With Yuta's talent, he would likely surpass Guy in mastering the 8 inner gates. It would be a shame if he were to suffer a premature fate by forcing open a gate. However, 7 days later, Guy was left speechless when he saw Yuta open the third gate. Yuta was not surprised. Instead, he frowned slightly. After opening the third gate, he could see the blood flowing rapidly beneath his skin, causing his entire body to flush red. After just a minute, Yuta closed the third gate, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. This was likely the limit he could reach at his age. If he wanted to continue opening the 4th gate and beyond, he would need to wait for his body to develop. Yuta continued his daily high-intensity training with Guy, occasionally practicing some taijutsu techniques. His strength grew day by day. From time to time, he took on C-rank missions to eliminate some bandits, completing them without any issues. Sometimes he even felt a thrill. The bandits in the Land of Fire were like weeds, quickly re-emerging after being dealt with once. Yuta, who had taken a human life for the first time, felt no significant turmoil in his heart. He had long been aware of the cruelty of the ninja world, with the shadow of the Uchiha genocide still looming over him. However, after committing the act, his student power increased slightly. He had reached the limit of a 1-tomo Sharingan, and his Sharingan was not far from being promoted to the level of 2-tomo. In the Uchiha clan training field, Yuta unleashed a powerful technique. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, easily knocking down the target and scorching the ground black. Yuta's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, even the B-rank Fire Dragon Bullet Technique could be used effortlessly after reading the scroll once and memorizing the flow of chakra. It could also be performed without hand seals. It was truly worthy of Indra's talent. Before my strength reaches the level of a Jonin, this level of ninjutsu will likely suffice. But Genjutsu? Yuta frowned slightly. Ninjutsu could be trained alone, but for Genjutsu, a living target was required. A certain figure with long black hair appeared in his mind. Yuta suppressed a slight twinge of conscience and walked toward Izumi's house. Have you done anything to hurt me recently? Izumi looked at Yuta intently. In front of her was a spread of rice ball, pancakes, bean soup, and other favorites. What are you talking about? Yuta replied, feeling a bit guilty. He just wanted to ask for her help in training Genjutsu. Really? She asked, intrigued. Of course. Izumi took a rice ball and took a small bite, savoring the sweet and salty flavor. With a hint of sadness, she said, I feel like I'm just a tool for your training, Yuta. Hearing this made Yuta feel even guiltier, but he still denied it. He pulled out several scrolls he had in hand, Genjutsu scrolls that Fugaku had given him earlier. Techniques like the clever mental affection technique, false environment technique, and hell visualization technique were all there. Some techniques would cause significant pain to the target, so he wouldn't attempt those with Izumi. False environment technique. Yuta activated the Genjutsu according to the chakra flow in the scroll, still without needing any hand seals. He looked at Izumi with curiosity, wondering if the Genjutsu had succeeded. A small doubt appeared on Izumi's. Yuta rubbed his eyes and looked at a tree in the yard. He understood that his Genjutsu had successfully activated. The effect of the false environment technique was to alter the target's perception. In Izumi's field of vision, the tree in the yard now appeared to be him. He felt satisfied with the outcome. Although he didn't intend to rely on Genjutsu as his primary means of combat, the Indra lineage's talent for Genjutsu was impressive, and he had no plans to waste it. Next, he tested a clever mental technique that made Izumi mistakenly believe she had entered a maze, causing her to wander around the yard for a while. Finally, he considered the hell visualization technique. Reading the description of this Genjutsu made him hesitate. Its effect was to allow the target to see their greatest fears. Would it be wrong to use this on Izumi? Suddenly, thinking of various possibilities, he silently apologized in his heart but decided to proceed. He warned Izumi that the next Genjutsu might show her some unpleasant things and reminded her that everything she would see was false. Yuta wanted to see if he could help Izumi awaken her Sharingan through this Genjutsu. If she awakened her Sharingan and trained seriously, she would be better able to protect herself in this dangerous world. He didn't want her to fall victim to Obito as she had in the original timeline. However, her well-being was far more important than testing his Genjutsu. He couldn't let anything go wrong with Izumi just to experiment. Izumi nodded seriously, and when she saw Yuta activate a Genjutsu from across the yard, the scene before her suddenly changed. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a sinister atmosphere over the village. The massive form of the Nine Tails easily destroyed every building it touched, sending debris flying. The stones crashed down, demolishing her house and Yuta's. Blood seeped from beneath the rubble. She was the only one left, standing before the ruins of her home, calling out for her parents and Yuta. Completely forgetting that this was a Genjutsu, Izumi's mind went blank as she rushed toward the wreckage. Suddenly, her body stopped. Pointing to her forehead, she injected chakra, and the scene shifted once more. A cold chakra flowed into her eyes. When she opened them, she saw Yuta alive, surrounded by his home, and the atmosphere was peaceful and serene. Unable to help herself, she reached out to Yuta, brushing her hand against his face, relieved to see him safe. Yuta felt a complicated mix of emotions as he watched Izumi fall asleep. He wondered if this was truly beneficial for her. Looking at the girl resting in his arms, he sighed inwardly. The world of ninjas was indeed harsh. The key to awakening the Sharingan lay in emotion. Ultimately, Izumi's ability to awaken her Sharingan was not due to the realism of the Genjutsu, but because her heart-wrenching emotions at that moment were genuine. Yuta observed the small figure of Izumi curled up in a ball, appearing very vulnerable. In the original story, Izumi's father had died on the night of the Nine Tails attack, and she had awakened her Sharingan at a young age. However, due to their intervention, Izumi's family had avoided disaster that night. Yet, when she saw her home in ruins the following day, she was terrified. She occasionally had nightmares, dreaming that both her parents and Yuta perished during the Nine Tails attack, leaving her all alone. It was this deep-seated fear, combined with the hell visualization technique that made Izumi recall that fateful night, which triggered such a profound emotional response. In the future, a calamity awaited the Uchiha clan. Without strength, how could one survive? Why did she train so hard every day? Was it not out of concern that Itachi might harm her in the future? She needed to improve her strength to survive the night of extermination and find a way to keep her family safe. When Izumi awoke, Yuta warned her seriously, instructing her not to reveal her Sharingan awakening to anyone. It would be dangerous if Danzo set his sights on her. After Izumi awakened her Sharingan, Yuta significantly increased her daily training. Izumi seemed to take her training much more seriously after witnessing the terrifying scene in the Genjutsu. Outside the Hokage building, Guy jumped and found Yuta waiting. He excitedly shared that he had received a mission to escort someone to the Land of Rain. He asked if Yuta was looking forward to it, noting that it was his first time leaving the Land of Fire. However, contrary to Guy's expectations, Yuta frowned. The Land of Rain was known to be one of the most dangerous places in the current ninja world. With the semi-god Hanzo in Amigakure, Pain outside of Amigakure, and potentially Obito, it was a treacherous area. He could even encounter Kzu, the moneymaker of Akatsuki, or Sasori, who sought materials for his puppets. Both were among the earliest members of the Akatsuki organization and were formidable opponents. Yuta reluctantly asked Guy if he could change the mission to a more standard B or C rank in the Land of Fire, as the Land of Rain was too perilous. Guy, however, firmly refused, insisting that youth should not retreat in the face of difficulties. Additionally, Lord Hokage must have fully considered the difficulty of the task and our abilities when assigning us this mission. After trying to persuade Guy with a few more words, Yuta realized he could not change his mind, so he simply gave up. It was best to forget about it. After all, Hanzo and Pain would not concern themselves with someone who was currently a nobody. Guy and Yuta left Konoha and soon encountered a caravan. Their client was a stout businessman, the leader of the caravan. He frowned upon seeing Guy and Yuta, clearly feeling they were somewhat unreliable due to their appearance and age. A child in green leg warmers and another boy around 7 or 8 years old had been sent for a B-rank mission. Yuta pointed out that Guy had forgotten to wear his Jonin vest again, feeling a bit helpless. With their combination, it was inevitable that the caravan leader would feel uneasy. Guy, slightly embarrassed, shook his head and smiled, apologizing for forgetting. He suggested he could quickly go back to retrieve it. Upon learning that Guy was a Jonin from Konoha, the caravan leader's demeanor changed immediately. He expressed his trust in Guy's strength, recalling that he had often relied on ninjas as escorts and understood the typical situation of a group like theirs. It was common for some Jonins to lead freshly graduated Genins on missions, which was a welcome arrangement for clients. Although Jonins usually let their Genin team handle enemies, they would step in if things became serious. Hiring an ordinary ninja team but having a Jonin in the lineup was undoubtedly a good deal. The caravan soon set off. During the journey, Yuta learned that they were delivering supplies to the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Curious, he asked what kind of enemies they might face upon arrival. The caravan leader, who frequently traveled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, explained that they would mainly encounter bandits, with the possibility of attacks from wandering ninjas or even ninjas from Amigakure. Yuta and Guy exchanged glances at the mention of Amigakure ninjas. The thought of them attacking caravans in the Land of Rain was concerning. Yuta questioned whether the Amigakure ninjas would really cause trouble since they were delivering supplies to the daimyo. The caravan leader admitted that it might have been the case in the past when Hanzo could keep his subordinates in check, but now he had heard that Hanzo remained in his residence year-round and had lost control over them. The leader expressed that if the Amigakure ninjas decided to attack, no one would know they were responsible for the caravan's misfortune. In the Land of Rain, it was already late autumn, yet the rain continued to pour heavily. The icy rain chilled Yuta to the bone, and many bandits emerged to rob the caravan. Yuta noted the abundance of bandits in the Land of Rain, far exceeding those in the Land of Fire. He easily dispatched a group of thieves, tossing their bodies aside without a second thought. He had thought the bandits in the Land of Fire were numerous, but compared to those in the Land of Rain, they were insignificant. The caravan leader adjusted his clothing and remarked that if people had no food, they would resort to stealing anything they could find. He added that Amigakure was superficial regarding the daimyo's request to eliminate the bandits, and even if they were serious, they would not be able to eradicate all the thieves. Yuta glanced at the large amount of food and toys among the supplies and scoffed at the disparity. The people of the country were so poor they had to turn to thievery, while the daimyo lived in luxury. His voice fell, and no one dared to agree, not even the caravan leader, who remained silent. This only deepened Yuta's disdain for the daimyo. Suddenly, a cold chakra surged into his eyes. Without needing to look in a mirror, Yuta realized his Sharingan had evolved to 2 Tomo. Just as he was about to deactivate it, he noticed 2 faint chakras not far away. He quietly alerted everyone in the caravan that a ninja was approaching. The entire caravan was thrown into a state of shock. Many people looked around in panic. A ninja battle, even if it only involved the aftermath of kunai and ninjutsu, could cost them their lives. Yuta sighed inwardly at the reaction of his novice companions. With such a strong response, the enemy would surely know they had been discovered. Without hesitation, he unleashed the great fireball technique towards the nearby forest. The sound of the explosion echoed, but the rain weakened the attack, allowing the two hidden ninjas to dodge it easily. Two ninjas emerged from the woods, one tall and the other short, both wearing the headbands of Amigakure. This confirmed what the caravan leader had said earlier. The caravan delivering supplies to the daimyo of the Land of Rain was indeed being intercepted by Amigakure ninjas. The two Amigakure ninjas appeared relaxed and did not pay much attention to Yuta and Guy. They were chunin, and when they looked at their opponents from Konoha, one was a peculiar boy in green leg warmers who resembled a turtle, seemingly young and not very strong at first glance. The other was just a child. Even if they knew fire ninjutsu, in a place like the Land of Rain, its power would be significantly diminished. The Amigakure ninjas declared their intent to take the supplies. "If you give up, we can grant you a quicker death," said the tall ninja from Amigakure, his eyes gleaming with greed. He wondered how much they could fetch on the black market. The caravan leader attempted to intimidate them by invoking the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, but it had no effect. Feeling powerless, he turned to Guy and suggested that action might be necessary. Guy observed their attire and noted that they appeared to be chunins from Amigakure. He doubted that Yuta could defeat a chunin. Yuta, however, dismissed the threat, believing that these two random ninjas did not warrant Guy's assistance. He extended his hand, lightly brushing his eyes, ready to test the abilities of his two-tomo Sharingan. The two-tomo Sharingan significantly enhanced his genjutsu skills. In that moment he brandished a kunai and charged at the two Amigakure ninjas as if launching a decisive attack. The caravan leader grew impatient, but seeing Guy's indifference, he felt helpless. The two Amigakure ninjas mocked Yuta, calling him brave. The tall ninja declared that he would teach Yuta a lesson before his demise, stating that bravery was useless in the ninja world. With that, he charged forward. His short sword sliced through the rain, aiming for Yuta's neck. As the Sharingan activated, a silent genjutsu took effect. The tall ninja slashed the space beside him and suddenly turned to attack his comrade. The blade tore through the chest of the shorter ninja, who was caught completely off guard. In that moment, the tall ninja saw his partner as Yuta due to the genjutsu, false environments technique. After striking his comrade, the tall ninja smiled, continuing to attack him repeatedly. The shorter ninja, realizing the madness of the situation, rushed to help his teammate break free from the genjutsu, but he had no chance against the relentless assault. In a moment of desperation, he avoided his teammate's blade and inflicted a wound upon himself, hoping to find an opportunity to lift the genjutsu. A round of applause erupted from nearby, and Yuta calmly remarked that the two had taught him a valuable lesson. The entire caravan stood in shock, witnessing the two Amigakure ninjas fighting each other for no apparent reason. No one dared to underestimate Yuta, the young ninja. The tall ninja gritted his teeth in anger, enduring the pain in his chest. He was being controlled by a child under 10 years old with a genjutsu. The shorter ninja, filled with rage, suggested they attack Yuta together to end this quickly. Another older ninja from Konoha had yet to make a move, and it was astonishing that a mere child had left them so defenseless. Yuta drew the short sword from his back and stood before them, the blade reflecting his smiling face. He declared that he would teach them a lesson as well. He recounted an old saying in the ninja world: when facing an Uchiha one-on-one, one should flee. In a two-on-one situation, there might be a chance. However, he added that if they were as weak as they appeared, even 2 against 1 would not suffice. The two ninjas exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling in. They looked up to see Yuta's scarlet pupils, which contained 2 black tomo. Who were they facing? When had an Uchiha produced such a young genius? Regret filled their hearts, but they knew there was no escape. They charged at Yuta from 2 directions, one from the front and the other from behind. Yuta effortlessly countered their attacks with his taijutsu, and it wasn't long before he defeated the already injured ninjas. He had been looking for someone to test his painful genjutsu on, and they were perfect targets. A twisted smile formed on his lips as he assured them that it would only be a little painful. Having easily dealt with the two chunins from Amigakure, Yuta felt no surprise. On one hand, it was because the two were already severely injured from his genjutsu. On the other hand, his taijutsu training with Guy and the insight from his Sharingan played crucial roles in the battle. He could handle two wounded chunins with ease. However, to the caravan's onlookers, it was a different story. A child under 10 had single-handedly defeated two chunins. They were astonished, questioning how he could have done so. The caravan leader grew increasingly cautious, fearing the wrath of Konoha's genius ninja due to his earlier disdain. Guy, however, showed the least reaction, having long recognized Yuta's talent. Yet, witnessing Yuta utilize his two-tomo Sharingan left him astonished. As for the reason behind the Sharingan's upgrade, Guy was unaware. He thought it was a significant breakthrough in battle. Only Yuta understood that his Sharingan had evolved due to his disdain for the daimyo, who acted solely for his own pleasure. The Amigakure ninjas were reckless and wild, and it was no wonder that someone like Pain could arise from this land. The caravan continued its journey toward the capital of the Land of Rain, passing by the forest where the brief battle had taken place. An invisible vortex appeared in the air, and a figure with a spiral mask materialized. Alongside him was a strange creature, half black and half white, growing from the ground. Are we not going to contact him? Aren't we trying to attract potential Uchihas to join us and strengthen our ranks? Asked the white Zetsu with a smile. I don't need him for now, Obito replied, observing the passing team. He had originally been more interested in Itachi, who had graduated early, but now it seemed that Yuta, who had awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, was also a genius. With that, Obito's figure vanished back into the vortex. Let's first get in touch with Itachi. It was time to give him a little STMLTN to awaken his Sharingan. Finally, Yuta had left the Land of Rain. Upon entering the Land of Fire, he felt an indescribable sense of security in his heart. The mission had been completed. After escorting the supplies for the daimyo, he and Guy were even received by the daimyo himself. They stayed in the capital of the Land of Rain for a few days. Compared to the rest of the dilapidated land, the capital was quite prosperous, especially with the visible presence of a thriving service industry. However, after witnessing so much poverty and having dealt with numerous bandits along the way, Yuta did not want to linger any longer in the Land of Rain. He feared he might lose control and harm the daimyo. Moreover, the Land of Rain was far too dangerous, with figures like Hanzo, Pain, Obito, Kazu, and Sasori lurking about. Fortunately, none of them had been encountered, and the mission concluded safely. Yuta was too cautious, Guy remarked with a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. It was merely a B-rank escort mission, and the Land of Rain was not a large country. What kind of dangerous enemies could they possibly face? Yuta rolled his eyes but remained silent. He was likely the one with the deepest knowledge of the ninja world at present. The Land of Rain was undoubtedly one of the most perilous places in the current ninja world, and considering the number of powerful figures there, it was not far behind the 5 great hidden villages. Thankfully, he had returned to the Land of Fire and was now almost safe. Not only that, but this journey had also allowed him to successfully awaken his two-tomo Sharingan, significantly enhancing his strength. From this perspective, he felt grateful to the daimyo of the Land of Rain. He glanced at his system panel. His overall strength was now at the Chunin level, with his Sharingan power and chakra both improving considerably. After awakening the two-tomo Sharingan, his chakra had nearly doubled. With a variety of fire-release ninjutsu, genjutsu, and rapidly improving taijutsu thanks to daily training with Guy, his overall strength was respectable among Chunin-level ninjas. In life-or-death situations, he could barely open the 3rd gate, and even against a Jonin, he could hold his ground for a while with the 8 inner gates. At just 8 years old, this level of strength was impressive. Compared to 6 months ago when the system was inactive, his strength had undergone drastic changes. However, in this dangerous ninja world, being a Chunin was still insufficient. He needed to grow for a while longer. With the strength of a jonin, he could barely protect himself in the ninja world. Yet, he was relieved that he had not encountered any danger in the land of rain. But upon entering the land of fire, an emergency arose. In a forest, Yuta and Guy encountered several Umbu members wearing animal masks. One of the Umbu, donning a wolf mask, approached them directly and stated that as the chief Umbu, he was recruiting a Konoha ninja who was not currently on a mission to join him in the pursuit of the rebel Orochimaru. Yuta and Guy exchanged glances. Had Lord Orochimaru defected? Might thought this was unbelievable, while Yuta pondered if Orochimaru had just recently deserted. Orochimaru had remained largely unknown since the Fourth Hokage's campaign. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, little had been heard of him. So much so that Yuta had forgotten Orochimaru was a Konoha ninja until now. Guy, struggling to comprehend, questioned the Umbu, wondering if there had been a mistake. How could Lord Orochimaru defect? Wasn't he a disciple of the Hokage? Indeed, Orochimaru had once even been a candidate for the position of Fourth Hokage. If not for Minato's rise, Orochimaru might have become Hokage. Even without that title, he was a figure in Konoha only surpassed by Sarutobi Huruzen and several elder advisors. It was hard to believe someone of his stature could truly have defected. The wolf-masked Umbu, Sarutobi Shinosuke, coldly explained that Orochimaru had used the villagers and ninjas of the village for human experiments, which led to his rebellion. He mentioned that they would learn more upon returning to Konoha. The defection of Orochimaru was likely a source of distress for his father, who might have even allowed Orochimaru to escape rather than confront him. However, for Shinosuke, this was a fortunate turn of events. With one less powerful figure in Konoha, he had fewer competitors for the position of Hokage. If he could defeat Orochimaru, his prestige in the village would rise significantly, bringing him closer to becoming the fifth Hokage in the future. He urged them to act quickly, stating they could not allow Orochimaru to leave the land of fire. Seeing Guy ready to obey the order, Yuta felt anxious and quickly expressed his concerns. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin. How could they possibly handle him? Moreover, he had never heard of the chief Umbu having the authority to recruit Konoha ninjas. Was Guy out of his mind? This was Orochimaru, someone beyond their current capabilities. Even if Guy opened the sixth gate, he could only hold Orochimaru off for a limited time. Sarutobi Shinosuke, with a cold gaze directed at Yuta, assured him that Orochimaru had been gravely injured and that his strength was not limitless. What do you know? Will you too take responsibility if a dangerous rebel like Orochimaru escapes? The Umbu chief was not the Hokage and lacked the authority to recruit inactive ninjas from Konoha. However, the prospect of defeating Orochimaru was of little concern to Sarutobi Shinosuke. Who would dare to ignore him? If the other party refused and the search for Orochimaru failed in the future, the blame would be shared. Yuta, if we really encounter Orochimaru, you can leave the battle to me and just step aside, Guy said with a smile. Although he had just been promoted to Jonin, he was eager to fulfill his responsibilities. On one side was the intense gaze of Sarutobi Shinosuke, and on the other, Guy's confident demeanor. Despite Yuta's reluctance, there was nothing he could do. He scolded Sarutobi Shinosuke for his madness and complained about Guy's hasty decision. Soon, the Umbu split into two teams, with Sarutobi Shinosuke leading one. Yuta and Guy followed the other team, moving in two directions to flank a secret fortress ahead. In a hidden underground base, an Umbu team had already infiltrated. The remaining two teams were lying in wait around the fortress, anticipating the outcome. Suddenly, explosions erupted within the underground fortress. The ground shook, and smoke billowed everywhere. A figure, bloodied but determined, burst from the fortress and fled toward the direction where Sarutobi Shinosuke's team lay in ambush. "Chase!" commanded an Umbu from Yuta's side, immediately pursuing the figure. "Yuta, stay here. I'll return once the battle is over," Guy instructed quickly. The other Umbu paid little attention to Yuta. To them, the strength of Jonin Guy was invaluable, while Yuta, being just a child, was expendable. Soon, the Umbu from Yuta's side and Guy pursued into the depths of the forest, leaving Yuta alone, waiting in place. Just as the figures of the group disappeared from view, the collapsed underground fortress revealed Orochimaru. Despite his severe injuries and bleeding shoulder, Orochimaru maintained his composure. Seeing the umbu he had thrown aside, he chuckled. Before being struck by the umbu, he had used the Orochimaru substitution technique, leaving his body among the rubble. He had also created a clay clone disguised as his main body, allowing him to escape the fortress and draw the pursuing umbu away. Just as Orochimaru was about to flee in another direction, his eyes met Yuta's, who was waiting in place. The air felt frozen. What sin had he committed in his past life? Why was this happening? This thought lingered in Yuta's mind. He had ventured into the dangerous land of rain without incident, only to return to the land of fire and encounter the rebel Orochimaru. He had been forced by Sarutobi Huruzen to confront Orochimaru together. It might have been better if the umbu had fought Orochimaru directly. After all, he was just a genin. If he hid, few would care. Yet, Orochimaru had led the group of umbu and Guy away, leaving Yuta as the only one remaining. Ho ho ho, what a poor child, Orochimaru remarked, slowly drawing a kunai, liking it with his long tongue while casting a stern look at Yuta. According to his expectations, the previous clay clone should have bought him 2 or 3 minutes. Time was running short. Besides, the opponent was merely a child, and it wouldn't take much effort to deal with him. Let me guess why a child like you is here. You must have run into that guy, Sarutobi Huruzen, and he probably forced you to stay. Turning his head, Orochimaru assessed the situation. That guy Huruzen, I fear his eyes have turned red. He probably wants to kill me and gain some merit, right? It seems he lacks sense. Even if he kills me and makes a great contribution, how can he become Hokage with such limited strength? He spoke slowly, ignoring Yuta standing across from him. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru dismissed, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. How can a brat like you understand what I'm saying? I understand, Yuta replied, his mind racing. He just wants to kill the senior and achieve great accomplishments, thus enhancing his prestige and paving the way to become Hokage. How so? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. He scrutinized Yuta's appearance and suddenly recalled something. I remember about half a year ago, there were 2 first-year kids from the Uchiha clan who graduated early and became genin, one named Uchiha Yuta and the other Uchiha Itachi. Which one are you? I am Uchiha Yuta, he stated slowly, taking his time. I have some interesting news that the senior should find intriguing. I went to the land of rain on a mission before and happened to hear a rumor. Some say that a mercenary organization called Akatsuki in the land of rain has a leader who possesses the legendary Rinnegan. As the words fell, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Rinnegan? The eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths? Did such a thing truly exist? This news had just been shared by the boy before him. That didn't sit right. Why would he say this? With Orochimaru's cunning, he reacted immediately. Are you telling me this to buy time and allow those umbu to return? Well, let me think. It seems you're considering more than that. You're worried that if you let me go, or if you flee, that guy, Sarutobi Huruzen, will blame you. Thus, you can neither escape nor simply let me go. In this moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the intelligence of the young boy before him and expressed his interest in him, suggesting a potential alliance. Yuta, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, thought to himself that Orochimaru must be joking. However, Orochimaru sighed, his demeanor shifting as he declared that with only a minute left, he would have no choice but to eliminate Yuta. A surge of alarm filled Yuta's heart, and a sense of crisis overwhelmed him. Without hesitation, he activated the 8 inner gates. The first gate, the opening gate, burst open, followed by the rest gate and the life gate. Instantly, his body flushed with energy, his chakra surged, and an invisible wave of power radiated around him. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by this forbidden technique, recalling how Might Dai had once faced the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and triumphed against them with the same technique. Orochimaru's interest peaked as he realized that Yuta had indeed learned the 8 inner gates and had likely opened the 3rd gate. He reconsidered his intentions, deciding that it would be a shame to let such a talent remain in Konoha. If he could take Yuta and train him, he could become the perfect vessel for Orochimaru's forbidden technique of the living corpse reincarnation. Yuta, having opened the third gate and activated his Sharingan, knew he could only maintain this state for a short time. He prepared himself, gathering chakra and unleashing a massive fire dragon towards Orochimaru. The fire dragon surged forward, but Orochimaru calmly formed hand seals and used earth release to block the attack. The fierce flames collided with the earth wall, causing it to crumble and ignite the sky. Orochimaru smirked, realizing that Yuta was trying to signal for help. The boy's intelligence and composure in the face of danger impressed him. It would be a waste for such a genius to become merely a vessel for his technique. Orochimaru felt a flicker of admiration for Yuta's talent, but knowing time was running out, he charged at Yuta with incredible speed. Yuta's pupils widened as he relied on his Sharingan's predictions and the speed granted by the third gate to barely evade Orochimaru's attack. He couldn't believe that this was a severely injured Orochimaru. If he were in peak condition, Yuta would have been defeated in seconds. Orochimaru staggered, recognizing the Sharingan and the potential of the 8-year-old boy before him. Frustration began to build within Orochimaru as he struggled to capture Yuta. Despite the boy's genius and skill, he was still just a child, having only recently become a genin. Yet, after opening the third gate, Yuta's speed and strength had skyrocketed to that of a jonin, allowing him to anticipate Orochimaru's moves. With Orochimaru already weakened, the disparity in their abilities became less significant, and Yuta managed to evade capture. Feeling the pressure of time, Orochimaru attempted to strike Yuta with his uninjured arm. However, he quickly realized something was amiss when he collided with a tree instead. Confusion washed over him as he recognized he had fallen victim to a Genjutsu. How had Yuta managed to cast it without performing hand seals? Orochimaru was astonished. A child of 8, even with a 2-tomo Sharingan, should not have been able to ensnare him in such a technique. Yuta was equally surprised to see the Genjutsu, the technique of the false surroundings, take effect. He had anticipated that Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu would weaken over time, but he had not expected it to happen so soon. Despite only possessing a 2-tomo Sharingan and not being as skilled as Itachi, Yuta had successfully cast the Genjutsu. Orochimaru's ability to resist was evidently diminishing, and Yuta felt a surge of hope at this unexpected turn of events. Yuta was perplexed. The other party had just defected from Konoha, meaning the living corpse reincarnation technique had not yet been completed. Suddenly Yuta had a thought. Before Orochimaru defected, he had placed a cursed mark on his disciple, Mitarashi Anko, which contained a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. This meant that Orochimaru had already begun studying souls before his defection and had even manipulated his own soul. Truly, he was worthy of being called a scientist. As Yuta pondered this, his offensive did not waver. He struck Orochimaru's previously injured left shoulder. A cracking sound echoed through the air. Realizing something was off, Yuta quickly withdrew his hand. He then noticed that the area he had struck had turned brown. It turned out that Orochimaru had used earth release, preemptive hardening to defend against his attack. Orochimaru was irritated. He had been caught in the Genjutsu of an 8-year-old. If he hadn't prepared his earth release in advance, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the blow he had just received. Just as he was about to charge forward, he heard a sound from behind. Turning his head, he saw 2 kunai with explosive tags attached to them had appeared behind him. Cursing internally, he quickly used wind release to blow the kunai away. As he turned back, he felt something hot rushing toward his face, and a fierce fire dragon crashed directly into him. Not wanting to be burned, Orochimaru relied on earth release to harden his entire body and hurried to escape the fire dragon's reach. His earlier admiration for Yuta's talent faded, replaced by murderous intent. The child had seized the moment of his distraction and executed a clever combo. Before Yuta could land a punch, he had thrown kunai with explosive tags behind him. Rushed to deal with that, Yuta unleashed the fire dragon bullet technique, striking Orochimaru directly. Even Orochimaru had to admit that Yuta's combo was impressive. His situation was becoming dire. It was the first time someone so young had played with him like this. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, questioning why he should engage in close combat with a child. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon that surged from the ground and shot toward Yuta, a simplified version of the second Hokage's water dragon bullet technique. As Yuta countered with the fire dragon bullet technique, Orochimaru continued forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river technique. The surrounding terrain instantly transformed into a turbulent landslide. Yuta frowned and quickly leaped into the nearby trees. Trees were uprooted and rocks were displaced, forcing him to keep jumping to evade the chaos below. Orochimaru's arsenal of ninjutsu was certainly vast. In a ninjutsu competition, his only advantage was that he didn't need hand seals, allowing for a faster casting speed. Jumping rapidly from tree to tree and dodging the landslides beneath him, Yuta mobilized his chakra, unleashing ninjutsu wildly. One by one, fire dragon bullets rained down toward Orochimaru. It was then that Orochimaru realized he had a problem. He was on the run and could not afford to waste chakra. Yuta only needed to hold him off for a while, and there was no need for Yuta to be stingy with his chakra when it came to ninjutsu. Estimating the time in his mind, Orochimaru realized that the Umbu should be returning soon. He had to leave quickly. His eyes widened, and his heart surged with anger. He couldn't even take down an 8-year-old in a minute. Such a situation was more humiliating than being defeated by Hanzo and receiving the title of Sannin. But at that moment he had no time to dwell on anything else. Orochimaru immediately planned to escape. Not far away, a figure with white hair rushed in, electricity crackling around him. He charged directly toward Orochimaru. It was Hatake Kakashi. Right behind him was Guy, who had already opened the 6th gate and was enveloped in green light. Seeing Kakashi and Guy arrive, Yuta finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that point, the time limit for the 8 inner gates had also been reached. The dizzying chakra faded, the immense power and speed dissipated, leaving only extreme exhaustion. Soon, a large group of Umbu arrived in the forest. Observing the chaotic ground, they noted the numerous burning marks left by fire release techniques. They looked up to see Yuta, who had just exited the state of the 8 inner gates. A group of Umbu was astonished and found it hard to comprehend. Was this battlefield where the child had fought Orochimaru? Had this 8-year-old truly managed to hold off Orochimaru? Wasn't he just a genin who had graduated 6 months ago? Faced with the combination of Kakashi and Guy, along with the support of many Umbu, even Orochimaru was no match for them. Moreover, he was already injured. The previous battle with Yuta had consumed a significant portion of his chakra. Even Yuta doubted that Orochimaru could escape this onslaught. But Orochimaru was Orochimaru after all. He summoned several snakes, leaving a clone to draw their fire, and quietly escaped using earth release. "Uchiha Yuta, I will remember you," the clone left behind said before being destroyed. Its voice was cold and majestic, but there was also a hint of delight in it. Yuta's expression was unreadable. In his heart, he cursed his bad luck for unexpectedly encountering such a disastrous situation. However, he did not regret seizing the opportunity to intercept Orochimaru. At that moment, he had no other choice. He could let Orochimaru go or simply flee. If he had fled, he might have been easily killed by Orochimaru or later punished by Sarutobi Huruzen. After the battle concluded, Guy, having stopped using the 8 inner gates, apologized to Yuta, admitting that he had acted too hastily. Orochimaru had put Yuta in danger, and Yuta rolled his eyes weakly. The aftermath of the 8 gates had yet to resolve, and he didn't even want to move. In his opinion, he and Guy should not have been involved in blocking Orochimaru. It wasn't their job. It was Sarutobi Huruzen, the old man, who had let Orochimaru go, and it was the Umbu's duty to pursue him. Hearing Guy's words, the Umbu felt embarrassed. They had been distracted by Orochimaru's tricks, and a group of them had been deceived. In contrast, Yuta, an 8-year-old, had managed to hold off Orochimaru until they returned. Yet even with that, they had still failed to capture him. This comparison made the Umbu feel even more ashamed. Sarutobi Huruzen wore a dark expression. After Orochimaru had escaped through the earth release, he was now completely gone. The credit for pursuing Orochimaru seemed to slip through their fingers, and the blame for the failure likely rested on him. For a moment, he felt resentful, thinking it would have been better if Yuta had let Orochimaru go. In that case, someone else could take the blame. But now, there was no way to blame Yuta. The young boy had fought with all his might to hold off Orochimaru until they returned. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Huruzen felt a bit weary. When he looked at Yuta, his expression worsened. Kakashi had tried to use a ninja dog to track Orochimaru's scent, but after failing he abandoned the attempt. He turned and approached Yuta, curiosity on his face. He marveled at how someone so young could hold off Orochimaru for so long. Yuta explained that he had mainly delayed Orochimaru by talking for a long time and then relied on the 8 gates to hold on. He reluctantly moved his body and realized he was sore all over, so he simply lay down. He thanked Kakashi, noting that if he had arrived a little later, the time of the 8 gates would have ended. As Guy, his mentor, had faced Kakashi many times, they were familiar with each other. Kakashi was surprised to hear about the 8 gates. He knew Yuta trained with Guy every day but had no idea he had learned the 8 gates. Guy proudly announced that Yuta could now last over a minute with the 3rd gate open. After opening the 3rd gate, Yuta could even fight against a Jonin for a short time. This revelation was like a stone thrown into the calm waters of the Umbu's hearts. Everyone knew about the forbidden 8 gates, the strength of this technique, and the difficulty of mastering it. Required daily training to harness the explosive power at critical moments. Many in the Umbu had attempted to learn the 8 gates before, but nearly all had failed. Even Kakashi could only open the first 2 gates at most. Yet here was Yuta, an 8-year-old, able to open the 3rd gate. According to Guy, this child could match a Jonin after opening it, suggesting he already possessed the strength of a Jonin. The Umbu exchanged glances, many feeling embarrassed. To withstand a Jonin for even a short time was beyond the ability of many, as most were merely Chunin. Kakashi remarked that it seemed Yuta would become famous upon returning to Konoha. Indeed, after they returned and the Umbu submitted their report on the pursuit, news of the battle would spread quickly. Sarutobi Huruzen was so shocked by the report that he could barely hold his pipe. He looked at his eldest son, who reluctantly confirmed the details. Yuta's Sharingan had reached the Tsutomu stage, and he had a wealth of fire release techniques and Genjutsu at his disposal. He could even open the 3rd gate, and Orochimaru had already been injured. However, it was likely that Orochimaru hadn't taken Yuta seriously at first, which allowed the boy to delay him. Sarutobi Huruzen nodded slowly, rising to approach the window. As he looked out at Konoha, the light and shadow in his eyes shifted. In the root base, Shimura Danzo's sharp gaze focused on his subordinate. After receiving confirmation of the report, Danzo finally believed it. The Uchiha clan was growing stronger, with Yuta and Itachi leading the way. Similar scenes unfolded across Konoha. Many clan leaders were filled with excitement upon hearing of Yuta's achievement. Some even claimed that Yuta's talent was nearly on par with Kakashi, who had been a Chunin at 6 years old. At the gates of Konoha, Itachi returned with a dazed expression. He had awakened his Sharingan but felt no joy. During a mission, his team had been attacked by a masked monster, and to protect him, one of his teammates had died before his eyes. Yet, he had successfully awakened a One-Tomo Sharingan. As he touched his eyes, feelings of hatred began to rise within him. The power of evil weighed heavily on Yuta's mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and an expression of determination crossed his face. He hurried back to the Uchiha clan's territory, racing toward Yuta's house without stopping at his own. Regarding the discussions about him in Konoha, Yuta paid them no mind. He only wished to remain in Konoha until he attained the strength of a Jonin. The world of ninjas was far too dangerous. He had anticipated encountering figures like Pain, Hanzo, or Obito, but instead, he was taken aback by his unexpected meeting with Orochimaru, who had just rebelled. Yuta wanted to keep this encounter a secret from Izumi's family to spare them worry. However, he felt helpless as the news spread from Fugaku to other clan members, eventually reaching Izumi's family. Rather than pride, they were filled with fear for a time. Izumi, especially, clung to Yuta, spinning him around to check for injuries until she finally felt relieved upon confirming he was unharmed. Yuta understood her concern, realizing it was the first time she grasped the true dangers of the ninja world. Although it was merely a B-rank mission, he had faced Orochimaru, which was unexpected. Izumi expressed her anger at the unreasonable demands placed on Yuta by the Umbu, who had forced him into such a perilous situation. Yuta acknowledged her frustration but reminded her to be cautious about voicing such opinions outside their home. He insisted that she should obey him and not think about graduating early. He aimed to help her reach Jonin level by the time she graduated at 12, ensuring she would have the strength to protect herself. Izumi was taken aback, questioning how she could possibly achieve Jonin status at such a young age. Yuta reassured her, believing in her potential. He recalled that in the original timeline, Izumi's Sharingan had reached the 3-tomo level by 13, indicating her considerable talent. With daily training, reaching Jonin strength by 12 seemed feasible. Just as Izumi expressed doubt, there was a sudden knock at Yuta's door. When he opened it, he found Itachi, panting and looking determined. Itachi requested to train with Yuta, activating his newly awakened Sharingan. After losing to Yuta in their previous encounter at the Ninja Academy, he had been eager for a rematch. However, Yuta shook his head, declining the challenge. He revealed that he already possessed a 2-tomo Sharingan. Itachi's excitement faded as he absorbed this information, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Without a word, he left, unaware of Izumi watching from the doorway. Returning home, Itachi's mood lifted when he saw his younger brother running toward him. Sasuke, still under 3 years old, relayed what he had heard from their father about Yuta's encounter with a snake. Itachi was surprised and inquired further. Their father, Fugaku, explained that Orochimaru had rebelled due to his human experiments being exposed. He informed Itachi that Yuta had participated in the operation to thwart Orochimaru, managing to hold him off for several minutes until the Umbu arrived. Despite relying on a forbidden technique, many believed Yuta still possessed Chunin-level strength. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku felt pride in having such a genius among them. However, Itachi's expression turned serious as he processed this information. The joy he had felt from awakening his Sharingan was overshadowed by the implications of Yuta's encounter. Following the Orochimaru incident, Yuta resumed his daily training and expressed to Guy his desire to take on missions within the Land of Fire whenever possible. Perhaps due to past guilt, Guy readily agreed. Meanwhile, news of Itachi's Sharingan awakening at 8 years old spread through Konoha, causing a stir. Some even referred to Yuta and Itachi as the Uchiha twins, but this had little impact on Yuta. Life became routine for Yuta as he trained daily, guided Izumi in her practice, and occasionally undertook missions. He was relieved that nothing as troublesome as the Orochimaru incident occurred again. One day, while training Izumi at the Uchiha clan's training grounds, a tall figure with long black hair and sharp eyebrows approached him. Yuta sensed that the tone of the newcomer was not friendly. Confused, he turned to see Uchiha Tekka, who had graduated early, and was supposed to have been assigned as Yuta's Jonin mentor. Yuta greeted Tekka politely, but Tekka waved off the formality, stating that he was there to fulfill his responsibilities as Yuta's mentor. He expressed disappointment that Yuta had never sought his guidance, prompting him to come directly. Tekka mentioned that the Jonin assigned to Yuta, Guy, was only proficient in taijutsu. Yuta pondered his performance in other areas, particularly regarding the Sharingan. Observing the situation, he sensed that he might grasp the other person's intentions. Perhaps it was because he hadn't sought advice that he felt concerned about potentially wasting his talent. He considered that he might not have focused enough on the Sharingan. It seemed likely that Tekka had come this time to assess his progress. In the training field, Tekka activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and expressed his expectations. He believed that the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan, should focus on mastering its abilities, particularly in taijutsu, where one should rely on the Sharingan's vision and adopt a technical fighting style. He thought to himself that Guy, who relied on brute strength and speed, was not the right example. Tekka had come to Yuta specifically because he was concerned that Yuta might take the wrong path and waste his talent. The potential of the Uchiha clan should not be squandered. Yuta's expression was serious as he activated his Sharingan, with two black tomos slowly rotating in his eyes, his muscles subtly tensing. Tekka felt a hint of disappointment when he saw Yuta's initial movements. He easily predicted Yuta's actions and dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, Yuta's movements flowed naturally, and he had already anticipated Tekka's dodge, launching an attack in that direction. Tekka's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly relied on his elite Jonin speed to retreat. He felt the impact of Yuta's fist brush against his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation that embarrassed him. He asked, feeling slightly flustered, how Yuta had managed that moment. If Tekka had been an ordinary Jonin, he might not have escaped. Yuta patiently explained that his feint was based on the insight of the Sharingan, which caused Tekka to mispredict his movements. He added that these were lessons learned from Guy-sensei. Tekka was taken aback, realizing that Might Guy had experience against the Sharingan. Yuta elaborated that Guy often trained against Kakashi, gaining valuable combat experience against the three-tomo Sharingan. Tekka nodded in understanding, acknowledging Kakashi's impressive skills. Yuta couldn't help but smile slightly, pondering that Tekka's admiration for Kakashi stemmed not just from his early promotion to Jonin but also from his ability to enhance the Sharingan without being an Uchiha. The training continued with a series of straightforward physical exercises. Tekka controlled his speed and strength, struggling to keep up with Yuta for a time. Eventually, he decided to pause, wiping the sweat from his brow. He noted that Yuta seemed to have learned some fighting techniques from Might Guy and had indirectly grasped how to deal with the Sharingan, which pleased him. Initially, many Uchiha had felt resentment upon learning that Yuta's mentor was a young Jonin who specialized in taijutsu. They believed their clan's genius was undervalued. However, it now appeared that the village's choice for Yuta's mentor was a wise one. Tekka then expressed his intention to assess Yuta's ninjutsu and genjutsu skills, confident that Guy's expertise did not extend to these areas. Suddenly, Tekka noticed a girl named Izumi standing nearby, looking at him with a peculiar expression, as if she felt pity. Shaking off the thought, he dismissed it. Izumi had been close to Yuta and understood his level of ninjutsu and genjutsu well. Yuta could learn any technique simply by reading a scroll once and could perform them without hand seals. Tekka wondered if he was setting himself up for embarrassment by testing Yuta's progress. Izumi then watched as Yuta executed a fire release and a genjutsu effortlessly, without any hand seals. Tekka was left speechless, his mouth agape. He stammered, questioning how Yuta could perform such techniques without seals. He had assumed Yuta's proficiency with the Great Fireball technique was due to his exceptional skill in that specific area. Yuta explained that as long as one could accurately control the flow of chakra in their body when using ninjutsu, hand seals were unnecessary. He had previously clarified this to Fugaku and others when he graduated early. Tekka was left in disbelief. If so many had failed at this, how could Yuta succeed? Even Shisui had struggled with the basic technique without hand seals. Yuta politely inquired if there was anything else to test. Tekka, feeling embarrassed, admitted there was nothing more for the moment. He had been excited to meet Yuta and assess his progress, but the outcome was unexpected. Observing Yuta's expression, he felt as if Yuta was asking what else he could learn. Tekka's mind raced, contemplating his next steps. He realized he needed to teach Yuta some skills regarding the use of the Sharingan in taijutsu. After a moment of thought, he straightened his expression and spoke seriously, noting that Hatake Kakashi only knew a few techniques he had developed himself, which could not compare to the skills passed down through their ancestors. He also pointed out that Yuta did not seem particularly adept at genjutsu, indicating there was still room for improvement. "I will teach you all of this later." Yuta nodded politely and asked for more advice. 2 years later, the topic of the Chunin exam arose. Fugaku informed Yuta and Itachi that the Hokage wanted both of them to participate this time. He explained that the Hokage hoped they would agree and that this would help elevate Konoha's prestige. Hearing this, Yuta scoffed, questioning whether Konoha still had any prestige left. Fugaku closed his eyes, speechless, while Itachi frowned slightly, trying to refute Yuta's statement. Everyone knew what Yuta was referring to. A few months prior, ninjas from Kumogakure had come to Konoha to sign a peace agreement, but the leader of the mission had seized the opportunity to kidnap Hyuga Hinata. He was swiftly dealt with by Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi. Following this, Kumogakure accused Konoha of unjustly killing their mission leader and demanded the perpetrator be handed over. Ultimately, under pressure from Konoha's high officials and the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi took his own life in place of his older brother, and his body was surrendered to Kumogakure. This incident marked a significant decline in Konoha's reputation, as they had been forced to appease their adversaries, even at the cost of their own residents' lives. Fugaku continued, emphasizing that the Hokage hoped both Yuta and Itachi could perform well in the exam, as many nobles and daimyos would be in attendance. This was seen as an opportunity to restore Konoha's standing. With a serious expression, Fugaku made no further comments. Yuta nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to leave Fugaku's house, his expression blank. Suddenly, Itachi called out to Yuta, reminding him that the Hokage faced his own difficulties. He warned that if they did not comply, it could lead to war and more loss of life. Yuta, activating his Sharingan, turned to Itachi and questioned whether Hizashi's death aligned with the will of fire. After saying this, he closed his eyes and deactivated his Sharingan, calming his emotions before departing. Itachi sighed, recognizing that Yuta's powers had grown stronger once again. He understood that Yuta's perspective on war was different from his own. For Itachi, war was the most tragic circumstance, and he believed Hizashi's sacrifice was justified to prevent further conflict, embodying the true essence of the will of fire. Back at home, Yuta checked his system panel. His overall strength was at the Chunin level, and his Sharingan power was nearing its next level. He noted that his abilities had increased slightly, likely due to his frustration with Itachi's earlier comments. He reflected on how long it had taken him to progress from Chunin to Jonin, comparing his journey to Kakashi's rapid ascension. Yuta felt a sense of anticipation about what new talents the system might reveal after the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, the elder insisted that they must send someone to participate in the Chunin exam. They had heard about the Uchiha twins, Yuta and Itachi, being selected by the third Hokage, and the elder felt it was crucial to find a competitor among their ranks. Hyuga Hayashi, however, remained indifferent, still mourning the recent loss of his brother. The elder called for Hyuga Wuji, a young ninja known for his talent, to step forward. Wuji, with a blank expression, greeted the clan leaders. The elder expressed confidence in Wuji's abilities, stating that he would take the Chunin exam and strive to defeat the Uchihas. He offered to teach Wuji a special technique reserved for the main family, emphasizing the honor and responsibility that came with being a member of the branch family. Wuji's eyes briefly lit up with hope, but dimmed again as he accepted the challenge. In Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage addressed Darui, the only participant from their village for the Chunin exam, urging him to secure first place. Darui was recognized as a standout among the younger generation and was seen as a potential candidate for the position of fifth Reikage. Darui acknowledged the Reikage's words with determination. Darui responded lazily. His strength was close to that of a Jonin, and he even possessed a bloodline limit known as Storm Release. Therefore, a small Chunin exam was easy for him. He wondered if there would be anyone in Konoha who could pique his interest. He thought it best to work hard and aim for first place with absolute strength. The fourth Reikage also had great confidence in Darui's abilities. Previously, due to the Hyuga incident, Konoha's prestige had significantly diminished. However, that was not enough. With the help of this Chunin exam, he intended to showcase the younger generation of ninjas to the entire ninja world, proving that Kumogakure was the strongest. Darui, who had just arrived in Konoha, expressed his excitement about the bustling village. A Kumo ninja beside him carelessly mocked Konoha's Hokage, calling him a coward. He completely ignored the villagers and ninjas of Konoha who were watching him. C, the blonde ninja, frowned and reminded him to be more cautious. Although she shared the same sentiment, she knew better than to voice it openly in Konoha. The Kumo ninja scoffed, feeling disdainful. They were guests in Konoha, and who would dare take action against them? Did they not fear a repeat of the Hyuga incident? Darui scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he mentioned that he needed to investigate potential opponents for the exam. This time, he was the only one taking the Chunin exam, with his two teammates merely following along. C confidently assured him that she would handle it. She informed him that his main opponents would be from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. According to her, among the Uchiha, two young ninjas known as the Star Twins and a ninja from the Hyuga clan were his greatest competition. The Kumo ninja who had spoken earlier looked at the information in his hand with disdain. He questioned whether the so-called Uchiha twins were merely two 10-year-olds and wondered if there was no one else in the Uchiha clan worth mentioning. From his perspective, the only one deserving of attention was the Hyuga ninja. Darui read the information carefully and felt relieved, commenting lazily that there was nothing to worry about. Two 10-year-olds were not a concern for him, and he felt confident against the Hyuga ninja, who had only just begun mastering the lightning release chakra mode. The first written test passed easily, and the second test in the Forest of Death concluded without any issues. Although the second test assessed the overall strength of the team, Yuta and Itachi managed to pass effortlessly on their own. By the time the third exam arrived, nobles and influential figures from across the ninja world came to watch. The leaders of various ninja clans in Konoha were also present. There was much discussion among the spectators about whether there was anyone worth watching in this Chunin exam. They had heard about two ninjas from the Uchiha clan, collectively known as the Star Twins, who were participating. Some expressed disbelief that these two were merely 10 years old. Others remarked on how Konoha had been intimidated by Kumogakure, yet they had not dared to retaliate. It was noted that Kumogakure had sent only one ninja named Darui, and there was curiosity about his strength. Rumors circulated that Darui had fought against a Jonin for an extended PRD without losing and possessed a bloodline limit called Storm Release. The crowd reacted with excitement, speculating that Kumogakure might take first place this time. In the viewing area, the leaders of various ninja clans in Konoha scoffed at the notion. They did not fully understand Itachi's strength, but they were aware of Yuta's capabilities. 2 years prior, he had fought against an injured Orochimaru for over a minute. In comparison, Darui's undefeated status against a Jonin seemed less impressive. In a vast open field, a white-haired Umbu acted as the referee. Yuta recognized his opponent immediately. The distinctive white hair was unmistakable. Kakashi's mask did little to conceal his identity. He announced the match, Darui from Kumogakure versus Uchiha Yuta from Konoha. Yuta had not expected to be the first to take the stage, and he found himself facing the favorite to win the championship, the future fifth Raikage, Darui. As he walked to the center of the field, he contemplated the crowd's expectations. He considered using the 8 gates to defeat his opponent instantly, feeling a sense of disdain. Sarutobi Huruzen seemed to enjoy these little games, wanting Kumogakure to feel embarrassed by letting Darui fight first, especially against a user of the 8 gates. Even if Darui won, he would likely be exhausted afterward, allowing others to defeat him easily. However, as Yuta approached the center of the field and stood before the laid-back Darui, he realized that after practicing with Guy for so long, he did not need to rely on the 8 gates. When Kakashi signaled the start of the match, the expressions of both Yuta and Darui sharpened. Darui, who had previously looked down on Yuta, quickly abandoned his disdain upon sensing Yuta's chakra. Yuta's momentum was not weaker than his own. Darui remarked that this Chunin exam might not be as boring as he had anticipated. He loosened his muscles, shaking off his earlier laziness. The battle commenced. The two opponents charged at each other with incredible speed, and soon a sound like a sonic boom echoed through the arena, eliciting gasps from the audience. Only the Jonins in the stands could follow the swift movements of the two fighters. Darui felt exhilarated, recognizing that he was facing a strong opponent. Yet, he could not shake the strange feeling he had experienced when their arms had collided moments ago. There was no time to dwell on it, as he quickly increased his speed to counter Yuta's next advance. The clash of their powers resonated throughout the field. Boom! Continuous explosions echoed in the air. It was difficult to see the two figures. The spectators were astonished by the speed of the battle. A voice in the crowd noted how fast Yuta was moving, comparing him to Darui from Kumogakure. The ordinary people in the stands were confused, unable to follow the high-speed taijutsu clash. A jonin from Konoha observed Yuta for a moment and sighed in relief. It was uncomfortable to see a ninja from Kumogakure excel in their own territory, but if an Uchiha was the one to win, it was somewhat acceptable. On the battlefield, the two combatants, who had been engaged in a rapid exchange, momentarily separated. Darui gasped, admiration shining in his eyes. He acknowledged the incredible talent in Konoha, admitting that if Yuta were his age he would likely be outmatched. However, Darui declared that if this was Yuta's limit, the battle would conclude now. Mobilizing his chakra, he activated his lightning release, filling his body with energy. He had promised Lord Raikage that he would take first place. The blue lightning chakra enveloped him, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes. Yuta, with a confident smile, revealed that he had not used his full strength earlier. He rolled up his sleeves and pants, showing the weights he had been carrying. It had only been a warm-up, and the real battle was just beginning. The spectators were relieved, realizing that Yuta was merely using weights and not some special ability. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The teammates of Darui stabilized themselves, confused about what was happening. C, observing the battlefield, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing that the disturbance was caused by Yuta's weights. Kakashi, acting as the referee, couldn't help but wonder how Guy had trained Yuta to carry such an excessive load. Darui, now in lightning release mode, was astonished. He finally understood why their previous clash had felt off. He had struck Yuta's weights. Emerging from the smoke, Yuta moved with incredible speed. A powerful punch landed on Darui, who raised his arms to block but still felt the impact. He was taken aback by Yuta's strength and quickly recognized the Sharingan in Yuta's eyes. Darui recalled the information about this bloodline limit and, wary of the potential Genjutsu, quickly averted his gaze. Yuta assured him that he didn't need Genjutsu to win the fight. With that, he leaped into the air, causing the ground to erupt beneath him. Darui jumped back, his heart racing. Had he been struck moments earlier, he might have been unable to continue fighting. Yet, Yuta's earlier words ignited a spark of defiance within him. Darui felt underestimated, believing Yuta thought he could win without using Genjutsu. Determined, he channeled more chakra and formed hand seals, unleashing his storm release, lightning laser. Several bolts of lightning surged toward Yuta, but Darui was shocked to see a wall of fire emerge, blocking his attack. How could Yuta perform such powerful ninjutsu without hand seals? Darui was taken aback, realizing that stronger jutsu typically required more control and seals. As he focused on the swirling lightning behind Yuta, he felt a sense of dread. Yuta effortlessly dodged the incoming attack, claiming he could predict its direction just by hearing the wind. This was a technique he had learned from Guy, who had developed his own method to cope with high-speed battles. The two continued to exchange ninjutsu, but Yuta's fire release consistently countered Darui's storm release. Darui's heart sank as he realized he couldn't suppress his opponent with ninjutsu or genjutsu. He was left to rely solely on taijutsu to find a way to win. Feeling the weight of the situation, he prepared himself for Yuta's next move. Before he could strategize, Yuta launched another attack, his speed nearly instantaneous. The sound of the earth cracking echoed as Yuta unleashed a flurry of high-speed strikes, leaving Darui to brace himself for the onslaught. Jonin was indeed impressive. It seemed that Uchiha Yuta's taijutsu had reached a level comparable to his own. At just 10 years old, he had already mastered the 8 inner gates. The Jonins in the stands were bewildered. Yuta's physical strength had fully matched that of a Jonin. Many wondered if he had utilized the forbidden technique of the 8 inner gates. Hyuga Hayashi, observing closely with his Byakugan activated, noted that Yuta's chakra showed no signs of surging. The surrounding Jonins buzzed with excitement, knowing that chakra typically surged when the 8 inner gates were opened. Since that was not the case with Yuta, it meant he was fighting solely in his base state. At just 10 years old, Yuta was already on par with a Jonin. Kakashi had only been 12 when he became a Jonin. Although Yuta had only reached the level of a Jonin in taijutsu, he was not much weaker than a true Jonin. The Uchiha clan members watching the battle felt immense pride. This was a genius from their clan, And there was another genius yet to show his skills in the Chunin exam. The leaders of the surrounding ninja clans felt envy in their hearts, knowing that with such talent, the Uchiha clan would thrive for decades to come. On the field below, two figures clashed at high speed, with flashes of lightning and flames colliding. However, it was clear that Darui was at a disadvantage. He felt a sense of helplessness as he struggled to find a way to defeat such an opponent. Yuta seemed to dominate in every aspect, even matching Darui's chakra levels. Engaging in a battle of attrition would not yield victory for him. Reflecting bitterly, Darui thought about how he might not meet Lord Rakich's expectations. As he faced Yuta, who knocked him back with a punch, a series of strikes continued to rain down on him. Despite his body being enveloped in lightning chakra, he still felt intense pain. With a thud, Darui fell to the ground, and Yuta finally ceased his assault. Staring blankly at the sky, Darui's thoughts drifted. The announcement of Yuta's victory echoed through the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. Darui's defeat shocked many. Some had even placed bets on him to win. The young Uchiha had proven his strength by defeating the genius of Kumogakure, who was 3 years older than him. The Uchiha clan's reputation soared, and the spectators marveled at Konoha's ability to produce such talented ninjas. Meanwhile, Darui's teammates felt even more disheartened. With Darui losing in the first match, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Huruzen, who was also in the stands, listened to the discussions around him and felt a sense of satisfaction. Organizing the match between Darui and Yuta first had been a wise decision. Kumogakure had sent only Darui to Konoha for the Chunin exam, likely hoping he would secure first place to enhance their reputation while diminishing Konoha's. Instead, Darui's loss in the first round would likely turn Kumogakure into a laughingstock, all thanks to the Hokage's planning. With just a few clever moves, Konoha's image was easily restored. However, Hiruzen had not anticipated Yuta's strength. Defeating a highly regarded ninja like Darui without opening the 8 inner gates showcased Yuta's exceptional talent, comparable to the young Kakashi. Hiruzen pondered what this boy thought of the will of fire and whether he could be of use to him. If Yuta became a Chunin this time, he and Guy's team would be disbanded. The examination continued, with competitors appearing one after another. Itachi also fought his opponent, easily defeating them with Genjutsu, which drew gasps from the audience. The leaders of various ninja clans in Konoha grew increasingly envious of the Uchiha clan, witnessing 2 great geniuses from the same lineage. Soon, it was time for Yuta's second match. Kakashi announced the next battle, Uchiha Yuta vs Hyuga Wuji. Yuta stepped down from the stage to face Wuji. As he looked at his opponent, he struggled to recall any details about him. Wuji appeared to be a character not present in the original story. Noticing the headband worn by Wuji, it was clear he belonged to the Hyuga branch family. The branch family ninjas shared a common trait. They all wore their headbands on their foreheads, a symbol meant to shield them from the stigma of being in the branch family. Wuji regarded Yuta with a serious expression. After witnessing Yuta's previous battle, he understood he could not defeat him. Even with his mastery of the rotating heaven technique, he stood no chance against Yuta, who didn't even need to use the 8 inner gates to win. Wuji felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had taken the Chunin exam at the behest of the clan elders, who expected satisfactory results. He knew that even if he fought with all his might, the elders would not be pleased if he lost, and he might even face punishment. This was the fate of a branch family member. Determined to shake off his dismal thoughts, Wuji focused on Yuta across from him. Suddenly, he felt as if Yuta could see right through him. Shaking his head to dismiss the absurd notion, he heard Yuta speak again, acknowledging him as a branch family ninja. Yuta looked at Wuji with disdain, questioning whether he was participating in the Chunin exam this time to enhance the reputation of the Hyuga clan. The Chunin exam was not just an opportunity for Konoha, it was also a chance for the Hyuga clan to improve their standing, especially after the incident in Kumogakure a few months prior. However, Yuta wondered what the fame of the Hyuga clan had to do with a group of branch ninjas who lacked freedom. Hyuga Hizashi, the younger brother of the clan leader, had recently become a scapegoat. Wuji, with a blank expression, acknowledged the situation. Yuta, despite not having direct contact with the Hyugas, could sense the struggles they faced. He understood that Wuji was being compelled by the main family to take the Chunin exam to boost their reputation. Such scenes led Yuta to doubt the concept of the will of fire, especially since the branch members of the Hyuga clan were among those who least embraced it. They were a group of people who lacked freedom and were often overshadowed by the main family. How could they believe in the will of fire? With this understanding, Yuta grasped Wuji's thoughts. Wuji resolved to fight seriously, hoping to provide himself with an excuse later. He fell into a trance for a moment, feeling an unexpected urge to cry. After an intense battle, Wuji unleashed the rotating heaven technique he had recently learned, showcasing his full strength. However, against Yuta's overwhelming power, he eventually exhausted himself and collapsed. A medical ninja approached with a stretcher. Before being taken away, Wuji turned his head to look at Yuta, summoning his last bit of strength to express his gratitude. Yuta gazed at the sky, lost in thought. He wondered if the light of the will of fire had ever shone in the hearts of the branch members of the Hyuga clan. Cold chakra filled his eyes, and he realized his Sharingan had evolved to 3 Tomo. The competition was rapidly approaching its conclusion. Kakashi announced the final match, Uchiha Yuta versus Uchiha Itachi. The crowd erupted with excitement, thrilled that the 2 Uchiha geniuses would face each other in the end. Both 10-year-old ninjas had passed the second test on their own, showcasing their incredible talents. In the previous battles, Yuta and Itachi had demonstrated their respective strengths. Yuta relied on his powerful taijutsu to overpower his opponents, while Itachi utilized Genjutsu to easily defeat his foes. As they prepared to clash, spectators wondered what kind of sparks would fly between them. Even the Uchiha clan members eagerly anticipated this showdown. Some speculated on the outcome, noting that both Yuta and Itachi had awakened their 2 Tomo Sharingan. In terms of Sharingan, there should be no significant difference. However, Yuta excelled in taijutsu, while Itachi was a master of Genjutsu. The outcome of their battle was uncertain. Despite the anticipation from the crowd, Itachi felt less confident. He regarded Yuta with a serious expression, knowing he was no match for him in taijutsu. Yuta's ninjutsu was so advanced that he didn't even need to perform hand seals, giving him a significant advantage. In Shuriken Jutsu, both possessed 2 Tomo Sharingan, making it difficult to predict a winner. If Itachi wanted to win, he would have to rely on his superior Genjutsu. Fortunately, under the guidance of Shisui, a Genjutsu prodigy, Itachi's skills had far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. As the match was about to begin, Yuta felt little interest. Part of it stemmed from the earlier encounter with Wuji, and another part was due to his recent rise in strength, now at the level of a Jonin. With the awakening of his 3 Tomo Sharingan and the accompanying increase in chakra, his overall power had significantly improved. It seemed pointless to fight Itachi again, and he considered leaving to see what other talents would be showcased later. On the other hand, Itachi was determined to take this fight seriously. Since his defeat at the Ninja Academy, he had been training relentlessly to surpass Yuta. When he first awakened his Sharingan, he had wanted to train with Yuta, but by then, Yuta had already achieved 2 Tomo Sharingan. Now, the opportunity to compete had finally arrived. With a serious demeanor, Itachi activated his 2 Tomo Sharingan, expressing his eagerness to face Yuta. Yuta's interest peaked slightly. He wondered if Itachi truly believed he could defeat him. However, Yuta was prepared to disappoint him. In a flash, Yuta charged forward and struck Itachi in the abdomen, but Itachi vanished, transforming into a flock of cawing crows. Yuta was not surprised. With Itachi's battle intelligence, he knew he wouldn't expose his weaknesses. As the crows flew around, a large tree suddenly appeared behind Yuta, its intricate branches ensnaring him. Itachi emerged from the tree, reminding Yuta that in a ninja battle, one must maximize their own advantages. Yuta responded calmly, acknowledging that he was not particularly skilled in Genjutsu. Although Yuta was familiar with some basic Genjutsu, he still struggled with it. However, he had upgraded his Sharingan to 3 Tomo. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, he instantly countered the Genjutsu. He activated the technique known as the rotation of heaven and earth, a genjutsu that Tekka had taught him. This technique allowed him to use his Sharingan to reflect the genjutsu back at his opponent. Itachi felt the scene around him shift, and suddenly he found himself bound to a tree. He attempted to disrupt the flow of his chakra to dispel the genjutsu but failed. His gaze was fixed on the three tomo in Yuta's eyes, realizing that Yuta had reached a higher level. Itachi couldn't help but wonder why Yuta was always a step ahead of him. Despite Itachi's greater mastery of genjutsu, the power of Yuta's three tomo Sharingan far surpassed his own. Had he known that Yuta possessed the three tomo Sharingan, he might have approached the situation differently. But now, it was too late to reconsider. Kakashi announced the conclusion of the match, declaring Yuta the winner. He had witnessed the genjutsu contest through his own Sharingan and conveyed the result with a hint of excitement. At just 10 years old, he had also upgraded his Sharingan to 3 tomo. In the stands, the audience was bewildered. They wondered what had just happened and why the match had ended so abruptly. They had only seen Yuta place a kunai at Itachi's neck, and Itachi had not even attempted to resist before the referee declared the outcome. It felt like a strange coincidence to them. If only one person had used genjutsu while the other remained still for a few seconds, they might have understood the situation better, similar to Itachi's previous match. However, with both participants employing genjutsu, the contest became completely incomprehensible to those without special abilities. Afterward, Kakashi took the time to explain what had transpired, and the audience finally grasped the events of the battle. Some expressed disappointment, feeling it did not measure up to the previous match between Yuta and Darui. As the Chunin exams concluded, the results of various battles during this PRD were revealed, and Yuta's fame skyrocketed. He even caught the attention of the fourth Reikage, who was said to have slammed his desk in frustration. Itachi, Darui, Wuji, and others also gained recognition for their performances. Sarutobi Huruzen had thought that Kumogakure would become a laughingstock, but it turned out to be merely an illusion on his part. Anyone with sense understood that Darui was already quite strong but had simply been unfortunate enough to face the even stronger Yuta. At Yuta's home, he ignored the chaos outside and reviewed his system. Congratulations! The host's overall strength has improved to Jonin, mid-level. The host's overall strength has increased by 1 stage, and the system is analyzing new talents. Analyzing the talent of Hitaki Kakashi. Analysis complete, enhancing. Amplification complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Lightning Release Prodigy talent. Yuta first examined the system panel. Overall strength, Jonin mid-level. Sharingan Eye Power, LV3, 5005000. Chakra, LV3, 1000-2000. Chakra Attributes, Fire, Lightning. Talents, Indra Bloodline, Monster Physique, Lightning Release Prodigy. The Lightning Release Prodigy talent indicates that Yuta's Lightning Release talent is unparalleled in the world. He can easily master, enhance, and create various lightning release ninjutsu. Yuta was astonished to see how much his chakra had increased. When his Sharingan had just been upgraded to 3 tomo, he noticed a surge in his chakra. However, he never expected it to have more than doubled. He recalled that before the Chunin exam, his chakra points were at 450, but now they had reached the improvement brought by the 3 tomo Sharingan was truly remarkable. Yet, when he looked at the Sharingan Eye Power column, his expression changed. 5005000. What could this mean? A bit shocking, right? A 10-fold increase. The level 3 Sharingan, which is a 3 tomo Sharingan, is said to correspond to the level 4 Mangekyo Sharingan. This means that the power of a newly awakened pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is 10 times greater than that of a novice with a 3 tomo Sharingan. Yuta had thought the gap between a 3 tomo Sharingan and a 2 tomo Sharingan was already significant. However, he did not expect the difference between a Mangekyo and a 3 tomo Sharingan to be so extreme. He realized that the points required for upgrading to level 3 Sharingan, the power of the eye, and chakra were actually different. This surprised him a bit. The upper limit of the power of the level 3 Sharingan is 5,000, while the upper limit of level 3 chakra is only the reason for this discrepancy was unclear to him at the moment. Setting these matters aside, Yuta began to understand the abilities of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In addition to enhanced insight and Genjutsu power, the 3 Tomo Sharingan has another crucial ability. It allows the user to see the flow of chakra within the human body. While it is impossible to see all the acupuncture points and meridians as clearly as with the Byakugan, the Sharingan can be used to observe the flow of chakra when the target uses ninjutsu and even copy it. Coupled with the Sharingan's ability to replicate hand seals, a 3 Tomo Sharingan can copy ninjutsus. Overall, his strength had increased significantly. Additionally, he had already reached the Jonin level in terms of taijutsu. His strength had leaped directly past the weak Jonin stage. He was not far from an elite Jonin. His strength had reached the level of a Jonin, and he finally felt capable of protecting himself. Yuta let out a long sigh, filled with emotion. What does the strength of a Jonin mean? Even in the face of Uchiha Madara, he could last a moment before being overpowered. Moreover, he had also mastered the 8 gates, which are life-saving techniques. His sense of security had increased tremendously. In this dangerous ninja world, if he wanted to protect himself, he could only rely on strength, not on an ethereal will of fire. The will of fire. It was under this name that Hyuga Hisashi was pushed to his death. After assessing his current strength, Yuta turned his attention to his newly acquired talent. The subject of analysis was Kakashi, but was there only this genius talent for lightning release? After some thought, Yuta likely figured it out. Although Kakashi had mastered 5 nature transformations, he excelled in lightning release. At the age of 12, he created an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu by himself. Kakashi's talent in lightning release was evident. Compared to lightning release, Kakashi's talent in other attributes was somewhat lacking. Thus, the system seemed to be particularly interested in Kakashi's lightning release talent. However, his prodigious talent in lightning release was still impressive. Among the 5 attributes water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning, when it comes to lethality, fire and lightning releases are the most potent. Yuta felt pleased. He had just acquired the chakra attribute of lightning release. Now, he would have another method to fight against enemies in the future. Previously, his chakra attribute was solely fire. If he wanted to learn ninjutsu with other attributes, he would have to spend time mastering the corresponding nature transformation. But now, with the lightning attribute, he could directly learn lightning-style ninjutsu. Without hesitation, he went to Fugaku and requested a variety of lightning release ninjutsus. He also asked for the remaining fire release ninjutsus that could only be applied after becoming a chunin. Once an Uchiha became a chunin, they could obtain all normal ninjutsus. However, after reviewing the recorded lightning release ninjutsus in the Uchiha clan, Yuta felt a bit disappointed. He still had not found a lightning release ninjutsu that truly appealed to him. The only one that barely caught his interest was a ninjutsu called lightning release, false darkness. Yuta had some recollection of this ninjutsu. It was the lightning release ninjutsu that Kozu excelled at in the original story. It was so powerful that Kakashi's Raikiri was needed to block it. After easily learning the fire release and lightning release ninjutsus, Yuta still felt somewhat unsatisfied. It seemed he still needed to learn Kakashi's Chidori. Chidori was a ninjutsu with great potential for development. After Kakashi taught it to Sasuke in the future, Sasuke easily surpassed him. His relationship with Kakashi was not bad. He wondered if Kakashi would mind teaching him. In the Hokage building, Danzo could not sit still after hearing the results of the Chunin exam and went directly to Sarutobi Huruzen. At the age of 10, Yuta had passed the Chunin exam on his own, demonstrating Jonin-level taijutsu. Without even using the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, he overwhelmed all the geniuses and secured first place in the Chunin exam. A genius like this belonged to the Uchiha clan. If he were a commoner or a ninja from a small clan, someone would have been sent directly to invite him or simply requested him from Sarutobi Huruzen. I plan to have Shisui contact Yuta to test his understanding of the will of fire, Sarutobi Huruzen stated while handing over some information. It happens that Kirigakure is undergoing changes, so Yuta can Come, and Shisui can take the opportunity to meet him and observe him in battle. Danzo frowned. Shisui? The strongest genius of the Uchiha clan who had grown up. Although he served in the police force, Sarutobi Huruzen often assigned him other tasks. Shisui was loyal to Sarutobi Huruzen. Thinking about this, Danzo could not help but envy the Hokage's position. With the brilliant image of the Hokage, Sarutobi Huruzen could attract some Uchiha ninjas to serve him. But he himself was disliked by the Uchiha clan. What will you do after the contact? Danzo asked directly. If he fully understands the will of fire and has the village at heart, he may be allowed to join the Umbu later. Sarutobi Huruzen had recently observed that the Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly prejudiced against the village. He knew he needed to bring the talented members of the new Uchiha generation under control as soon as possible. Suddenly realizing something, Huruzen frowned and looked at his old friend, warning him not to do anything unnecessary. Danzo left the Hokage building with a somber expression on his face. He returned directly to the root base and summoned his confidant, Aburame Toryun. Danzo expressed his frustration about Uchiha Shisui being under Hiruzen's command, along with Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Itachi, who Hiruzen seemed unwilling to let go. Back in his territory, Danzo vented his anger. He questioned why Hiruzen, simply because he was Hokage, could easily recruit the Uchiha geniuses for his own purposes. He felt that he could only be seen as a villain in the eyes of the Uchiha. Hiruzen had even warned him against taking unnecessary actions. Danzo's eyes gleamed with determination as he ordered Toryun to find a way to eliminate Uchiha Yuta. Toryun was taken aback and suggested that they might want to contact Yuta at the right moment to see if they could win him over. Danzo scoffed at the idea, explaining that once Yuta was invited to join, there would only be two outcomes. Either he would side with the village or with the Uchiha. He dismissed the latter possibility, asserting that if Yuta joined the village, he would only serve Hiruzen's interests. This would only strengthen Hiruzen's position and push Danzo further away from becoming Hokage. Toryun suddenly understood that Danzo's desire to eliminate Yuta stemmed primarily from a need for revenge against the third Hokage, with the Uchiha issue being secondary. If Yuta aligned himself with Hiruzen, he would become another Shisui, which would not benefit Danzo's organization. After considering this, Toryun nodded in agreement. Danzo's expression softened as he conveyed to his confidant that this was not just a competition with Huruzen. With Yuta's talent, he feared that in a few years, Yuta would indeed become another Shisui. The Uchiha clan was already strong, and they could not afford to let them grow even more powerful. Dealing with Yuta was also for the good of the village. On the outskirts of Konoha, near a waterfall, two figures dashed back and forth at the edge of a cliff, engaged in a fierce training session. After a moment, one of the figures stepped back, panting heavily, yet there was a look of reluctance in his eyes as he wanted to continue. Shisui advised Itachi to rest and not rush his training. He had offered such persuasive words many times recently, but Itachi remained indifferent. Although reluctant, Itachi knew his body had reached its limit. As soon as he relaxed, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, touching his eye socket and feeling the pain in his eyes. He recognized this as a symptom of overexertion from using his Sharingan. At that moment, memories flooded his mind, images of his performance in the ninja school's combat evaluation. During the graduation assessment, he learned that Yuta had already awakened his Sharingan. After awakening, Itachi had sought a rematch, only to find out that Yuta had developed a two-tomo Sharingan. In the recent Chunin exam, despite being the best in Genjutsu, Yuta had countered his techniques with a three-tomo Sharingan. Shisui observed Itachi's state and expressed a hint of helplessness. He understood why Itachi was so driven to become stronger. A person who had been a genius since childhood would not easily accept being inferior to a peer. Shisui asked Itachi about Yuta, curious about the kind of person he was. Itachi responded, noting that Yuta was very strong and took his training seriously. Shisui seemed amused and then shared with Itachi the details of a mission that Lord Hokage had discussed with him. It was not a secret mission, and since Itachi was not one to keep quiet, sharing it was not a big deal. Itachi reflected on the will of fire and recalled that Yuta was quite dissatisfied with Lord Hokage's decisions regarding the recent events with Kumogakure and the Hyuga clan. Yuta believed that the Hokage's choices did not align with the will of fire. In Itachi's view, the third Hokage had made the right decision by successfully stopping the war and preventing unnecessary deaths. However, Shisui's perspective on the matter differed from his own. "It's not a good assessment," Shisui said, scratching his head in frustration. In his opinion, it was wrong to sacrifice his own people, who were innocent, for the sake of peace. However, if a war were to break out directly, he truly wouldn't know what decision to make if he were the Hokage. The third Hokage must also feel great distress when faced with such decisions. The two had exchanged viewpoints on the matter, and Itachi was aware of Shisui's stance. Without further inquiry, he asked curiously why Lord Hokage wanted Shisui to contact Yuta. Shisui explained that Lord Hokage wanted him to assess Yuta's understanding of the will of fire and determine if he was suitable to join the Umbu. With a smile, Shisui added that he had also recommended Itachi to Lord Hokage, who agreed that Itachi should join the Umbu as well. Itachi's expression hardened. He was not pleased with this good news. He wondered why Lord Hokage actively invited Yuta to the Umbu while relying on Shisui's recommendation. Wasn't this another setback for Yuta? Meanwhile, Yuta had successfully copied Chidori from Kakashi. Having trained under Guy, they had developed a good relationship. Yuta had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, so Kakashi had no reason to hide Chidori from him. However, mastering ninjutsu was not simply about copying it with the Sharingan. It required extensive practice and tested one's mastery over the corresponding chakra nature. Transformation. Chidori was an A-rank ninjutsu, and lightning release was generally more challenging to learn, making it difficult to master. In Yuta's backyard, he looked at his palm filled with arcs of blue electricity, feeling no surprise. High-density lightning chakra gathered in his hand, flickering with light and producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing. After acquiring divine-level lightning release talent and copying the required chakra flow with his Sharingan, Yuta easily utilized this A-rank ninjutsu for the first time. He noted that the power seemed insufficient and it was too noisy. Dispersing the chakra from his palm, he frowned and contemplated the difference between his current Chidori and the Raikiri that Kakashi would use in the future. Were these two the same ninjutsu? He realized that the current Chidori had much room for improvement. With his newly acquired lightning release talent, Yuta sensed that this ninjutsu had the potential to become stronger. He recalled the differences between Chidori and Raikiri from his past memories. Chidori was A-rank, while Raikiri was S-rank. Additionally, Chidori required high-speed movement, whereas Raikiri did not. Raikiri was also much quieter, making it suitable for stealth attacks. In the original story, Kakashi had once used Raikiri to stealthily strike and defeat Kakuzu's Earth attribute heart in one blow. If Raikiri required a sprint like Chidori, how could it be used for a stealth attack? With his understanding of lightning release, a series of ideas emerged in Yuta's mind. He controlled the flow of lightning chakra in his body, making minor adjustments based on the original version of Chidori. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of pain as the lightning chakra surged, numbing his meridians for a moment. Shaking his right arm, which had been shocked, Yuta felt a bit helpless. He realized that creating, improving, and learning ninjutsu was not easy. The creation of a ninjutsu required constant feeling and adjustment of the chakra flow in the body. If one did not control this process well, they could get hurt. Yuta sighed inwardly, but fortunately he succeeded. With his Indra bloodline talent for chakra control and his prodigious understanding of lightning release ninjutsu, it wouldn't take him long to improve Chidori. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. When Yuta went to check, he saw a young man with short black hair, a round nose, and a gentle face. Recognizing him as Shisui, Yuta greeted him. Although they had not interacted much, they were familiar with each other. Shisui told Yuta not to be so formal and simply call him Shisui. He explained that the clan leader had summoned the clan members to the Naka shrine due to a situation in Kirigakure, and Yuta was also on the expedition list. Thoughts raced through Yuta's mind. He wondered if the fourth Mizukage was under Obito's control now. Was this change in Kirigakure related to Obito? As he pondered, he followed Shisui to the Naka shrine. At the shrine, Tekka greeted them with a smile, noting that the strongest geniuses from 2 different generations of the Uchiha clan had gathered. He playfully compared Yuta's strength to Itachi's, claiming that Yuta was stronger. An Uchiha ninja nearby teased Tekka, pointing out that Yuta's taijutsu was taught by Might Guy, not him. Yuta recognized this man as Uchiha Inabi, who had a good relationship with Tekka and was an officer in the police force. Tekka blushed at Inabi's words, insisting that he had also given Yuta valuable advice. Just then, Fugaku arrived and announced the attack by the ninjas of Kirigakure, along with the list of expedition members. He expressed frustration about fighting Kirigakure again, pointing out that the Uchiha clan was better suited for fire release, making them poorly matched against the water release ninjas of Kirigakure. Other Uchiha ninjas on the expedition list echoed his complaints. Shisui stepped forward to calm the crowd, explaining that their Sharingan and fire release were well suited to counter the water release of Kirigakure's ninjas. He also noted that the Sarutobi clan, led by Lord Hokage, would be joining them, indicating that there were many members on the expedition list this time. The commander-in-chief this time was the eldest son of Lord Hokage. As Shisui spoke, the Uchiha clan ninjas reluctantly ceased their complaints. However, some still grumbled about the lack of Sarutobi clan members in the front lines, while the Uchiha were tasked with the desperate efforts. Yuta observed quietly from the side, remaining silent. It was clear that Shisui held great prestige within the clan. As the strongest genius of his generation with a kind personality, it was no surprise that Shisui commanded such respect. Soon, the day of the expedition arrived. After receiving cautious words from Izumi's family, Yuta made the necessary preparations and received his first mission on the battlefield of Kusagakure. The special jonin of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Kaze, addressed Yuta, confirming his identity. Sarutobi Kaze, in his 20s, scrutinized Yuta with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He warned Yuta that this would be his first time in battle, emphasizing that the enemy's traps would not care about his genius status. He could genuinely face death. The objective was to reclaim the supply route occupied by the ninjas of Kirigakure. In the Land of Fire, at a fortress once guarded by Konoha ninjas, the stationed forces had been decimated. A Kirigakure chunin expressed concern about their distance from the border, urging caution. In front of him stood a jonin from the Kagaya clan, his eyes sunken and a satisfied grin on his face as he wiped blood from his bone blade. He impatiently reminded the chunin that he had already voiced his concerns multiple times. The chunin, frustrated, realized they were indeed far from safety and could be surrounded by Konoha ninjas at any moment. Reluctantly, he helped set more traps with his teammates to prepare for potential attacks. Not far from the fortress, Sarutobi Kaze remarked that the enemy-occupied fortress was their target. He cautioned Yuta that missions differed from life-and-death battles, his tone sharp. Yuta frowned slightly, questioning the man's demeanor. It felt as if Kaze was taking his frustrations out on him. Kaze's jealousy grew as he compared their accomplishments. Yuta had passed the chunin exam at just 10 years old and possessed immense strength, while Kaze, now 20, had only recently become a special jonin. Kakashi had achieved true jonin status around 12, intensifying Kaze's envy. Dark thoughts crept into his mind as he wished for Yuta to falter in battle. Initially, Kaze had hoped to see Yuta stumble into traps due to his inexperience, but he was disappointed to witness Yuta skillfully evade them. After gathering his thoughts, Kaze instructed Yuta to flush the enemy out of the front base while they set an ambush. Yuta glanced at his 2 temporary chunin teammates, both from the Sarutobi clan, who showed no objections. He began to understand why the Uchiha harbored such resentment toward the Sarutobi. They took risks while others reaped the rewards, all while boasting about their actions. Yuta shook his head, dismissing Kaze's orders. With determination, he faced the fortress and unleashed a newly learned ninjutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The overwhelming flames engulfed the entire fortress, obliterating its walls and incinerating hidden traps. The Kirigakure ninjas inside were consumed by the inferno, unable to scream. Sarutobi Kaze's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer scale of the attack. Had he just heard Yuta invoke the Great Fire Annihilation? The Sarutobi clan was also skilled in fire release techniques, but such a powerful ninjutsu was typically reserved for the elite of the Uchiha clan. How could this boy use it so effortlessly, without even forming hand seals? Kaze had heard rumors that Yuta could perform ninjutsu without hand seals, but he never imagined he could wield such a high-level technique without them. Yuta, unimpressed, urged Kaze and his teammates to focus as the remaining enemies began to emerge from the flames. He found their previous mockery of his inexperience in battle laughable. Kaze, regaining his composure, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger directed at Yuta. As the flames subsided, a vigorous figure surrounded by pale bones charged forward, signaling the arrival of formidable opponents. Finally, a great battle was at hand. The Jonin of the Kagaya clan dashed forward, a frenzy evident on his face. He glanced at Yuta and the others before fixing his gaze on Sarutobi Kaze, who appeared to be the team leader. He questioned whether Kaze had been the one to use the fire technique moments ago. As he spoke, he propelled himself like a cannonball, colliding with Sarutobi Kaze. In a swift motion, Kaze drew the short sword from his back to defend himself. However, the Kagaya Jonin used his bone techniques to overpower Kaze, sending him crashing to the ground and hurtling through the air. Kaze spat blood as he struck a tree behind him before finally coming to a stop. A true Jonin, the Kagaya clan member was skilled in taijutsu and possessed the dead bone pulse bloodline limit. Sarutobi Kaze realized this too late. Meanwhile, in the crumbling fortress across the way, some ninjas from Kirigakure barely managed to escape with burns on their bodies. Alarm bells rang in the hearts of Kaze's teammates, and the thought of retreating quickly crossed their minds. They faced a Jonin from the Kagaya clan, and their captain, a special Jonin, had been crushed in direct combat. There were several other capable ninjas from Kirigakure present, and they knew they were no match for them. The Kagaya Jonin twisted his neck and addressed the remaining few, declaring that he was their opponent. Yuta charged forward, striking fiercely at the Kagaya Jonin. The Kagaya Jonin laughed and retaliated with a punch. The two fists collided, creating a storm that swept away the surrounding smoke and dust. For a moment, the Kagaya Jonin's eyes widened in shock as he felt himself being pushed back. Had he truly been overpowered by his opponent? The sounds of physical collisions echoed as the two figures moved swiftly, almost disappearing from sight. The Kagaya Jonin grew increasingly alarmed. In terms of strength and speed, he was at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? The opposing fighter was clearly just a child, appearing no older than 10. How could a 10-year-old possibly hold the upper hand against a Jonin skilled in taijutsu from the Kagaya clan? After taking a punch to the abdomen, the Kagaya Jonin staggered back, blood escaping his lips as he felt intense pain. Yuta, having dealt with a Kirigakure Chunin attacker, rubbed his fist and remarked on how much fun they seemed to be having moments ago. The Kagaya Jonin felt a sense of bitterness. It certainly did not feel like fun to him. He had been on the receiving end of relentless blows. What an incredible genius, he thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealing a bloodthirsty smile. He warned Yuta to remember that it was a member of the Kagaya clan with the dead bone pulse who would ultimately defeat him. As he spoke, he raised his arm, launching several bone projectiles at Yuta. Yuta calmly deflected the bone missiles one by one, the sharp sounds of impact ringing out continuously. Observing the kunai that had been shattered by the projectiles, he discarded it and drew the short sword from his back. The Kagaya Jonin shouted proudly, brandishing a bone blade, and charged at Yuta. The thin, sharp bone blade sliced through the air, poised to clash with Yuta's short sword. The Kagaya Jonin wore a mocking expression, believing that Yuta could not possibly block the Kagaya clan's bones with an ordinary sword. As the bone blade descended, he eagerly anticipated the moment when Yuta's sword and neck would be severed together. However, a sharp sound pierced the air as arcs of lightning chakra surged into Yuta's short sword. This was a form of Chidori applied to his weapon, enhancing its cutting ability with the piercing properties of lightning. Although Yuta had not yet mastered Raikiri, he had become proficient in several simple applications of Chidori. The short sword, now imbued with lightning chakra, sliced through the bone blade effortlessly, heading straight for the Kagaya Jonin's neck as if cutting through butter. In a flash, 2 bones jutted out from the Kagaya Jonin's collarbone, blocking the sword. Seizing the moment, he utilized a body flicker technique to escape more than 10 meters away. When he touched his neck, he discovered his hands stained with bright red liquid. Despite his swift defense and retreat, he had still sustained a minor cut. The Kagaya Jonin stared at the short sword, still crackling with arcs of lightning, filled with terror. He realized that if he had hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he would have surely met his end. Trembling, he acknowledged the strength of Yuta's lightning release, questioning whether he was facing the legendary Hatake Kakashi. "No, your age doesn't match," the Kagaya Jonin stated, annoyance evident in his tone. "You don't need to know who I am," Yuta replied, gripping his short sword tightly as he charged forward once more. "Regardless, you won't survive today," the Jonin sneered, frustration building within him. It was the first time he had faced such humiliation, especially at the hands of a child. With a fierce roar, the Kagaya Jonin unleashed his technique, Dance of the Camellia. Sharp bones erupted from his palms, elbows, knees, and back, transforming him into a formidable figure as he lunged at Yuta with a grim expression. The clash between the short sword and the bone blades echoed through the air. Although Yuta's blessed short sword cut through the bone blades, it gradually began to splinter under the relentless assault. Stepping back, Yuta examined the damaged weapon in his hand, frowning at its poor durability. This ordinary short sword had failed to withstand even a few strikes. The Kagaya Jonin, relieved, couldn't help but laugh. "I told you long ago that I am a ninja from the powerful Kagaya clan." The other Kirigakure ninjas beside him shared in his joy, having witnessed their strongest combatant being suppressed by a mere child. They had almost believed they were trapped in a genjutsu. It was a relief to see the situation return to normal. No matter how talented a genius might be, they remained weak in their youth. What a pity it was that the Konoha genius would meet his end today. Sarutobi Kaze and the other Sarutobi clan ninjas, who had struggled to fight earlier, now felt their resolve wane as Yuta's sword became ineffective. Despite his jealousy toward Yuta, Sarutobi Kaze realized that if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on Yuta. "If that's the case, let's end this," Yuta said, a hint of regret in his heart. This was his first experience on a battlefield, and he had hoped to gain as much combat experience as possible, especially in life-or-death situations. After all, he needed to prepare for the coming night of genocide. "It's rare to find a worthy opponent to enrich my combat experience, but unfortunately, it must end here." As he spoke, a dense chakra of lightning gathered in Yuta's right hand, creating a sound reminiscent of thousands of birds singing in unison. "Use me to enrich your combat experience? You arrogant brat." The Kagaya Jonin trembled with rage, realizing how little Yuta cared about their battle. "This sound? It's the ninjutsu of Hatake Kakashi." The Kagaya Jonin quickly recognized the technique. During the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi had used the Sharingan and this ninjutsu to make a name for himself. Not daring to confront the attack directly, he activated his strongest defensive technique, Dance of the Larch. A multitude of bones emerged from his body, forming an impenetrable shield around him. "I'll only use you to test the power of this technique after I've improved it," Yuta said with a smile, adjusting the flow of his chakra. The humming of the Chidori in his hand slightly diminished, but its power was undeniably greater now. Using the Sharingan to lock onto his target, Yuta vanished from sight, reappearing before the Kagaya Jonin with blinding speed and moving forward. The hardened bone defense crumbled as Yuta's lightning-wrapped palm pierced through the bone and into the Jonin's chest. A reluctant expression crossed the Kagaya Jonin's face as he looked at Yuta, wanting to defend himself but ultimately succumbing to defeat. After defeating the Jonin, Yuta swiftly dealt with the remaining Kirigakure ninjas. Sarutobi Kaze, filled with anger, vented his frustration, questioning why Yuta had taken so long to defeat the Jonin. He had heard Yuta's earlier comments about using the battle to improve his combat experience and, after witnessing Yuta's enhanced Chidori easily penetrate the Jonin's defenses, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Yuta's triumph only fueled his anger further. Yuta turned to glance at him, suppressing a laugh. The man who had once looked down on him was now accusing him. Without hesitation, Yuta remarked, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect that as a captain and special jonin, you wouldn't last even a second against him." Sarutobi Huruzen shot him a furious glare, rendered speechless by the insult, his face burning with embarrassment. But Yuta paid him no mind. His mission was nearly complete, and once the supply route was restored, it would officially end. There was no need to be courteous to the temporary captain, Sarutobi Huruzen. Moving forward, Yuta occasionally teamed up with various members to block the Kirigakure ninjas. He often found himself in fierce battles, rapidly increasing his combat experience. During breaks, he focused on refining his Chidori, sensing that it was on the verge of improvement. In the forest, Yuta, Shisui, and Inabi sat in meditation, waiting for a small group of Kirigakure ninjas to pass by. Inabi asked Yuta about his impressions of the Sarutobi clan members he had teamed up with earlier, and Yuta candidly expressed his negative feelings. "They're very weak, and their character is lacking. They seek benefits but run away when faced with risks." Inabi chuckled, patting Shisui on the shoulder. "Shisui, look, Yuta's comments about the Sarutobi ninjas match what we've all thought." It wasn't just Yuta. Every Uchiha who had worked with the Sarutobi clan members shared a similar sentiment. Shisui responded with a wry smile. "Lord Hokage is busy with official matters, so perhaps he has overlooked the clan's shortcomings." Yuta merely pouted, reflecting on the challenges ahead. It did not surprise Yuta that Shisui responded this way. During this time, he had spent a lot of time with Shisui. How could he put it? Shisui was a complete fanatic of Sarutobi Huruzen. He found numerous excuses to defend Sarutobi Huruzen for all sorts of unfavorable actions he had taken. Yuta could only say that Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual disguise as a kind grandfather was quite misleading. However, Yuta remembered one thing. When the original allied ninja forces fought against the Ten-Tails, Iwagakure had the lava release, Kumogakure had the storm release, Kirigakure had the water release, and Sunagakure had the magnet release. Each had ninjas with various bloodline limits, and no particular family was mentioned. But what about Konoha? The Uchiha clan was in decline, while the Sarutobi clan was on the rise. Sarutobi Huruzen had been Hokage for decades and had significantly increased his family's influence. Shisui interrupted the two people beside him, urging them to stop complaining about the Sarutobi clan as the enemy approached. Inabi let out a soft snort before suggesting that Yuta take a look at Shisui's Genjutsu. This was not something a normal Genjutsu could achieve. Yuta's interest peaked. He activated his Sharingan and focused on the Kirigakure ninjas that had appeared in the distance. They were still a few hundred meters away, and the leader had a bandage over one eye. Suddenly, one of the team members fell inexplicably, their face contorted as if caught in a Genjutsu. Yuta couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed impossible to perform Genjutsu at such a distance. This was the Sharingan, not the Byakugan. Shisui explained that it was his little trick, a trigger-type Genjutsu trap. He set traps in advance along the path, but the traps only contained Genjutsu. Yuta nodded as if he understood. So, Genjutsu could be used this way. He grasped the principle, attaching chakra to an object, and when the opponent touched it, the Genjutsu would activate. In the original story, Itachi used his fingers to cast Genjutsu, but Shisui's method was even more elaborate. Yuta glanced at the retreating Kirigakure ninjas and asked if Shisui was not going to eliminate them. There was a Kirigakure ninja named Ao among the enemies who likely recognized the famous Shisui and had abandoned the mission. Shisui replied that it was unnecessary to commit unnecessary killings. Suddenly, thinking of the task the third Hokage had entrusted to him, he asked Yuta what he would do if he were the captain. Without hesitation, Yuta stated that he would naturally capture and eliminate them. They were already on the battlefield and were enemies that needed to be dealt with. Moreover, if they could significantly reduce the opponent's forces and diminish their war potential, wouldn't that lead to peace? Inabi, who was beside him, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Shisui acknowledged Yuta's perspective but remained silent. In the rear of the battlefield, the command center for the operation against Kirigakure was established. Sarutobi Kaze complained about not being informed earlier of Uchiha Yuta's strength, expressing that it had caused him considerable trouble. Sarutobi Shinasuke, the commander of the Kirigakure operation, appeared displeased. He pointed out that if he was on the same team as Kaze, it was because he wanted to utilize Yuta's strength to help him gain contributions. Without enough contributions, even his father could not promote him to an official jonin. Sarutobi Kaze suddenly realized this and seemed regretful. He had held a grudge against Yuta from the beginning, otherwise, he might have gained some contributions from the situation. At that moment, a root ninja entered, wearing a mask with an intricate design. He stated that he wanted to check the distribution of the frontline ninjas. Sarutobi Shinasuke frowned, suspecting that Danzo had some secret mission, but he did not stop him. The root ninja took possession of a document. He found the name Uchiha Yuta, noted the relevant information, and left immediately. Next, according to Torian's plan, he needed to find a way to deliver the previous content to Kirigakure. In the border area of the Land of Fire, at a small base, a Kirigakure ninja with green hair swiftly eliminated the Konoha ninja stationed there with a stealthy attack. The latter didn't even have a chance to relay the information that an enemy had struck. Kurasuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, kicked the Konoha ninja's body beneath his feet with disdain. He wondered if the Konoha garrison ninjas were truly this weak. Even his ordinary stealth attack had gone unnoticed. Previously, the 4th Mizukage had suddenly assigned him an assassination mission, targeting a 10-year-old child. What surprised him was the detailed information provided about the target's abilities and location. Raiga pulled out the mission scroll again and examined it. The target, Uchiha Yuta, was supposed to be stationed at the next fortress. The scroll detailed that the 10-year-old Uchiha had achieved the 3-tomo Sharingan, excelled in taijutsu, and had taken down many Kirigakure jonins recently. A hint of malice flickered across Raiga's face as he read further. He noted that Yuta was familiar with the forbidden technique, the 8 inner gates. The mere mention of this technique made Raiga grimace, remembering how 7 members of the previous generation of 7 ninja swordsmen had been overwhelmed, some even killed, by a simple genin from Konoha. Only Juzo, Fuguki, and he had managed to escape in shame and save their lives. That Konoha ninja with green attire had haunted his nightmares countless times. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. This time, his opponent was just a 10-year-old child, and the genin who had bested them and fled in disgrace was nearly 40 years old. There was no comparison. Even if the child had learned the 8 inner gates, he couldn't possibly be as terrifying as that genin. Meanwhile, in the small Konoha fortress, Yuta gazed at the blue arc glowing in his hand, his face filled with relief. He had finally created Raikiri. There was excitement in his tone as he reflected on his progress. Other research on morphological changes like Chidori and its variations had been completed long ago, but Raikiri had taken considerable effort. Elevating Chidori from rank A to rank S was no small feat in the entire ninja world. Few elemental ninjutsu reached rank S. Techniques like Naruto's Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Kakashi's Raikiri, and Sasuke's Kirin were among them. The sound produced was much lower, and the chirping of thousands of birds had transformed into a sound akin to electric currents, which could be unleashed instantly without the need for running. As for its piercing capability, Yuta felt uncertain about the power of his enhanced ninjutsu. The ordinary targets were no different from paper for both Chidori and Raikiri. Suddenly, he heard a movement nearby. Fully aware of the invasion, Yuta wasted no time in launching a signal flare to notify the adjacent fortress. A cold voice echoed from nowhere, informing him that he need not expect support, as the ninjas stationed at the nearby fortress had already been eliminated. The voice continued, contemplating how best to end his life. It seemed to come from all directions, and Yuta felt surrounded by a large group of Kirigakure ninjas. Fueled by anger, Yuta unleashed the Fire Dragon Bullet technique, spitting forth a massive dragon of fire toward the direction where he had sensed the enemy. The wall of the fortress shattered instantly as the fierce dragon surged forth, only to gradually shrink and dissipate under the rain. As he dashed out, Yuta spotted the approaching Kirigakure ninja, who had green hair and two swords strapped to his back. Quickly searching his memory, he recognized the ninja. It was Kurisuke Raiga. Yuta regarded him with a serious expression. Raiga acknowledged Yuta's recognition with a smirk, unfazed despite his earlier failed stealth attack. Although Yuta had experienced defeating many jonins, they were merely ordinary jonins. Raiga was one of the 7 elite ninja swordsmen, an absolute elite among jonins. He noted that the rain was a slide of bad luck for Yuta, as it would diminish the power of his fire techniques. Yuta activated his Sharingan, preparing himself for the confrontation. His expression remained unchanged as he analyzed the situation. Raiga had preemptively taken out the nearby fortress's defenders, isolating him and rendering him helpless. Raiga had come specifically for him, knowing he would be at this fortress at this moment. Raiga clapped his hands, a mocking smile on his face. He acknowledged that the assassin had obtained detailed information, which indicated there was a traitor among Konoha's ranks. This revelation struck him when the 4th Mizukage handed him the mission scroll. Yuta wiped the rain from his face, and the scarlet hue of the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan deepened. The anger in his heart was uncontainable. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had never faced a life-and-death battle. This was his first time on the battlefield, and he realized he had been betrayed by his own neighbors. They had sent his information to the enemy, hoping for his demise. Yuta let out a long sigh, focusing solely on the battle ahead. He looked at Raiga and smiled, mentioning the 8 gates of his master. He explained that the teacher who led his team during his genin days was the son of the person responsible for the tragedy of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Raiga's forehead twitched with visible anger. He thought he understood Yuta's intentions and questioned whether Yuta was trying to intimidate him. While acknowledging the impressive abilities of the green-skin monster, he wondered what level Yuta had achieved with the 8 gates at his age. Yuta clarified that he brought this up to remind Raiga that he was the assassin of Gai-sensei's father and that he could not let Raiga go after their encounter. Raiga almost laughed in anger, perplexed by Yuta's confidence. Just as he was about to retort, he saw several lightning bolts shaped like spears rushing toward him. The overwhelming power startled Raiga. He quickly swung his 2 swords, striking the ground. With a powerful declaration, Raiga unleashed his lightning jutsu, creating a barrier of lightning branches that intercepted Yuta's attack. He leaped high into the air, using his lightning release to counter Yuta's ninjutsu. Nearby, Zetsu White emerged partially from the ground, observing the battle. He noted that Yuta had just used a technique similar to Kakuzu's false darkness, an offensive lightning jutsu known for its speed and PNTRTN. Raiga managed to counter Yuta's lightning release with his own jutsu. Zetsu Black commented on Yuta's apparent mastery of Chidori, learned from Hatake Kakashi, while Zetsu White inquired about the battle's outcome. Obito casually remarked that it was hard to say, depending on Yuta's level with the 8 gates. He recalled that Yuta had briefly opened the 3rd gate over 2 years ago and speculated that if he could open the 4th gate now, he might delay long enough for Konoha's support to arrive. Zetsu White was surprised, questioning why Obito hadn't controlled the 4th Mizukage earlier if Raiga wasn't strong enough. Obito explained that their goal wasn't to kill Yuta but to show him Konoha's dark side and persuade him to join them, increasing the chances of the infinite Tsukuyami's success. Raiga raised his swords, summoning thunder from the dark clouds above, directing it toward Yuta. Yuta, using his Sharingan, predicted Raiga's movements and leaped to evade. The lightning illuminated his serious expression, as he recognized Raiga as potentially the strongest opponent he had faced, even more formidable than the severely injured Orochimaru, who hadn't used all his strength against him. As more lightning struck down, Yuta dodged again. Raiga taunted him, questioning how long he could hide and how much energy he had left. He boasted about his ability to harness natural lightning with minimal chakra expenditure, while Yuta's lightning jutsu consumed a significant amount. Raiga suggested that Yuta could attempt to open the 8 gates and rush at him. Yuta frowned, realizing his age was a limitation. If he had enough chakra, he could engage in a battle of attrition against Raiga's ninjutsu. Determined, he gathered lightning chakra in his hands, deciding he didn't need the 8 gates just yet. This was an excellent opportunity to test the Raikiri he had just developed. With the sound of crackling electricity, Yuta charged at Raiga, who recognized the jutsu and prepared to defend himself. However, Yuta's Raikiri collided with Raiga's lightning, cutting through it and continuing toward him. Raiga's expression shifted to one of alarm as Yuta approached. He attempted to summon a protective armor of lightning, but it was too late. Yuta's high-speed assault pierced through Raiga's defense, striking directly at his chest. Zetsu White stood in shock, staring at the scene before him. He had eagerly anticipated witnessing Yuta open the 8 inner gates, but the outcome was unexpected. With a surge of lightning ninjutsu, Yuta charged directly at Raiga. Zetsu Black, his voice gravelly, commented to Obito, who stood beside him, that it resembled Kakashi's Chidori, but it was different. Obito, the one to consult on matters concerning Kakashi, pondered for a moment before explaining that the first clue was the absence of the sharp sound typically associated with Chidori. The second clue was the power. Kakashi's Chidori shouldn't be able to pierce through lightning. Zetsu White speculated whether Kakashi had improved Chidori again, considering his genius in lightning release, having created his own A-rank lightning ninjutsu at the age of 12. After so many years, it was reasonable to assume he had further enhanced this famous technique. However, Obito believed it was more likely that Yuta had made these improvements himself. Obito expressed his surprise at Yuta's ability to defeat Raiga without relying solely on the 8 inner gates, admitting he had underestimated him. Zetsu White found it hard to believe that someone so young could have achieved such mastery. Zetsu Black countered that nothing was impossible for a genius who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 10, emphasizing that they could not judge him by common standards. Obito observed Yuta, who had clearly defeated Raiga but remained tense, and commented on how interesting it was that Yuta seemed to sense their presence. He revealed himself, moving through the forest like a ghost, introducing himself as Uchiha Yuta. Yuta took a deep breath, suppressing his fluctuating emotions. He had felt someone watching him for a while and had refrained from using the 8 inner gates against Raiga, wanting to protect himself from potential hidden enemies. The enemy turned out to be Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing Obito's spiral mask, Yuta quickly recognized him and speculated about his intentions. Obito reassured Yuta not to be nervous, claiming he held no grudge. He then asked if Yuta wanted to know why Raiga had come to attack him. Yuta dismissed Obito's first statement as nonsense, knowing Obito harbored great malice toward the Uchiha clan. During the night of the genocide, 2 individuals had gained significant power from the Sharingan Danzo and Obito. With vigilance, Yuta inquired who had sent his information to Kirigakure. Obito acknowledged Yuta's intelligence and revealed that it was the root organization that had disclosed Yuta's schedule and strength to Kirigakure, prompting them to send someone to eliminate him. Obito noted that Kirigakure had dispatched one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, believing it would be an easy task only for Yuta to defeat him. As Obito spoke, he glanced at Raiga's lifeless body without remorse, viewing the entire Kirigakure as merely a tool. Yuta, however, did not trust Obito's intentions. The mention of the root organization confirmed his suspicions about Danzo's involvement. Danzo was known as a major villain throughout the Naruto world, responsible for the Uchiha genocide that led to Sasuke's tragic life. He had also attempted to destroy the Akatsuki alongside Hanzo, which resulted in Pain becoming a significant antagonist in Naruto's story. Yuta realized he could be targeted by Danzo in the future, but he hadn't anticipated that Danzo would want him dead so soon, even going so far as to send military intelligence to Kirigakure. Yuta felt a surge of hatred at the thought. Obito, with a smirk, remarked on the darkness of Konoha, suggesting it was beyond Yuta's imagination, and encouraged him to continue harboring his hatred, as it would give him strength. Yuta's expression remained unreadable as he pressed Obito for clarity on his words and the true nature of Konoha's darkness. Obito casually mentioned a secret that had been actively buried by the Uchiha clan, hinting at the legend of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He suggested that to awaken it and gain true power, one must kill the person they care about most, implying that this could provide Yuta with the strength to take revenge on Danzo. Yuta, skeptical of Obito's claims, demanded to know what his true intentions were in revealing this information. Before Obito could respond, his figure distorted and gradually vanished, leaving behind a cryptic promise that Yuta would understand later and expressing anticipation for their next encounter. Not far away, Shisui arrived at high speed using the body flicker technique. He surveyed the chaotic scene and the body of a Kirigakure ninja, astonished by what he saw. Having been on a nearby patrol, he had sensed the release of lightning and rushed to the location. Yuta felt a wave of relief wash over him upon confirming that Obito had left and Shisui had arrived. Shisui, examining the body on the ground, was taken aback to learn that Yuta had faced and defeated Kurasuke Raiga in direct combat. Given Raiga's reputation as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shisui recognized the significance of Yuta's achievement. At such a young age, Yuta displayed combat prowess comparable to that of an elite jonin, a feat Shisui had not witnessed at Yuta's age, even during the height of the Third Ninja World War. Yuta knew he would be stationed there that day and was well aware of his strength. He also believed that the ninjas stationed at the 2 nearby fortresses had likely been eliminated. He spoke with a serious expression, though he refrained from mentioning that Danzo was pulling the strings behind the scenes. This information had come from Obito, and it was not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing Yuta's words, Shisui's expression shifted dramatically. There were only 2 possible reasons for this situation. Either someone from Konoha had leaked information to Kirigakure, or Kirigakure had planted a spy within Konoha. While the latter was troubling, the former raised even more alarming questions. If it was the first scenario, who would dare to commit such a betrayal? Almost instinctively, Shisui preferred to believe in the second possibility. It would be better if Kirigakure had indeed infiltrated Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Shisui decided to inform Lord Hokage about the situation upon his return. He believed that Lord Hokage would provide some clarity. Yuta expressed a hope that this would be the case, but he felt no real optimism in his heart. In the rear command center, Sarutobi Huruzen read the report in his hands, his expression darkening. The news that Uchiha Yuta had actually killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was troubling. This young man was becoming increasingly powerful, which posed a threat to the Sarutobi clan. The other 2 stationed at the fortress had been killed, leaving Yuta as the sole survivor among the 3 adjacent fortresses. Sarutobi Kaze remarked bitterly about Yuta's good fortune. Shinnosuke frowned, suddenly recalling that a ninja had reviewed the garrison records. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial realization. Could it be that Raiga's attack was aimed at eliminating Yuta, and this assassination was linked to the root? His suspicions grew stronger. He ordered that someone go to inform the Uchiha and to send Raiga's body back to the village, urging them to gather information as soon as possible. After giving the command, couldn't help but feel a slight tightening at the corners of his mouth. If this matter was indeed connected to the root, it would spell trouble. At the Hokage building, Yuta, who had just returned to the village, inquired about the investigation into Raiga's attack. He wondered if there had been any spies in the village who had sent information to Kirigakure. He felt no expectation in his heart. Even the body had been transferred ahead of time by Sarutobi Huruzen, making it impossible for him to investigate and gather evidence on his own. He anticipated that Sarutobi Huruzen would merely offer empty words. As expected, Sarutobi Huruzen informed him that a spy from Kirigakure had infiltrated Konoha, acquiring information about Yuta's strength and planning an attack against him. He assured Yuta that if anyone from the village betrayed their comrades, he would never tolerate it, speaking with a righteous and determined expression, as though he would even take action against his own relatives if they were guilty. If Shisui had been present, he might have believed him. However, Yuta scoffed internally at the notion of Hiruzen's unwavering stance. Huruzen continued with some superficial remarks before shifting the conversation to Yuta's future. He noted that Yuta had gone directly to the battlefield after becoming a chunin and had not yet decided on his next steps. He suggested that Yuta consider taking a position in Umbu. Yuta felt a surge of anger at the audacity of Hiruzen's proposal. Did he have no shame? It was Danzo who had provided the information to Kirigakure, and Yuta couldn't believe that Huruzen was unaware of this. Huruzen had failed to provide a satisfactory explanation and was now trying to recruit him into Umbu without any sense of embarrassment. Calmly, Yuta declined, stating that he planned to join the police force to have more time for training. Despite his internal frustrations, he maintained his composure. Hiruzen's disappointment was evident as he offered some words of encouragement. As Yuta left the Hokage building, Hiruzen's expression darkened further. He called for Umbu, instructing them to summon Danzo. In Hiruzen's view, Yuta's rejection stemmed from Danzo's actions. Although he was certain that Yuta was unaware of Danzo's involvement, Yuta had not received any information regarding the Kirigakure spy. It was inevitable that Yuta would feel dissatisfied. If Danzo had not acted independently, he could have secured both Yuta and Itachi, the two new Uchiha geniuses, under his command. Danzo arrived shortly thereafter. As soon as he saw Danzo, Hiruzen confronted him about the situation. Danzo, indifferent, remarked that even if Raiga's body was handed over to the Uchiha, they would find nothing of significance. With Aburame Toryun responsible for the mission, Danzo was confident that nothing would be left behind. The only regret he had was underestimating Yuta's strength. Kirigakure had sent one of the 7 ninja swordsmen but had still failed to eliminate him. In Danzo's mind, he had done nothing wrong, and his resentment toward Yuta only grew. Hiruzen, frustrated, expressed his anger. Yuta clearly did not trust the village, and if Danzo had not acted on his own, there might have been another Uchiha aligned with the village today. Danzo coldly countered that Yuta was not like Itachi. He doubted Yuta would have joined Umbu regardless. He argued that the Uchiha clan's power was too great, and with Yuta's potential, he could become the next Shisui in a few years. As the Uchiha clan grew increasingly dissatisfied with the village, Danzo questioned what would happen if they attempted a coup. In that case, he believed it was better to eliminate one of the Uchiha geniuses early on. Hiruzen frowned, smoking his pipe in silence for a long time. Later, he expressed his appreciation to Shisui for his hard work, acknowledging that he had inflicted significant damage on the Kirigakure ninjas. This was true. Many times, when the ninjas of Kirigakure saw Shisui blocking their path, they immediately abandoned their missions. In the past, only 2 Konoha ninjas had been able to command such respect that other villages ordered a retreat at their site, the White Fang of Konoha and the Yellow Flash. Now, with both of them gone, Shisui had stepped up to take their place. Hiruzen acknowledged Shisui's contributions but reminded him that it was the collective effort of all their comrades on the battlefield that had led to their success. Shisui spoke modestly. After some more discussions, Sarutobi Huruzen inquired about a special mission he had previously assigned to Shisui, which involved approaching Yuta to assess his perspective on the will of fire. Shisui reflected on his words and noted that Yuta generally got along well with his mission teammates and was quite popular within the Uchiha clan. However, he expressed concern that, in terms of warfare, Yuta tended to eliminate more enemies in the name of peace, which he felt was not the right path. For those he respected, Yuta worked hard to protect them. Overall, Shisui believed Yuta was a ninja who loved his village and comrades and accepted the will of fire. Sarutobi Huruzen nodded repeatedly, though doubts lingered in his heart. According to Shisui, Yuta resembled ordinary Uchihas more than the favored Uchihas like Shisui and Itachi, who were more village-oriented. For a moment, he found himself agreeing with Danzo's words. Even without Danzo's interference, Yuta likely would not have joined the Umbu. Fortunately, although Shisui was not in the Umbu, he still held a commanding position, and the genius of the new Uchiha generation, Itachi, was also at his disposal. Considering this, Sarutobi Huruzen spoke warmly, expressing his belief that Yuta, like Shisui and Itachi, was also an excellent ninja who loved the village. He mentioned that since Yuta intended to serve in the police force, he would be placed under Shisui's command, emphasizing the importance of guiding him with the will of fire. Shisui nodded, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his heart as he contemplated whether he should persuade Sarutobi Huruzen to impose restrictions on the Sarutobi clan. Just as he was lost in thought, Sarutobi Huruzen suddenly remarked that the Uchiha clan's prejudice against the village was deepening, attributing the situation to his own shortcomings as Hokage. As he spoke, he removed his Hokage hat, revealing his white hair, and turned to gaze at the Hokage rock, as if on the verge of tears. Witnessing this, Shisui felt a pang of bitterness. The Hokage, now an elder of 60, still bore the weight of the village's future. With a heavy heart, Shisui set aside his thoughts of persuasion and declared his commitment to do everything possible to change the villagers' distrust. Sarutobi Huruzen frowned, his back turned to Shisui. While he appreciated Shisui's determination, he felt the young man was too naive. The grievances accumulated over years, even decades, by an entire clan could not be easily resolved. The Uchiha's complaints against the village stemmed not only from their prolonged isolation from the true center of power but also from the village's suspicions following the Ninetales incident, the forced removal of the Uchiha clan's land, and the surveillance by the Umbu in their new territory. How could a young man like Shisui address all these long-standing issues? Nevertheless, Sarutobi Huruzen maintained a facade of relief. He proposed a special task for Shisui, stating that the mission's timeline was uncertain and its goal was to restore the Uchiha clan's trust in the village. He cautioned Shisui about the potential consequences if his efforts failed and the Uchiha ultimately staged a coup. Shisui trembled at the thought, recalling something he wished to forget. After a moment of struggle, he looked up, and the pattern of his three-tomo Sharingan began to shift. Sarutobi Huruzen was startled, recognizing the transformation of Shisui's Sharingan into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui revealed that if the Uchiha planned a coup in the future, he would use his Kodo Amatsukami technique to control the clan leader, Fugaku, and thwart the coup attempt. He proceeded to explain the effects of his Kodo Amatsukami. Sarutobi Huruzen felt a chill run down his spine, unable to look away from Shisui. Kodo Amatsukami was a genjutsu capable of subtly altering a person's will. Such power, which could completely change or even control someone without their knowledge, was indeed terrifying. Relieved that Shisui had confided this information to him, Sarutobi Huruzen confirmed that Shisui had not disclosed Kodo Amatsukami to anyone else, which further eased his mind. He felt a sense of pride, knowing that his teachings of the will of fire had shaped Shisui into someone he could fully rely on. With Shisui able to control Uchiha Fugaku through Kodo Amatsukami, the entire Uchiha clan would be at his disposal, solidifying his position as Hokage. Envisioning a bright future, Sarutobi Huruzen encouraged Shisui to proceed with his mission to change the hearts of the Uchiha clan. As Shisui departed, Sarutobi Huruzen held little hope for the mission's success. His thoughts were already soaring toward a future where the Uchiha clan was completely under his control. Tekka had just learned about Yuta's battlefield record in Kirigakure and was left speechless. 5 Jonin had been defeated, with only 1 killed alongside a teammate, while the other 4 were individual victories. Among them was even one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. For a moment, Tekka regarded Yuta as if he were a ghost. The power of Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was such that even Tekka would have to fight seriously to contend with him. This revelation suggested that Yuta's current strength was on par with his own. It had not been long since Tekka had first met Yuta. Just months ago, before the Chunin exams, he had still been teaching Yuta from time to time. He marveled at Yuta's talent, acknowledging that he was not inferior to Shisui. Fugaku also nodded, relieved. Although Yuta's talent and strength had always overshadowed his son Itachi, Yuta remained family. Shisui humbly remarked that Yuta was more talented than he was, having grown up amidst the war and been on the battlefield since the age of 7. Naturally, Yuta's strength improved at a faster rate. He had grown during a time of peace, yet he managed to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan at the same age as others. At Yuta's age he couldn't have defeated an elite Jonin. Inabi couldn't help but express his thoughts, noting that Shisui had a history of defeating a Jonin at Yuta's age. On the other hand, if Hogan and Inabi had encountered a Jonin at that age, they would have only been able to run for their lives. Tekka nodded in agreement and suddenly had a thought. He mentioned that given Yuta's record, he should be able to become a Jonin this time. The atmosphere shifted, and everyone became serious. Jonin status not only represented a ninja's strength but also indicated that they had become a central member of the village. After becoming a Jonin, one could occupy leadership positions in various departments. However, there was no formal Jonin exam like the Chunin exam. To become a Jonin, the Hokage had to conduct a thorough evaluation of the ninja. Those who met the Jonin standards set by the Hokage would be granted that status. Fugaku appeared slightly embarrassed as he pulled out a document. He expressed regret that Yuta's promotion to Jonin would have to be delayed for a time. The document was a list of the newest Jonins for the year. Yuta took a look and indeed did not find his name. Scanning the list, he spotted another name, Sarutobi Kaze. Yuta couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that Kaze had actually become a Jonin. Kaze had previously been a special Jonin and was now an official Jonin. Upon examining the list more closely, Yuta noticed several names from the Sarutobi clan. It dawned on him how the Sarutobi clan had amassed an army of 3,000 ninjas during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Their strength may not have been sufficient, but they were granted Jonin status and corresponding resources nonetheless, which they would use to accelerate their training. Sarutobi Huruzen truly cared for his clan. Tekka and Inabi, who were off to the side, were not surprised by the list. They had witnessed similar situations many times before. However, they could do nothing but mock the Sarutobi clan. Shisui, with a slightly embarrassed expression, pointed out that the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan had made many contributions on the battlefield. Yuta was not surprised by Shisui's comment. What contributions had the Sarutobi clan made? They primarily performed simple tasks like escorting supplies in the rear lines, which posed little risk. It was no wonder the Uchihas felt resentment toward them. Noticing Yuta's dissatisfaction, Fugaku prepared to console him. He mentioned that based on Yuta's strength, he could have become the captain of the police force if he had achieved Jonin status this time. However, even though he was not promoted, Fugaku could make an exception and allow him to become the captain of the police force directly. Yuta nodded in appreciation. Previously, he had declined to join Umbu and chose the police force instead because he wanted more time to train. Additionally, he considered the future night of the genocide. That night was not just his concern. He needed to enlist the help of as many Uchihas as possible. He also needed to develop a force that would protect his people. Danzo had already attacked him once. What if he did so again in the future? With his strength, Yuta might not have to fear anything, but what about Izumi's family? Having support would make various situations more manageable, and the police force was a good place for that. Shisui recalled the task Lord Hokage had explained and quickly mentioned that there was a vacancy for the squad leader under his command, making it a suitable position for Yuta. Naturally, Yuta was agreeable to Shisui's suggestion. Before leaving, he approached Fugaku to request a special seal exclusive to the Uchiha clan, the transcription seal. Inside the house, a series of peculiar conversations could be heard. Yuta was using the transcription seal to establish a defensive genjutsu in Izumi's eyes. After being attacked by Danzo through Kirigakure, he had been contemplating a way to ensure the safety of Izumi and her family. Although Izumi had undergone daily training and was an elite chunin, her parents were not ninjas. Therefore, he thought to use the transcription seal to provide them with a form of protection. After a long sigh, Yuta felt relieved once he finished the task. Izumi, feeling something was off, touched her eyes and asked what Yuta had done. Yuta deactivated his Sharingan and explained patiently that he had used the transcription seal to establish 2 defensive genjutsus in her eyes. He clarified that the transcription seal was a technique allowing a technique to reside in the target's eyes and activate under certain conditions. Izumi blinked, feeling somewhat confused. Why would he put a genjutsu in her eyes? Could it be that she might encounter danger in the village? Suddenly recalling Yuta's earlier warning about being attacked by one of the 7 ninja swordmasters, Izumi connected the dots. She asked if the attack had been the work of someone from Konoha. Yuta confirmed this without hesitation. He explained that the person behind that incident was a high-ranking official in the village named Shimura Danzo, but reassured her that she didn't need to worry too much about him for now. He instructed her to remember that if she encountered anyone wearing a mask, regardless of the type, she should be cautious, stay alert, and flee quickly. The masked individuals who could threaten Izumi and her family because of him could be Umbu, Root, or even Obito. Izumi took the name Danzo seriously, though at her age, she still struggled to understand why the village would want to harm her and Yuta. After instructing her not to disclose what he had explained, Yuta began to elaborate on the transcription seal. He explained that he had placed a genjutsu in each of her eyes and established 2 activation conditions. It could be activated passively when stunned by external forces or activated actively by oneself. If the enemy is unprepared, even a jonin can be defeated. It can overwhelm a jonin. Izumi was a bit stunned and surprised. Yuta had just passed the Chunin exam before heading to Kirigakure. Could he now take down a jonin with a single genjutsu? He believed he could, at least against a top-tier elite jonin. His overall strength was not far from being promoted to the next level, and he wondered what new talents he would acquire by then. Now that the genjutsu had been set up, it was time to test its success. As he spoke, Yuta steeled his heart, raised his sword, and pointed it toward Izumi's neck. Izumi blinked, but before she could react, she lost consciousness. A short while later, at the Uchiha's handmade pancake shop, Izumi nibbled on a pancake and turned her head away. She realized that this was a test to see if the established conditions were successful. She wished Yuta had informed her beforehand instead of attacking her suddenly. Yuta explained that if she had been prepared to be knocked out, it would have felt worse. Izumi considered this and decided to forgive him. Since it was the first time he had used the transcription seal and the conditions were complicated, Yuta had deliberately activated them to check if they were functioning. To trigger the conditions, he had to knock out Izumi. The aftermath was quite positive. Before she fainted, the genjutsu had been successfully applied to her. He also planned to set up a defensive genjutsu for Izumi's parents to provide them with some self-protection. Just then, a slightly breathless figure rushed in, exclaiming about a pancake. It was Sasuke, who was excitedly preparing to practice shurikenjutsu with his older brother. Sasuke took the pancake with a look of joy on his face, knowing that Itachi had finally found time to practice with him after being busy with the umbu. He greeted Yuta politely, recognizing the genius who was as famous as his brother. Yuta smiled and nodded at Sasuke but suddenly felt a prying sensation. He frowned and looked toward the source of the feeling, spotting a hidden camera with a reflective lens near the clan. It was a surveillance tool used by the umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan's territory. His mood shifted dramatically. It was no wonder the clan members had such a negative view of the village. They were under constant surveillance, with no privacy. Who could endure that? Initially, the village monitored the Uchiha clan to uncover the truth behind the Nine-Tails rebellion, but nearly 5 years had passed since then. Yuta speculated that the purpose of the surveillance might be to prevent the Uchiha family from staging a coup. After establishing some defensive genjutsus for Izumi's family, Yuta went to find Kakashi. He had made some improvements to Chidori and, with the help of prodigy talent, planned to learn the method of lightning release STMLTN and Kirin. Yuta intended to gradually explore the latter on his own, but he knew that without guidance, exploring the method of lightning release STMLTN could easily harm his body. Instead of risking injury, it was better to ask Kakashi directly. Kakashi, on a rare day off, was contemplating how to decline Yuta's request while holding a book. He was not unwilling to teach Yuta. It was just that learning the method of lightning release STMLTN would take a lot of time. His work with the umbu kept him busy, and he rarely had time off. If he taught Yuta, it could consume a significant amount of time. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Yuta expressed his gratitude for Kakashi showing him Chidori earlier. He mentioned that he had made some improvements and named the new technique Raikiri, as he had used lightning release ninjutsu to cut through Raiga. As he spoke, a flash of lightning appeared in his hand, producing a fine electric sound rather than the sharp noise of thousands of birds singing in unison. Kakashi's expression changed as he activated his Sharingan to examine Raikiri closely. The sound was much deeper than his Chidori, and its piercing capability seemed stronger, though he couldn't tell by how much. He acknowledged that this was an improved version of Chidori, expressing excitement that the advanced Chidori he had envisioned had been created by Yuta before him. Without hesitation, he registered Yuta's chakra flow with his Sharingan, but then he realized something was off. With a slightly hesitant expression, he asked about the hand seals for Raikiri. Although Yuta didn't need hand seals for ninjutsu, Kakashi did. Simply registering the chakra flow wasn't enough to use the ninjutsu. The corresponding hand seals were necessary for chakra control. Yuta pondered for a moment and suggested that perhaps it was time for the seniors to explore and test it themselves. Kakashi felt a mix of emotions. It was the first time he felt envious of someone else's talents. He thought about how much easier it would be if he didn't need hand seals to perform ninjutsu. However, he dismissed the thought, realizing that it was just a matter of a few hand seals. With the chakra flow already registered, he should be able to resolve the hand seal issue based on Chidori seals. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, contemplating the situation. Since Yuta had directly demonstrated the enhanced Chidori, Kakashi could not refuse his request any longer. As he contemplated sacrificing his reading time of NTMT Paradise to teach Yuta the lightning release STMLTN technique, he heard Yuta speak again. Yuta mentioned that he had made some morphological changes to Chidori. While explaining, Yuta showcased several ninjutsu derived from Chidori. He introduced a sharp Chidori spear, a technique capable of long-range attacks. The lightning spear shot forward like a laser, covering a distance of 5 meters. He then demonstrated Chidori Sunban, which could form numerous small needles, testing the user's chakra control. Next was Chidori Nagashi, which spread Chidori throughout the body, allowing attacks in all directions against surrounding enemies. Finally, he presented the Chidori sword. Kakashi stood in astonishment, watching Yuta reveal numerous variations of Chidori one after another. He mechanically copied the ninjutsu with his Sharingan, questioning whether Chidori was truly his technique to begin with. Why was Yuta more skilled than him? It felt as though he, the founder of Chidori, had become a mere thief of techniques. Finally, after Yuta finished showcasing all his variations, Kakashi regained his composure and expressed his confusion about whether all of these techniques were created by Yuta. It had only been a few months since Yuta had copied Chidori from him, yet he had already developed so many ninjutsu based on it. Kakashi pondered how difficult it was to create a ninjutsu, wondering if he, the original creator of Chidori, should not know. Even his master, Namikaze Minato, a well-known genius, had taken 3 years to complete the creation of Rasengan. Yuta modestly stated that he had only made some minor improvements. The reason he could create these Chidori variations so quickly was that he had a predetermined direction in mind. All of these ninjutsu were originally created by the future Sasuke in the original story, but Yuta had developed them ahead of time. With the lightning prodigy talent acquired through the system, it took him very little time to create them. Yuta looked at Kakashi, having shown him so much ninjutsu that it would be embarrassing for Kakashi to refuse to teach him now. After the initial shock wore off, Kakashi recalled Yuta's intention. After copying so many ninjutsu, Yuta wanted to learn the lightning-style STMLTN method, so Kakashi felt compelled to teach him, despite a lingering regret about having less time to read NTMT Paradise. After clearing his throat, Kakashi explained that to use the lightning release STMLTN method, one must STMLT the entire body through lightning chakra to enhance speed, strength, explosiveness, and reaction capability in all aspects. He warned that even with his guidance, there was a possibility of accidental injuries and that it would take a considerable amount of time, so Yuta should prepare himself. Kakashi outlined the 2 main steps for the lightning release STMLTN. The first step involved using lightning chakra to STMLT the muscles throughout the body, greatly enhancing muscular capacity. This was evident from the original Chunin exam, where Sasuke, unable to match Rock Lee's speed, could achieve similar speed after learning the lightning release STMLTN method through Kakashi's special training. The second step involved using lightning chakra to STMLT all the nerves, especially the optic nerve. Kakashi noted that this step was the most problematic and dangerous, as nerves were much more fragile than muscles, and nerve issues could be more severe than muscular problems. However, if successful, the benefits would be immense. After all, if speed improved but the corresponding reaction and insight capabilities did not, the speed would be nearly useless. Yuta nodded slowly, beginning to understand. He recalled the battle between Sasuke and the 4th Raikage from the original story. The 4th Raikage was able to dodge the Amaterasu that Sasuke unleashed with his sight, indicating that the Raikage was far beyond ordinary people, whether in the insight of his eyes, the response speed of his brain, or the speed of his body. Yuta realized that Kakashi's lightning release STMLTN method was a weakened version of the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. He wished he could learn the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode directly, but he knew that was impossible. He could only hope that when he became strong enough, he would witness the fourth Raikage using his lightning release chakra mode in real combat. Soon, under Kakashi's guidance, Yuta began the first stage of training. He activated the muscles in his limbs, chest, abdomen, and waist using lightning chakra. Kakashi observed that Yuta was progressing rapidly, noting that his lightning talent seemed quite good. However, realizing he had spoken without thinking, he reconsidered. With Yuta's ability to create so many advanced ninjutsu from Chidori, it was clear that his lightning release talent was exceptional. After about 2 hours, Yuta successfully completed the first step. Fine arcs of lightning occasionally appeared around his body. He jumped and dashed at high speed several times, discovering that his speed had significantly increased. However, due to this increase, he had to activate his Sharingan to keep up. The improvement was indeed remarkable. Yuta felt a sense of satisfaction. The reason he wanted to learn lightning release STMLTN was to enhance his speed. He was acutely aware of his situation. Compared to the true powers at the Kage level, what he lacked was not ninjutsu, but the fundamental strength and speed. After all, his age limited his physical development. Before his physical growth reached its peak, he could only rely on various methods to improve his speed and strength. Kakashi suggested moving on to the second stage of training, appearing a bit more serious. Although Yuta had easily completed the first stage, the second stage would definitely take more time. Without proper guidance, Yuta could easily injure himself during this phase. If he accidentally harmed his nerves, he would need a long time to recover. Initially, Kakashi had considered refusing to let Yuta proceed, feeling that this step would consume too much time. Yuta's expression turned serious as he approached the second stage with utmost caution. However, he soon realized that this step didn't seem too difficult. Following Kakashi's guidance to STMLT his nerves, he mentally summarized the key points of this phase. First, there needed to be very fine manipulation of the chakra. The chakra used to STMLT the nerves could cause harm if not controlled properly. With his innate chakra control ability, Yuta found it easy to manage and mobilize the chakra within his body. Second, it was essential to STMLT the corresponding nerve with the appropriate amount of chakra. If there was too little chakra, the STMLTN would be insufficient, while too much could cause injury to the nerves. Thus, controlling the right amount of chakra was crucial, and even Kakashi couldn't specify what that amount should be. He could only allow Yuta to learn through trial and error. Yuta possessed a divine-level lightning release talent acquired through the system, which enabled him to easily comprehend the amount of chakra needed. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh internally. In the ninja world, talent and bloodlines were the most important factors. Time passed slowly, and Kakashi grew increasingly impressed. Initially, when he saw Yuta STMLTNG his nerves, he noticed that Yuta was carefully controlling his chakra, wary of making mistakes. Gradually, Yuta became more relaxed and was soon able to control his chakra at will. Many times, when Kakashi thought Yuta might be injured, it turned out that the amount of chakra was just right. Before long, Yuta completed the second stage of training. It took a bit longer for the muscles and nerves to be stimulated simultaneously. Now, there was no need for Sharingan to keep up with his improved speed. Yuta wondered how much his current reflexes differed from those of the fourth Raikage, who had dodged Amaterasu at close range. Kakashi expressed his excitement, acknowledging Yuta's achievement in completing the training in just one day. He never imagined he would praise someone else's talent. It should have been a good thing for Yuta to learn the technique so quickly, as it meant he wouldn't occupy the rest of his vacation time. His appreciation for literary works wouldn't be delayed either. However, witnessing Yuta learn the lightning release STMLTN method in a single day left Kakashi feeling a bit frustrated. It suggested that Yuta's lightning release talent was likely greater than his own. Yuta humbly credited his success to Kakashi's guidance. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, announcing that his overall strength had improved to a quasi-Kage level and that it was analyzing new talents. After inviting Kakashi to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, Yuta hurried home. As soon as he arrived, he eagerly opened the system panel. Overall strength, Quasi-Kage, weak. Sharingan Eye power, LV3, 2000-5000. Chakra, LV4, 2000-5000. Chakra attributes, fire, lightning, wind. Talents, Indra bloodline, monster physique, lightning release prodigy, Genjutsu grandmaster, body flicker grandmaster. The grandmaster of Genjutsu talent indicated that Yuta's Genjutsu skills were exceptional, allowing him to ensnare enemies in Genjutsu situations. The body flicker grandmaster talent meant he could easily master all kinds of instant movement techniques. Yuta contemplated his strength, realizing that he was at a quasi-Kage level. He had thought that after reaching Jonin, the next step would be Kage, but this intermediate stage surprised him. He noted that the power of his Sharingan and his chakra were at the same level, resolving his earlier confusion about the points needed to enhance his Sharingan and chakra abilities. He understood that 5,000 points in Sharingan power represented the Mangekyo level, while 5,000 points in chakra equated to Kage level. Acknowledging the gap between himself and true Kage level powers, Yuta quickly accepted the reality of his situation. He began to assess his current abilities. He was skilled in taijutsu, had just learned the lightning release STMLTN method, and his physical attributes had improved significantly. In terms of ninjutsu, he was well versed in various Uchiha fire release techniques and lightning release ninjutsu, including those derived from Chidori. Although he hadn't focused much on Genjutsu, his Sharingan provided him with a solid foundation. He also possessed the 8 inner gates. With his quasi-Kage level strength and the 8 inner gates, he felt he could potentially contend with a true Kage level powerhouse. Yuta speculated that his current strength might be comparable to Sasuke's early days in Shippuden, particularly when Sasuke was under Orochimaru's tutelage. Sasuke had trained for over 2 years, excelling in fire release and lightning release, ninjutsu, and had the level 2 curse mark along with the 8 inner gates. Their strengths seemed to align closely. Reflecting on the power of his Sharingan, Yuta realized how much restraint Itachi had shown during their encounters. His current Sharingan power was at 2,000 points, which he recognized as the limit for a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. He understood that for an Uchiha to continue improving beyond this point, they would need to evolve their Sharingan into the Mangekyo. The intensity of this transformation was significant, allowing the power to leap from 2,000 to 5,000 points. Yuta felt a surge of excitement at the thought. In the original story, after Shisui's death, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi had confronted Itachi, only to be swiftly defeated. Despite being elite Jonin who had awakened their 3-tomo Sharingan, they stood no chance against Itachi's qualitatively enhanced power. This realization made Yuta appreciate the potential of the Mangekyo, which could dramatically increase strength compared to the gradual improvements of his current abilities. Shaking off these thoughts, Yuta began to explore his newly acquired talents. He had gained 2 talents at once, Genjutsu Grandmaster and Body Flicker Grandmaster, both of which Shisui excelled in. With the Grandmaster of Genjutsu talent, he could enhance his Genjutsu skills significantly, potentially mastering taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. As for the Body Flicker Grandmaster talent, Yuta read the description carefully. The body flicker technique was a high-speed movement technique utilizing chakra, encompassing various instant movement effects. This included the possibility of mastering space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique. While learning such a renowned space-time ninjutsu would be challenging, especially as a member of the Uchiha clan, Yuta felt fortunate to have Shisui as a mentor in the police force, allowing him to seek daily guidance on genjutsu and body flicker techniques. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Shisui effortlessly intervened in a fight between ninjas using his body flicker technique. When the 2 subdued ninjas realized they were being confronted by the police force, they became disrespectful. They accused Shisui of cowardice, claiming that the Uchiha clan had done nothing during the Ninetales incident and only bullied ordinary people. Shisui attempted to explain, feeling embarrassed, that the Uchiha clan had been ordered to protect civilians during the Ninetales attack. However, the 2 ninjas refused to listen. Observing this scene, Yuta felt a sense of inevitability about their reaction. According to Konoha's regulations, as a ninja causing trouble in the streets, they would be detained for 48 hours. Shisui tried to reason with them again, but it was futile. The only option left was to restrain them and allow another police officer to take them into custody. Shisui ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, pondering how to change the villagers' perception of the Uchiha clan. He had been focused on two main tasks: altering the villagers' views and addressing the hostile and distrustful attitudes of the Uchiha towards the village. Unfortunately, both efforts had not yielded the desired results. Yuta, reluctantly offering support, reminded Shisui of the villagers' limited understanding. As a newly appointed squad leader under Shisui in the police force, Yuta had developed a good rapport with him. He appreciated how Shisui openly shared his knowledge about Genjutsu and body flicker techniques whenever Yuta inquired. To Yuta, Shisui was admirable in many ways, yet he found his idealism somewhat naive. Did Shisui truly believe he could single-handedly change the village and the clan's reputation? Yuta recognized that the villagers' current attitude towards the Uchiha was influenced by someone else's actions. With the sabotage orchestrated by an unknown individual, Shisui's attempts to foster change seemed destined to fail. By midday, the two planned to visit Ichiraku. As they approached the entrance, an Umbu suddenly appeared beside them, coldly stating that the Uchiha clan members needed to leave. Yuta frowned, glancing into the shop where he spotted a small figure with yellow hair. A surge of anger ignited within him. He questioned the validity of the rule that dictated the Uchiha should avoid such encounters. Did they truly believe he would attempt to abduct a child? Yuta spoke without ceremony. However, the Umbu in front of him had no intention of backing down. In their minds, they suspected the Uchihas were behind the Nine-Tails rebellion, and they could not allow anyone to approach the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Furthermore, the two individuals before him were part of the Uchiha police force. Shisui also noticed Uzumaki Naruto inside. Aware that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was present, he stopped the angry Yuta and reassured him. He suggested they change locations. Before they could leave, Naruto finished his meal and stepped outside. At that moment, passers-by on the street turned their heads away. Some even pointed at Naruto, warning their children to avoid him. Seeing this, Yuta felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. The son of the esteemed fourth Hokage received such treatment in the village, with everyone calling him the Demon Fox. Who would believe that there was no one behind the scenes to help him? By the Naka River, Yuta was engaged in his daily training. Recently, in addition to his physical exercises, he occasionally sought Shisui's help with Genjutsu techniques. He also focused on two additional training aspects. One was attempting to combine the lightning release STMLTN method with the body flicker technique he learned from Shisui. The body flicker technique was complex, combining shadow clone and body flicker with an increase in wind release speed. Shisui also used Genjutsu to alter the target senses. With his talent for the body flicker technique and wind release, Yuta was now capable of learning Shisui's technique. However, combining it with the lightning release method posed another challenge due to the incompatibility between lightning and wind releases. Given his current talent, it was impossible to merge the two quickly. The other training focus was the lightning Kirin technique. This high-intensity, large-scale lightning release ninjutsu involved harnessing natural forces and was difficult to master. Above the river, lightning occasionally flickered in the dark clouds. Yuta also used fire release against the Naka River, creating a significant amount of steam that intensified the dark clouds. He found it challenging to control. Using his 3-tomo Sharingan, Yuta carefully observed the dark clouds and attempted to manipulate the thunder and lightning within them from a distance. The thunder and lightning formed through chakra and also occurred naturally. The amount generated through the latter method was far greater than the former. It was precisely this immense natural force that made controlling the lightning Kirin so difficult. Suddenly, an Umbu jumped beside him and warned him to leave and practice elsewhere. The Umbu ninja was startled by the storm cloud gathering power above them. With the Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails nearby, such a dangerous ninjutsu needed to be avoided. However, Yuta did not respond, and the Umbu's eyes widened as a fist grew larger in his vision. The Umbu's pupils constricted, and he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. A dull thud echoed as Yuta's punch connected with his face, sending him flying. Yuta wore a grim expression, feeling that perhaps he had shown too much respect, leading the Umbu to believe he was easy to intimidate. Shisui had previously intervened, but now he was alone. These Umbu were not only preventing him from eating but also trying to drive him away during his training. Their audacity was endless. 2 more Umbu leaped in, eyeing Yuta with alert expressions. Before they could react, their captain, an official Jonin, was swiftly dispatched. Yuta's strength was evident as he knocked out the captain in an instant, showcasing his power. As he faced the remaining Umbu, a familiar laughter echoed nearby. Sarutobi Huruzen approached, explaining that the Umbu were merely doing their job. Behind him followed a small boy with yellow hair, holding a grilled fish Uzumaki Naruto. Understanding the situation, Yuta realized that Sarutobi Huruzen routinely checked on Naruto. While most villagers rejected Naruto, this kind old man treated him well and even prepared picnics for him. It was no wonder Naruto, a child unaware of the world, was touched by such kindness. Through this connection, Sarutobi Huruzen could easily keep the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in check. Yuta remarked, without any fluctuation in his tone, that it was impressive for the Hokage to find time for a child amidst official duties. Sarutobi Huruzen responded seriously, stating that every child was the future of the village and needed care. Yuta felt incredulous. How could Sarutobi Huruzen say such a thing without any psychological burden? When Naruto was bullied and ostracized by the villagers, why did neither he nor the Umbu step in? At that moment, Yuta had no intention of staying. The longer he remained, the more he feared he would become ill. He decided to leave, requesting that Sarutobi Huruzen de-escalate the Umbu. He noted that the villagers often felt the police department was unreasonable, but today, it seemed the Umbu were even more so. After expressing his thoughts, Yuta walked away without looking back. Sarutobi Huruzen frowned slightly as he observed the dark clouds above. This Uchiha Yuta was growing stronger. Behind him, Naruto curiously asked if the older brother had just said Sarutobi Huruzen was the Hokage and what that meant. Sarutobi Huruzen turned and replied kindly that the Hokage was the one who protected all the villagers. In Konoha, 54 years later, at the Naka Sanctuary, the Uchiha Clan Association gathered most of the elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Many clan members appeared resentful, expressing their discontent with the village. They questioned how long the Umbu would continue to watch over them. They recalled that during the Nine Tails incident, they had wanted to fight, but Danzo had insisted they protect the villagers. The villagers referred to them as turtles. The village had not even bothered to provide explanations. They were clearly performing official duties in accordance with management regulations, yet the villagers continued to complain. The Umbu often had various conflicts with their police force. The Uchiha clan was dissatisfied with being excluded from the central power of the village. In the years following the Nine Tails Rebellion, this discontent had grown even more due to the forced seizure of their clan's lands by the village and the constant surveillance by the Umbu. Some members of the clan even occasionally spoke of a coup. Indeed, the Uchihas had long-standing grievances with the village's higher-ups. Right in front of the Naka shrine, all the high-ranking members of the police force, including Uchiha Fugaku, were gathered. The police department was similar to the Umbu. The leader was Uchiha Fugaku, the deputy leader was Uchiha Yashiro, who also served as commander of the 1st Division. Additionally, there were 3 officials, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Teka, and Uchiha Inabi. Yuta was a squad leader under Shisui's 2nd detachment. Yashiro looked around and noticed that Yuta had not spoken, so he asked if Yuta had any comments. Yuta expressed his hope that the village would lift its surveillance on them. He remarked, with little interest, that the Umbu seemed to believe the cameras were hidden. The room fell silent, and many Uchihas responded, especially those who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. For those Uchihas, it was hard not to notice the numerous cameras surrounding their clan. As they walked down the street or trained in the clan's training grounds, they felt the almost omnipresent sensation of being watched, which was quite bothersome. Yashiro nodded, expressing some regret as he mentioned that the clan leader had recently brought this issue up to the village, but it had been rejected once again. This was not the first time it had been mentioned. Initially, the surveillance of the Uchiha clan was to determine who was behind the Nine-Tails rebellion. At first, the Uchiha clan had refrained from acting to clear any suspicions. However, 6 years had passed since the rebellion, and despite the ongoing surveillance, the Umbu had found nothing unusual. Each time the Uchihas requested to lift the surveillance, their requests were denied. Yashiro turned to Itachi, who was at the back of the crowd, and asked if he had any news from the Umbu. Itachi stood up, lowered his head slightly, and said he believed part of the reason the village was monitoring the clan was due to the recent increase in clan meetings. The village feared what the Uchihas might do, which was why they continued to watch over their lands. Itachi suggested that the clan should reduce the number of meetings to show goodwill to the higher-ups. As he spoke, Itachi suddenly noticed that the surroundings had grown completely silent. Looking up, he saw that nearly all the clan members were staring at him, and Shisui in front of him was giving him a wild wink. Yashiro's voice rose aggressively as he questioned Itachi's loyalty, expressing doubt about where he stood. Itachi felt a familiar frustration welling up inside him. He identified himself as both Uchiha Itachi of the village and Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Tekka and Inabi exchanged disapproving glances. They demanded that Itachi show his attitude as Uchiha and questioned whether it was their fault that the clan was under surveillance. Itachi thought to himself that the clan members were arrogant and aggressive, ignoring the bigger picture and only caring about themselves and not the village. He felt that the clan had completely lost their way, often complaining and expressing anger over trivial matters, even discussing a coup while disregarding the peace of the village. However, when he saw the concerned eyes of Shisui, Itachi relented. He agreed to reflect the clan's thoughts to Lord Hokage. After the clan meeting, Shisui approached Itachi, expressing concern about the dangerous situation he had just faced. Itachi had been at odds with nearly all the Uchihas, even suggesting that the Umbu was monitoring them due to the excessive clan meetings. Such statements would have drawn strong opposition from the clan, whether coming from Itachi or Fugaku. Itachi stood firm in his opinion, acknowledging Shisui's understanding of the clan's resentment but also urging him to consider their feelings after being watched for so long. Itachi remained silent, appearing impassive. Seeing this, Shisui spoke with a complicated expression, revealing that the clan members had begun to lose trust in Itachi, believing he had completely surrendered to the village. The thought of helping the clan monitor their own friends was something Itachi did not want to discuss. He felt a strong sense of disgust rising within him towards the clan members, which he struggled to suppress. Slightly bowing his head, he concealed his expression and apologized to Shisui before leaving for the Hokage building. As an Umbu, Itachi needed to report the meeting's content to Lord Hokage. Shisui appeared troubled. Itachi had joined the Umbu at Shisui's recommendation, never imagining that the conflict between the clan and the village would escalate to such an extent. Itachi had become a double agent caught between the village and the clan. He rubbed his eyes, contemplating whether the only solution was to use Kodoamatsukami now. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Yuta Koho, the 4 main leaders of Konoha, were present. In front of them stood Shisui. Huruzen, with a somber expression, asked Shisui if he had heard from Itachi that the next Uchiha clan meeting might be to discuss a coup. Shisui lowered his head in resignation. With his confirmation, the 2 elders, Mitokado Hamura and Yuta Koho, suddenly changed their expressions. Danzo, on the other hand, simply stated that it would be better to strike first and send Umbu en route to eliminate the rebellion preemptively. Sarutobi Huruzen frowned and admonished Danzo, urging him not to speak foolishly. He then turned to Shisui and gently asked him to share his plan. Shisui nodded deeply and explained that he intended to control the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, during the demonstration and persuade the clan members to abandon the coup through him. Danzo scoffed at the idea, questioning how someone as skilled as Fugaku could be easily manipulated, even by Genjutsu. Shisui revealed that he would use his Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Kodo Amatsukami, to achieve this. As Shisui displayed his Mangekyo, Danzo instinctively looked away, surprised by the power of Kodo Amatsukami, which could silently alter the will of others. He realized that such a dangerous ability needed to be controlled, and he felt a burning desire for that power. With Kodo Amatsukami, Shisui could even become Hokage. Sarutobi Huruzen, unaware of Danzo's thoughts, resignedly accepted the situation and thanked Shisui for his hard work, instructing him to proceed with his plan. In his heart, Huruzen felt a sense of complacency, believing that once Shisui took control of Physique, the entire Uchiha clan would be at their disposal. Shisui took the lead and departed, followed by Danzo and the two elders as they left the Hokage building. Back at the root base, Danzo, with a blank expression, immediately ordered the mobilization of the root members, preparing for action and targeting Shisui. Meanwhile, by the waterfall along the Naka River, Yuta was waiting. As someone who had transmigrated and was aware of the plots surrounding Shisui's demise, he understood the potential danger Shisui faced. When he learned that the clan council was discussing the coup, he realized that Shisui might be targeted by Danzo this time. Yuta held a high regard for Shisui, not only because Shisui had selflessly assisted him with Genjutsu and body flicker techniques, but also because Shisui was different from Itachi. Initially, Yuta had thought they were similar, especially since Itachi's current state was largely due to Shisui's influence. However, he gradually recognized the differences. Shisui cared for both Konoha and the Uchiha, while Itachi only prioritized Konoha, neglecting his own clan. In the face of a coup, Shisui chose to sacrifice himself to prevent it, whereas Itachi decided to eliminate nearly all the Uchiha to stop the uprising. Yuta wondered if Yashiro and the others understood that Shisui always had the village's best interests at heart. They did, but they also recognized that Shisui was still a Uchiha. Thus, they entrusted him with monitoring Itachi. After Shisui's death in the original story, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi had even gone directly to Fugaku's house to interrogate Itachi, disregarding the authority of the clan leader. This demonstrated Shisui's popularity. In contrast, Itachi seemed to harbor a prejudice against the Uchiha clan, ignoring their voices and only perceiving their arrogance without understanding their grievances. Yuta felt that Shisui might still have a chance to be saved, but Itachi was beyond redemption. Previously, Yuta had warned Shisui to be cautious of Danzo, but he was unsure if Shisui had heeded his advice. Therefore, he had prepared to wait by the waterfall, determined not to let Kodo Amatsukami fall into Danzo's hands. He feared what might happen if Danzo used that power against him or Izumi. As he stood before the roaring waterfall, two Uchiha police ninjas approached. They informed him that the clan meeting was about to begin. These were Uchiha Lihua and Uchiha Karma, older members of his squad who had become obedient under Yuta's persuasion, both through reason and strength. Their talents were commendable. Under his training over the past 2 years, they had reached the level of a jonin. Yuta shook his head, indicating he had other matters to attend to. He took a deep breath and checked the system panel. Host, Uchiha Yuta. Age, 12 years. Overall strength, Quasi-Kage, strong. Sharingan power, LV3, 4000-5000. Chakra, LV4, 4000-5000. In the last 2 years, with the development of his body, his strength had increased rapidly. Yuta waited until dusk. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the upper course of the Naka River. Among the trees, a giant green figure emerged. It was Susanoo. Seeing this, Yuta did not hesitate and ran at full speed. In the forest, a group of roots gazed at the giant green figure standing not far away, feeling a chill in their hearts. An overwhelming power seemed to stare back at them, making them feel as though they were being watched by a mythical beast. Danzo, with his remaining intact left eye, focused on the emerald giant before him. He recognized this divine power that Madara had once mastered. Shisui had already learned Susanoo. Even after losing one of his eyes, he was still able to use it. Indeed, the Uchiha were born with great power. Danzo recalled the words of the second Hokage and found himself agreeing even more in that moment. The Uchiha, possessing such dangerous power, were a threat to the village and needed to be eradicated. He quickly suppressed the fear on his face and ordered his subordinates to attack. They should be able to defeat Shisui quickly in his current state. Although terrified, the roots were essentially tools that Danzo had brainwashed for a long time. They rushed towards Susanoo without fear of death. As Danzo had said, Shisui, having lost an eye, would not be able to maintain Susanoo for long. Faced with the elite roots, Shisui could only escape using the body flicker technique. Suddenly, a figure crackled with electricity approached rapidly. It was Uchiha Yuta. Danzo felt a sense of relief upon seeing Yuta's face. Just Uchiha Yuta, nothing to worry about. Yet his heart sank. Shisui and Yuta could both perish here today. One was considered the strongest Uchiha of the present, and the other was the strongest genius of the new generation. If both remained here, the Uchiha clan would suffer greatly, making it easier to deal with them in the future. He ordered ruthlessly for Yuta to be killed as well. A root surged forward, pursuing Shisui. With no emotion in its eyes, it struck at Shisui. Suddenly, Shisui felt a piercing pain in his heart, and blood flowed down. The root looked surprised, struggling to comprehend the ninjutsu that had pierced its heart, a lightning spear. It had crossed several meters and struck from a distance. Yuta had easily dispatched one root and quickly grabbed Shisui, retreating using multiple body flicker techniques to buy some time. He looked at Shisui, who was gasping for breath, and noted the bloodied right eye. Yuta sighed inwardly. He had clearly warned Shisui to be cautious of Danzo, yet he had still lost an eye. Shisui gasped, stating he was running low on chakra and was in poor condition after losing his right eye. He did not think Yuta, with his strength, could handle the enemy before him. However, he felt it would be fine if Yuta left without him. A wave of sadness surged within Shisui. He had been determined to use Kodo Amatsukami on Fugaku to prevent the attack, but Danzo still did not trust him and even sought to take his eyes. How could this be? Yuta unsheathed the short sword he carried on his back, his gaze fixed on the roots and Danzo in the distance with cold eyes. If he left like this, his anger would not subside. He held a grudge against Danzo. Danzo had leaked his information to Kirigakure in an attempt to kill him. That debt had yet to be repaid. After instructing Shisui to protect himself, Yuta's entire body crackled with lightning, and he vanished in an instant. Danzo mocked him, noting that instead of escaping, he had run toward him. At 12 years old, Yuta was already an official jonin, serving as the captain of the police force. He had previously killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga. But even if Yuta had the combat power of an elite jonin, he could not contend with the numerous elite roots. Danzo was pleased that Yuta had come toward him and immediately ordered the roots to organize and eliminate Yuta. 5 or 6 roots charged at Yuta from all directions, blocking every escape route. Yuta's eyes gleamed as he quickly mobilized his lightning chakra. Chidori Senbon. The dense and dazzling lightning chakra erupted from every part of his body, enveloping the roots rushing toward him in a storm of electricity. The roots that were struck by Chidori Senbon found their muscles paralyzed and their minds frozen. They could only watch as Yuta continued his advance. Danzo, hand over Shisui's eye. Avoiding the roots, Yuta charged directly at Danzo. Taking down 1 or 2 roots would not make a significant difference. The crucial point was that Shisui's Mangekyo, Kodo Amatsukami, must not fall into Danzo's hands. The roots, having completely abandoned Shisui at that moment, surrounded Yuta one after another. Another Chidori spear shot forth, sweeping away a charging root. The root had no time to retreat and was struck in the abdomen by the sharp lightning spear. A strong, metallic scent filled the forest. Another root nearby was hit by the sudden burst of Chidori, its body falling into a state of paralysis. There was no way to approach him now. A root hurriedly spoke. Once struck by that body-wide lightning ninjutsu, their bodies would become paralyzed, temporarily losing their effectiveness in combat. Seeing the lightning spear in Yuta's hands, all the roots retreated 10 meters away. One of the roots began forming hand seals, and its chest swelled. It unleashed a fire release technique, launching a large fireball. Unable to approach, they decided to attack Yuta from a distance with ninjutsu. There were many of them present, and if Yuta wanted to use ninjutsu to defend himself, he would still struggle to block a 360-degree attack completely. Immediately, all the roots followed suit and ceased their advance, relying on ninjutsu to strike from afar. Yuta found it quite bothersome. He smirked slightly and quickly gathered lightning chakra in his hand. Using his Sharingan, he swiftly observed the attacks coming from all directions and dodged with incredible speed. He combined Kakashi's lightning release STMLTN technique with Shisui's body flicker technique. The results of his extensive training finally manifested at that moment. Yuta's figure nearly vanished as he effortlessly evaded all the ninjutsu aimed at him. The light of Raikiri in his hand reflected on his face as he pierced the chest of a root blocking his path without hesitation. The roots were astonished by his speed. They remarked on how quickly he utilized ninjutsu, feeling completely outmatched. They noted that his speed surpassed even Shisui's and realized he was heading straight for Lord Danzo. Skirting past the roots, Yuta charged directly at Danzo, who had initially believed he could win this time. Danzo could only evade with a grim expression as Yuta approached. The ground beneath Yuta's foot cracked upon impact, sending rocks flying and dust into the air. Danzo was taken aback by the sheer power displayed. His left eye caught sight of Yuta's relentless assault, forcing him to turn away helplessly. Previously, to stealthily approach Shisui, he had used a 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye to activate Izanagi. Now that his right eye was blind, he could only rely on his left eye and his left arm. At over 60 years old and having not fought in many years, he was uncertain how much strength he could muster against Yuta. The speed and power Yuta exhibited astonished him. At just 12 years old, Yuta was able to suppress and strike him. Despite Danzo's age and condition, Yuta's extraordinary strength was evident. Reflecting on this, Danzo's heart filled with murderous intent. The wicked Uchiha posed a significant hidden danger to the village, and he needed to be eliminated. However, at that moment, Danzo realized he could not contend with Yuta. As he turned to flee, he ordered his subordinates to stop Yuta. Regret surged within him. He had only one of Shisui's eyes today. If he could obtain both, his chances of becoming Hokage would undoubtedly increase. He blamed Yuta for all his failures, and his heart ignited with fury. Shimura Danzo, the leader of a respectable organization, was being pursued by a 12-year-old child and forced to retreat. What a disgrace! Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from behind him, followed by the alarmed shouts of his subordinates. They warned him to get out of the way. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Danzo quickly turned to the side and saw a lightning spear hurtling toward him. He hurriedly dodged the attack, realizing his subordinates had been left behind and could not keep up with Yuta's speed, let alone block him. As Yuta continued his advance, Danzo's resolve hardened. He prepared to abandon all scruples and attack Yuta with all his might. Just then, a figure rushed at high speed and intercepted Yuta. It was Itachi, dressed in his Umbu attire, without a mask on his face. With a serious expression, he commanded Yuta to stop. Yuta, furious and unceremonious, struck Itachi in the face with a fierce punch, knocking him unconscious. Itachi felt a sudden pain in his face, not expecting Yuta's attack, and he was taken by surprise as he was sent flying. Was he knocked out suddenly? Although he wasn't prepared, Yuta's speed at that moment was astonishing. Fueled by anger, Yuta struck Itachi and then charged toward Danzo. He demanded that Danzo hand over Shisui's Sharingan. With a fierce determination, Yuta leaped forward, aiming to strike Danzo with his short sword. If possible, it would be best to eliminate Danzo right away. If Danzo could be dealt with in advance, resolving the issue of the night of genocide would be much easier. However, even though Danzo was not in great physical condition, he was still formidable. He narrowly avoided Yuta's blade and revealed the Sharingan he had taken from Shisui. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he held the bloodied eyes in his hands. The power of Konoha should not fall into Uchiha hands. Just as Yuta was about to continue his pursuit to eliminate Danzo, a figure jumped in from behind to stop him. It was Shisui. He urged Yuta to stop and not escalate the situation further. Yuta looked at Shisui in disbelief, questioning whether he was truly trying to intervene. Shisui apologized, revealing that he had asked Itachi to hold Yuta back earlier. Blood continued to drip from Shisui's right eye as he insisted they should halt and not worsen the circumstances. Just as Shisui stepped forward to restrain him, Danzo abandoned his previous plans and retreated without hesitation. The roots of the conflict began to withdraw one by one. After a while, only Shisui, Yuta, and Itachi remained in the forest. Shisui explained that he had originally planned to use his Mangekyo Sharingan technique to control Fugaku, the clan leader, in hopes of dissipating the clan's intention to stage a coup. However, Danzo had summoned him privately, expressed his distrust, and seized Shisui's right eye. Yuta glanced at Itachi, who showed no change in expression. With a playful tone, he remarked that Itachi seemed to be aware of this plan. He then asked if Itachi had truly agreed with Shisui to use the technique to control their father. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, but he firmly stated that if it could prevent a coup and a potential war, it would be worth it. Shisui had shared the plan with him the day before, and he acknowledged its merit. It would have been worth it if they could have resolved the matter simply by taking control of their father. Yuta couldn't help but laugh, feeling a mix of pity and amusement at Uchiha Fugaku, who had indeed raised a good son. He turned to Shisui and questioned whether he truly believed that controlling Fugaku would lead the clan members to abandon their coup plans. Shisui's expression froze, recalling how Danzo had questioned him similarly before. He expressed a lack of confidence, suggesting that if the desire for a coup could be quelled and the village's attitude toward the Uchiha changed, the problem might be resolved. Yuta challenged him, questioning who had guaranteed that the village would make such changes. He pointedly asked if Huruzen had shown any willingness to change after all these. Shisui and Itachi's expressions shifted, not only because Yuta had referred to the third Hokage by his first name but also due to the distrust in his words. Itachi responded with resentment, asserting that Lord Hokage had always cared for the Uchiha clan. He claimed that the current situation was entirely due to the clan members being too selfish and arrogant. In an instant, Yuta activated his Sharingan, looking at Itachi with a fierce intensity. If Shisui was foolish, then Itachi was confidently foolish. Yuta pointed out that while the Uchiha were deemed arrogant, the Hyuga clan also sought to compete for the title of the strongest clan in Konoha. He noted that the difference was that the Hyuga had already been weakened after the incident with Hyuga Hizashi, while the Uchiha still retained some strength. Yuta expressed that what Hiruzen wanted was an obedient Uchiha, one he could control like a pet. With anger in his heart, he voiced thoughts he had kept hidden. The expressions of Shisui and Itachi changed completely, as if they had seen a ghost. It was the first time they had heard such rebellious and outrageous words. Even the clan members most eager for a coup had never spoken so boldly. Shisui reluctantly questioned how Lord Hokage could be such a person. Yuta countered, asking why it was impossible. He pointed out that the fourth Hokage was Minato and not Orochimaru because Minato was young and easier to control, while Orochimaru had experienced 2 great ninja wars and had his own team. For Hiruzen, Minato was clearly the better choice, a young man who could be easily managed. Yuta noted that the guards of the Hokage under Minato's command were all under 15 years old, highlighting the poor state of the Hokage's guard. He also questioned why so many members of the Sarutobi clan were promoted to Jonin each year, suggesting that Hiruzen's power and prestige were waning, forcing him to consolidate control by promoting his own clan members. This was how the Sarutobi clan's ninja force had grown. Shisui's expression changed rapidly as he recalled his past interactions with Sarutobi Huruzen. After losing his parents at a young age, Huruzen had taken great care of him because he was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage. They had taught him the will of fire in the Ninja Academy. Shisui adamantly denied that Lord Hokage could be that kind of person. Yuta, however, pressed on, questioning what about Danzo. He pointed out that Danzo had attacked Shisui today under the pretense of distrust, and this was not the first time Danzo had acted against a fellow ninja from the same village without justification. He asked if Sarutobi Huruzen was unaware of such actions. If he was aware, it went without saying. If he doesn't, then Sarutobi Huruzen is a fool who has been deceived. Some people believe that the darkness of Konoha is solely due to Danzo and has nothing to do with Sarutobi Huruzen. In Yuta's opinion, this line of thinking is simply ridiculous. If Sarutobi Huruzen knew, he was an accomplice covering for Danzo. If he didn't know, Danzo would have checkmated him long ago. How could he have been Hokage for decades? One could underestimate Sarutobi Huruzen's strength, but one could not underestimate his level of power. Shisui froze as if struck by lightning. He wondered if the Hokage knew what Danzo had done. If he knew, Shisui suddenly dared not think further. If he continued to ponder deeply, the beliefs he had built over many years would shatter. Meanwhile, Itachi consoled him, stating that the Umbu and Root were not subordinate to each other, and even Lord Hokage could not command Root's people. He suggested that Lord Hokage probably did not know what Danzo had done. As Shisui's best friend, Itachi was also furious about Danzo's surprise attack on Shisui that day. However, he did not believe it meant Sarutobi Huruzen was behind it. In his view, Yuta's earlier words stemmed from prejudice against the village, much like those arrogant clan members. Yuta declared that he had said all he needed to say and that Shisui should decide for himself. After a long silence, Shisui appeared to have lost his spirit. He requested Yuta not to tell the clan members what had happened that day, stating it was his last request. Almost instantly, Yuta understood Shisui's plan. Although mentally prepared, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anger in his heart. He questioned why Shisui was doing this, insisting it made no sense. The anger of the clan members would not subside. Why didn't Shisui want to inform the clan about what had happened? If they knew, they would never let it go, immediately clashing with the village and demanding punishment for Danzo. With Shisui's kind nature, he was essentially friends with everyone in the clan. If he had been attacked by Danzo, how could the clan members accept it? A conflict would likely erupt immediately. But even if the clan members remained unaware of the events of that day, the Uchiha's anger would eventually explode. Thus, for Shisui, this was his final request. He expressed sorrow, stating he truly did not want to witness that future. Whether it was the Uchiha's extermination or their coup, it was not what he wished to see. Upon hearing this, Itachi realized Shisui's plan. He turned to Shisui, confused. Was Shisui contemplating suicide? Yuta took a deep breath, turned to leave, and told himself that if Sarutobi Huruzen did not explain Danzo's actions, he would inform the clan about Shisui. He added that he still believed Shisui's death was senseless. After saying this, he left without looking back. Only Shisui and Itachi remained. They silently arrived at the waterfall where they often spent time together. Without hesitation, Shisui cut out his left eye and held it in his hand. He had considered entrusting his left eye to Itachi but decided against it. The Konoha could not resolve this issue, and such power should not exist. As he spoke, he shattered his left eye. Having lost his sight, he fell into complete darkness. At that moment, Shisui seemed to be in better spirits. He remarked that perhaps he should not have recommended that Itachi join the Umbu in the first place. In the future, he hoped Itachi would try to understand the thoughts of the clan members, as they were not exactly as he had described. Itachi's Sharingan activated automatically, its power becoming unprecedented, and tears streamed down his face. He heard Shisui apologize, expressing regret for having burdened him with irresponsible thoughts. As Shisui's voice faded, his figure fell from the cliff. An image flashed in Shisui's mind. He expressed sorrow to Yuta, stating he had been ordered to contact him and conduct a test earlier. He hoped they would eventually become friends. If only he could have been smarter. He lamented that he could not see clearly, even with the Mangekyo. Water splashed as Shisui's consciousness faded. The next day, Shisui's body was found in the Naka River. The Uchiha clan immediately erupted in chaos. Not only was Shisui known as the strongest Uchiha of the time, but both of his eyes were also missing from his body. At Yuta's home, he felt a profound sense of loss upon hearing the news. Although he had known the day before that Shisui would take his own life, he still felt sadness. Amid his emotional turmoil, his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated automatically. Over the past 2 years, Shisui had become a close friend, and Yuta regarded him as a good person, despite his disdain for the will of fire that Shisui often spoke of. Shisui had a kind personality and always wore a smile, leaving a positive impression on everyone he encountered. As a teammate, he was strong and provided a sense of security. Although his heart leaned toward the village, he understood the grievances of the Uchihas. Day after day, he made countless efforts to reconcile the two sides. Such a person had ultimately died. Yuta thought to himself that there was no point in it all. Shisui's death held no meaning. The Uchiha clan's anger would not cease, and Sarutobi Huruzen would make no changes. What was meant to happen would eventually come to pass. At that moment, there was a loud knocking at Yuta's door. The people outside seemed very impatient, shouting in chaotic voices for him to come out and asking why Shisui had died. Yuta exhaled, adjusted his expression, and stood up to go outside. There, he found Yashiro, Tekka, Inabi, and a group of Uchihas. All of them had a good relationship with Shisui. At that moment, these individuals looked either bewildered or angry. Yashiro was the first to speak, asking Yuta why he, Shisui, and Itachi had not attended the clan meeting the night before and what had happened. How did Shisui die? Although Yuta had asked his subordinates to spread the word that he would arrive later, he ultimately lost the mood to attend the clan meeting after Shisui chose to end his own life. Shisui took his own life. You should be able to see that, Yuta said, not fully understanding the gravity of the situation. We know, Tekka exclaimed, his impatience boiling over into barely contained anger. From the circumstances surrounding Shisui's death, it was evident that he had drowned. But why on earth did Shisui do this? Why did he throw himself into the water? Where did Shisui's eyes go? Tekka questioned, one after another. If it weren't for his long-standing relationship with Yuta, he might have suspected that Yuta was involved in Shisui's demise. I'm sorry, but Shisui didn't want me to share what happened yesterday. That was his last request before he passed, Yuta explained. He had no intention of revealing the truth about Shisui's death at that moment. If he withdrew now, the clan members might attempt a coup immediately. Their overall strength was now at a quasi-Kage level. If he activated the 8 gates, he could contend with powers at the Kage level. However, if a coup were to occur, the enemies would not only include Sarutobi Huruzen and Shimura Danzo but also their Umbu and Root, along with a significant number of Sarutobi clan members. Even if he could unleash Kage-level power, the outcome would be uncertain. Additionally, there would be considerable casualties among the clan members. Nari, Tekka, Yashiro, and the others stood frozen. This could indeed be Shisui's request. But what had led Shisui to keep it a secret? Yuta, at least say something. We can't just accept Shisui's death without understanding it, Tekka urged, feeling helpless. After a long silence, Yuta's lips moved slightly, a hint of mockery on his face as he stated, Shisui died for the will of fire. With that, he ignored the stunned expressions of Tekka and the others and headed home. Why had Shisui taken his own life? On one hand, it was because he did not want the Uchiha to instigate a coup or for the village to eliminate them. On the other hand, Shisui aimed to delay, at least temporarily, the clan's coup through his own death. After all, with the clan's main power gone, who would consider a coup? To maintain short-term peace between the village and the Uchiha, Shisui made the ultimate sacrifice. Ridiculous. Shisui was willing to die for the village's peace. But Sarutobi Huruzen and the others would never relinquish their power due to Shisui's death. The Uchiha, who could threaten their authority, would continue to be suppressed. Yuta lightly touched his eyes, feeling the surge of power within his pupils. After the emotional turmoil of the moment, his student power had increased by another 500 points, reaching a total of 4,500 points. Unfortunately, I'm still far from Mangekyo. That guy, Itachi, must have awakened his Mangekyo by now, right? Well, that's a bit annoying, Yuta pouted. While the mutant enhancement of Mangekyo surpasses future potential, it must be noted that upgrading from 3 Tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo would cause a significant boost in strength. Itachi had previously been at the elite Jonin level. Now that he had awakened Mangekyo, his power might have suddenly surged to the quasi-Kage level. This was due to his young age, he was only 12. If he had awakened Mangekyo at 16 or 17 like Sasuke in Shippuden, his strength would have skyrocketed to Kage level. Right now, I'm slightly weaker than him in terms of student power, but I've surpassed him in every other aspect. Having confirmed that his strength should be greater than Itachi's, Yuta nodded slightly. In any case, he didn't want to be outdone by someone like Itachi. Danzo. As he spoke the name, a murderous intent flickered in Yuta's eyes. He first needed to find a way to eradicate Danzo en route. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were all present. Before them stood Itachi. This is what happened. After Elder Danzo's attack, Shisui didn't want to see the Uchiha's future leading to a coup, so he took his own life, Itachi stated, lowering his head. Danzo remained expressionless. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances. With a loud bang, Sarutobi Huruzen slammed his hand on the table as fury palpable. Danzo, what have you done? His anger was entirely genuine. Shisui had been a loyal Uchiha. If Shisui had succeeded in executing the Kodo Amatsukami plan yesterday, Fugaku could have been indirectly controlled by him. The entire Uchiha clan would have been under his influence, eliminating the greatest hidden threat to his position as Hokage. However, due to Danzo's attack on Shisui, everything had fallen apart. Danzo, as usual, replied, I can't trust Shisui. It's too dangerous if the power of Kodo Amatsukami is used against us. How absurd! Sarutobi Huruzen exclaimed. Who would believe such nonsense? He couldn't fathom how Danzo failed to see what kind of person Shisui was. After a few more heated exchanges, Sarutobi Huruzen temporarily suppressed his anger and began to think, feeling a headache coming on. Itachi, does the Uchiha clan know what happened yesterday? If the Uchiha learned the truth, the situation would become truly problematic. He could almost envision the Uchiha clan becoming restless and triggering a coup. Before Yashiro and the others approached me, I didn't say anything. It was the same with Yuta. Shisui asked him not to speak before he died, and he didn't tell Yashiro or the others either. Sarutobi Huruzen was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Itachi continued. However, Yuta insisted that Elder Danzo be dealt with, otherwise, he would reveal the story of Shisui's attack. Humph! Danzo snorted disdainfully. Sarutobi Huruzen frowned and let Itachi leave first, turning his gaze back to Danzo with a conflicted expression. A sense of foreboding crept into Danzo's heart. Huruzen? Are you really going to deal with me as that kid Yuta requested? Sarutobi Huruzen fell silent. Koharu interjected, if you don't make a statement, what if Yuta directly reveals the truth about Shisui, and the Uchiha clan initiates a coup? Hamura nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. Absurd. What do you two know? Danzo mocked and expressed his thoughts directly, suggesting that now that Shisui was gone, they should take the opportunity to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely, or wait for them to launch a coup. However, Sarutobi Huruzen and the others were not impressed. Seeing their reaction, Danzo hurriedly added that Huruzen should remember that Yuta had previously pursued him and even attempted to kill him. He questioned whether Huruzen thought Yuta wouldn't dare to act against him if the Uchiha clan staged a coup, claiming that such a bold person was their greatest threat at that moment. Sarutobi Huruzen frowned, feeling a twinge of shock in his heart. The fact that Yuta had once chased Danzo demonstrated a lack of respect for the village's higher-ups, and indeed, they posed a danger. But exterminating the Uchiha clan now was impossible. As Hokage, if a ninja clan that had existed for thousands of years were to be wiped out during his reign, it would leave a significant stain on his leadership and image. At that moment, the other ninjas in the village would likely feel threatened. Even if they said nothing, they would probably be waiting for their own demise in their hearts. After making a decision, Sarutobi Huruzen called for Itachi, who was waiting outside. He then stated seriously that he had decided to remove Danzo from his position as head of Root and instructed Itachi to inform Yuta of this. Danzo abruptly overturned his chair and stood up, his expression extremely grim. He demanded to know if Huruzen understood the implications of his actions. However, Sarutobi Huruzen remained unfazed and reiterated that this was his decision as Hokage, emphasizing that Danzo had gone too far with Shisui. Danzo pointed at Hiruzen, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, his expression slowly calmed, though it remained dark and foreboding as he warned Hiruzen that he would regret his decision. The two elders quickly followed Danzo out. Sarutobi Huruzen asked for more details and, after confirming that both of Shisui's eyes had been destroyed, felt a pang of regret and no longer doubted his decision to deal with Danzo. If it weren't for Danzo, he wouldn't have lost a valuable asset like Shisui with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, with a hint of hesitation on his face, revealed that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after Shisui's death. He showed Hiruzen the newly awakened eyes. After witnessing Hiruzen's treatment of Danzo, Itachi scoffed at Yuta's earlier words, believing them to be nothing more than slander against the third Hokage due to Yuta's biases. Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a surge of excitement. He had just lost one Mangekyo, but now another had appeared. It seemed that his decision to remove Danzo was indeed the right one. Itachi had directly informed him of the new Mangekyo, and he had previously lamented that the other Uchiha star could not be utilized. Now, it appeared that Itachi, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed greater potential than Yuta. He inquired about Itachi's ocular technique and learned that it was not a special ability like Kodo Amatsukami. Sarutobi Huruzen felt a slight disappointment but still wore an encouraging expression. He told Itachi that in the future, the matters of the Uchiha clan would depend on him. Meanwhile, Itachi approached Yuta's home with a somber expression, informing him that Lord Hokage had dismissed Danzo. Yuta questioned whether it was merely a dismissal, feeling that it was akin to a light pat on the back. The root would continue to follow Danzo's orders, rendering Hiruzen's punishment ineffective. Itachi, with a grim expression, accused Yuta of slandering Lord Hokage. He believed that Shisui's death was likely a result of Yuta's words shaking him. In Itachi's eyes, Yuta was no different from the other clan members calling for a coup, and it was these reckless individuals who had led Shisui to his demise. Yuta, visibly displeased, told Itachi he didn't want to hear any more and urged him to leave his home quickly. Just minutes after Itachi entered, Yuta felt as though his house had become tainted. Itachi frowned and stopped hiding his hostility. He challenged Yuta to a fight, having awaited this moment for a long time. During their actual combat evaluation at the Ninja Academy, Yuta had awakened his Sharingan early. When he awakened it, he already possessed a 2-tomo Sharingan. By the time of the Chunin exam, his Sharingan had progressed to 3 tomos. Now, Itachi had finally awakened the Mangekyo, but it was overshadowed by the guilt stemming from Shisui's death. Yet, the desire to defeat Yuta could no longer be suppressed. Yuta's interest was piqued as he regarded Itachi thoughtfully, questioning why he seemed so confident in his ability to defeat him. He asked what gave Itachi such assurance, suggesting that it was merely the death of Shisui that had allowed him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he locked eyes with Yuta. Yuta clarified that he still had a 3-tomo Sharingan and had not awakened the Mangekyo. Itachi felt a wave of relief but could not contain his anger. Yuta's student abilities were clearly stronger than his own, and his talent was immense. Yet, Shisui's death had not granted him the Mangekyo. Did Yuta not take Shisui's death seriously? Thinking of Shisui's demise and the clan members who were still intent on staging a coup, Itachi's anger boiled over, and he struck at Yuta. However, Itachi stood there, staring at his arm in shock. How was this possible? After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi's chakra volume, insight, strength, and speed had significantly increased. In the past, he would have found it impossible to escape such a blow. Yet, Yuta had caught him with ease. It seemed that awakening the Mangekyo had truly given Itachi a false sense of confidence. Yuta seized Itachi's arm with one hand and struck him directly in the face with the other. With a dull thud, Itachi was sent flying face down. The Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, but not invincible. After Sasuke had awakened his own Mangekyo, he rushed to confront the Eight Tails, only to be struck down by Killer Bee with his sword skills, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the power of his tailed beast. If not for the repeated rescues from his teammates, Sasuke would have faced death countless times. Itachi found himself in a similar situation. Despite the significant boost in strength from awakening the Mangekyo, he was still at a disadvantage compared to Yuta in terms of strength, speed, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Even with the Mangekyo, he was no match for Yuta, especially since Yuta's own abilities had approached the level of the Mangekyo. Struggling to rise, Itachi's face was contorted in pain and confusion. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him with incredible speed. A punch landed again on his face. Itachi could clearly see Yuta's movements with his Mangekyo, but his body failed to react in time. He watched helplessly as he was struck once more and sent flying through the door. Yuta's indifferent voice echoed as the door slammed shut behind him, expressing disdain for those like Itachi. Outside, several Uchihas observed the scene and whispered among themselves, curious about the clash between the two young geniuses of their clan. Itachi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he quickly got to his feet and left, bitterness settling in his heart. Despite having the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not defeat Yuta, who only possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. By the Naka River, Yuta was engaged in his daily training when he sensed a pair of eyes watching him. Turning his head, he addressed the hidden observer, urging them to reveal themselves. With a light laugh, Obito emerged from the forest, wearing a mask. It had been a while since they last met, and Yuta was not surprised. He remarked on Obito's boldness in sneaking into Konoha so openly. Obito chuckled dismissively, confident that no one in Konoha could stop him. Yuta thought to himself that with Obito's Kamui technique, he could come and go as he pleased, and his ability to save lives was formidable. If it had been someone like Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi, Minato might have fallen victim to him. Obito, curious, asked if Yuta wanted to know his identity. Previously, during their encounter in Kirigakure, Yuta had not inquired about who Obito was, despite his mysterious power to enter and exit Konoha at will. However, Yuta expressed disinterest in those who hid behind masks, questioning whether Obito wore it because of an ugly face or to pretend to be someone else. Obito's expression froze beneath his mask, and a surge of anger rose within him. He commented on Yuta's lack of progress, noting that despite having shared ways to obtain the ultimate power of Uchiha, Yuta had done nothing. He suggested that Yuta's reluctance to let go of a girl named Izumi was holding him back. Yuta remained unfazed, stating that he was not interested in what frightened people had to say. Losing his motivation to train, he stood up and headed back to the Uchiha clan. Obito cursed under his breath, deciding to contact someone else instead. In the Naka Sanctuary, underground where Uchiha clan members gathered for meetings, Itachi stood before an ancient stone tablet inscribed with text carved by an unknown means. Previously, he had been unable to fully interpret the contents with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Now, having awakened the Mangekyo, he hoped to decipher more. Activating the Mangekyo, he attempted to read the tablet and indeed saw more than before. It contained some history of the Uchiha clan and information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Itachi frowned as he struggled to comprehend the text. Even with the Mangekyo, he could not fully interpret its contents. Just then, a voice startled him from behind, asking if he wanted to know what was written. Itachi quickly turned, kunai in hand, ready to defend himself, only to find a familiar figure. It was the masked individual who had attacked and killed one of his teammates during a Genin mission when Itachi had first awakened his Sharingan. He demanded to know the purpose of this intrusion into Konoha. Obito, noticing the Mangekyo pattern in Itachi's eyes, applauded, acknowledging that Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo due to Shisui's death. He remarked that Itachi seemed more worthy of his attention than Yuta. When asked about his identity, Obito suggested that Itachi should be able to guess. Itachi remained silent, quickly piecing together the clues. Possessing a Sharingan, infiltrating Konoha with ease, and knowing the ancient tablet well, there was only one conclusion to draw. He solemnly declared that Obito was Uchiha Madara. Obito clapped, a smile evident in his voice, expressing his approval. Yuta's earlier frustration faded away, replaced by joy at the opportunity to play alongside a genius. After a moment, he stood before the stone tablet once more, carefully interpreting the inscriptions. He read aloud, "Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, inherited the power of In. Bajura, the ancestor of the Senju, inherited the power of Yang." Itachi's heart grew increasingly solemn as he absorbed this information. These revelations had only been deciphered after he awakened the Mangekyo. This led him to ponder whether the Sharingan of the other individual was also a Mangekyo. The realization struck him indeed, it was Madara. As Itachi continued to reflect, the calm voice reading from the tablet progressed to the section that remained undeciphered. Yet, the voice continued, revealing more secrets. Two mutually repulsive forces, when combined, can yield all sorts of outcomes. With that thought, Obito's voice trailed off abruptly. This was the essence of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and it was not the right time to reveal it. However, Itachi interpreted one aspect while hearing another from Madara. Yet, the other party remained unaware of his pretense. Itachi was now convinced of his assumption. The other party was indeed Madara, a legendary figure still alive. Temporarily setting aside the idea of using his student's technique to deal with him, Itachi, with a serious expression, inquired about Obito's purpose. In response, Obito smiled, noting that the atmosphere was much more relaxed here than with Yuta. He quietly stated his intention for revenge against the Uchiha clan that had betrayed him. Enemies included Sarutobi Huruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi. Their forces comprised Umbu, Root, the Sarutobi clan, and other Konoha ninjas who could provide support. Their own power was represented by Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan. Neutral forces included the major ninja clans. At Yuta's residence, he briefly contemplated the situation during the night of the genocide. The corners of his mouth twisted involuntarily. This was incredibly difficult. Several individuals were determined to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's attitude at that moment was uncertain. In the original story, on the night of the genocide, after learning of Itachi's decision, Fugaku returned home and awaited his fate without resistance. Consequently, Itachi committed a significant act of genocide and defected, leaving Sasuke orphaned. Fugaku's two sons were spared, while the other Uchihas, whether ninjas or not, were all killed. What had this clan leader done? His indecision had been a major factor in the Uchiha's tragic outcome. Yuta pressed his forehead in concern. He realized he had to rely on himself. There were too many enemies and too few allies. Taking a deep breath, he began to think carefully. First, he needed to elevate his own strength to the level of Kage. With Kage-level power in his base state, combined with Susanoo and the 8 inner gates, he would have a chance to defeat 2 Kage-level powers even under siege. Once his strength reached Kage level, the system would also analyze a new talent. He had a hunch that the talent he would gain upon reaching Kage level would be exceptionally strong. Secondly, there was the competition between the two forces, which was equally important. The key to resolving the night of extermination lay in eliminating Sarutobi Huruzen as soon as possible. If Sarutobi Huruzen mobilized a large number of Konoha ninjas to suppress the Uchiha, even using Susanoo would lead to exhaustion and defeat. To prevent this, he needed his own people to keep Sarutobi Huruzen and his direct forces at bay, including Umbu, Root, and a significant number of Sarutobi clan ninjas, possibly even temporary support personnel. With all these forces combined, even if the Uchiha clan members fought with all their might, they would suffer heavy losses. Yuta believed that the Uchiha clan had never treated him poorly. Since his parents had passed away when he was young, the clan's support had always been consistent. The reason he had grown to this level was partly due to the ninjutsu resources provided by the clan and the protection of the Uchiha. Working in the police force and getting along with the clan members was also a positive experience. If possible, he hoped the Uchiha clan could survive the impending night of destruction with minimal damage. He contemplated this for a long time. Yuta had somehow finalized the plan for the clan. This was the way to deal with their enemies. Fugaku needed to fight. Yuta's eyes sparkled with determination. If Fugaku could harness his strength, he could alleviate much of the pressure. This would allow him to face Sarutobi Huruzen with significantly less concern. As for Itachi and Danzo, Yuta felt a headache coming on. Even if he allowed Fugaku to keep Obito at bay, he would still have to contend with 3 others, and perhaps even more. A sense of hesitation lingered in his heart, and for the moment he made some arrangements for Itachi. Now, there was the matter of Shimura Danzo. Danzo, he thought with a slight chuckle, the corners of his mouth twisting into a smirk. He was contemplating a way to eliminate Danzo, who was likely considering the same for him. If that was the case, it was acceptable. If Danzo could be dealt with beforehand, the night of the genocide would be much easier to navigate. However, if Danzo continued to hide in the root base, it would be challenging for him to take Danzo down. But Danzo would not remain unchallenged. Yuta felt a slight shift in his eyebrows as thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The graduation evaluation had concluded the day before, and today was the day when the ninja protectors would be awarded to the newly graduated genins and teams would be formed. In the classroom, Yuta sat somewhat out of place in the seat he was accustomed to. Izumi had finally graduated. After years of training, she had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and possessed the strength of a jonin. The classmates beside him looked at her with envy in their eyes. They were obviously the same age, yet she had become a jonin while they had just graduated from the ninja academy. The gap between them felt immense. Feeling a bit down in her heart, Izumi caught Yuta's eye, and he chuckled softly as he reached out to touch her forehead. He mentioned that after his graduation, he would join the police force and wanted her to be his assistant. Following Shisui's passing, he had taken on the role of second commander of the police force. Izumi was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. She wondered if the village would assign her a jonin mentor and a few genin teammates. Yuta simply advised her to turn down such arrangements outright. Yuta spoke without hesitation, questioning what an ordinary jonin assigned by the village could teach Izumi. He believed that an average jonin probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Izumi. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of the village was escalating, and he was genuinely worried about Izumi going on a mission outside the village. Izumi nodded obediently, sensing that Yuta had his own reasons for his concerns. Soon, after Izumi received her forehead protector, Yuta planned to take her directly to the police force. However, Tamura hurried to stop them, stating that a genin team would be organized later. He looked at Yuta with a hint of envy, realizing that at just 12 years old, Yuta was already a jonin and commander of the police force, while he would likely remain a chunin for life. Tamura asked Yuta to help him refuse the assignment, insisting that Izumi should go directly to the police force. Just then, someone entered the classroom, coldly addressing Yuta. It was Sarutobi Huruzen, who reminded Yuta that all graduated genins had to join under a jonin mentor. Yuta recognized him from their time on the battlefield in Kirigakure, where Kaze had briefly served as a team captain. Yuta dismissed Kaze's authority, questioning how it was any of his business. Kaze, with a smile, reminded Yuta that he was Izumi's mentor. He smugly implied that if anything happened during missions, Yuta would have to deal with it. Yuta frowned, turning to Tamura to grab the team list, confirming that Izumi's mentor was indeed Sarutobi Kaze. He scoffed at the idea, questioning the wisdom of assigning someone like Kaze to mentor Izumi, who had proven herself in battle. Kaze's face flushed with embarrassment at Yuta's words. The other newly graduated students in the classroom watched, and Kaze felt the weight of their gazes. Yuta continued, using a body flicker technique to appear right in front of Kaze, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him slightly off the ground. He expressed his discomfort with Kaze's earlier expression. With a swift motion, Yuta delivered a punch that struck Kaze's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Yuta disregarded Kaze, tossing him aside as if he were nothing. Outside, Sarutobi Huruzen, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the sight of his clan member being thrown back. He had hoped to win favor with the newly graduated genins, but this scene was far from what he envisioned. Kaze, seeing Huruzen, regained some composure and complained about Yuta's behavior. Huruzen was surprised to hear Yuta's name and looked up to see him and Izumi leaving the classroom. Yuta addressed Huruzen, stating that Izumi would join the police force directly and that there was no need for the village to assign a jonin mentor. Huruzen was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his seriousness. He reminded Yuta that it was a rule established by the second Hokage that all graduated genins must be assigned a jonin mentor, and even the Uchiha clan was not exempt from this rule. Hiruzen had two motives for wanting a Sarutobi member to lead Izumi: to influence her toward the village and to provoke Yuta, who had openly challenged Danzo in the past. Yuta, unwavering, declared that today would be the first exception to the rule. He had initially worried about Izumi facing difficulties on missions, but now it seemed that Hiruzen was intent on making a scene. Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration but managed to keep his emotions in check. He turned to Izumi with a kind expression, asking her thoughts on joining her peers for missions. Izumi looked at Yuta and confidently stated that she would follow his lead. Yuta chuckled lightly, then completely ignored Hiruzen as he left with Izumi. In the Hokage building, Hiruzen was filled with anger. The door to his office opened, and Danzo entered without hesitation. He remarked on Yuta's refusal to allow Izumi to join a genin team. Hiruzen frowned at Danzo's directness but acknowledged him nonetheless. He felt a deep-seated rage at Yuta's blatant disregard for the Hokage's authority and the established rules. Danzo, unfazed, noted that he had anticipated Yuta's behavior. He recalled how, after Shisui's death, he had warned Hiruzen about Yuta's reckless nature. Danzo believed that Yuta was a potential threat that needed to be dealt with swiftly. He warned Hiruzen that if the Uchiha clan rebelled, Yuta would undoubtedly be their backbone. Danzo sneered with disdain. Sarutobi Huruzen sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After Shisui's death, the Uchiha clan had spiraled out of control. When Shisui was alive, he had been able to use his popularity within the clan to suppress their complaints, but now that was no longer possible. Although he still had Itachi under his influence, Shisui and Itachi were completely different. It was hoped that Itachi would remain close to the Uchiha, just as Shisui had, to avoid raising suspicion among them. In this tense atmosphere, Danzo asserted that they needed to act decisively to address the Uchiha rebellion and minimize losses. Hiruzen responded with severity, emphasizing that if the Uchiha clan were annihilated, regardless of the reason, his reputation as Hokage would be irreparably damaged. He questioned whether Danzo believed that procrastination would resolve the Uchiha issues, pointing out that waiting for them to rebel before taking action would only lead to greater losses of power. Danzo, frustrated with Hiruzen's indecision, recalled how the Hokage had once acted decisively against the public opinion surrounding the White Fang of Konoha. He felt that Hiruzen should be capable of making tough decisions now as well. Hiruzen, angered, remarked that if Danzo had not killed Shisui, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Danzo showed no remorse, believing that if given the chance, he would still have made the same choice regarding Shisui. He felt justified in his actions and was prepared to protect himself from any potential threats, including Yuta. Suppressing his resentment, Hiruzen inquired about Danzo's plans, insisting that he not suggest directly exterminating the Uchiha clan. Danzo felt a twinge of regret but knew he could only push so far at this moment. He believed that as the situation worsened, Hiruzen would be forced to take action against the Uchiha. Danzo proposed that Yuta needed to be dealt with immediately, not only because Yuta had previously pursued him but also due to the fear of Yuta's talent. Based on past performance, Yuta had surpassed the level of an elite jonin, and given another year or two, his strength could become formidable. Danzo suggested that eliminating Yuta would not only weaken the Uchiha clan but also diminish their arrogance regarding a potential coup. Hiruzen frowned and contemplated the proposal for a long time before sighing in resignation. He asked for specific details about Danzo's plans, realizing that if Yuta's sacrifice could deter the Uchiha from rebellion, it might be worth it. Danzo chuckled, assuring Hiruzen that they would remain uninvolved. He proposed giving Yuta a mission in the Land of Water, knowing that Yuta had previously killed many ninjas from Kirigakure, which would likely incite their hatred against him. They would leak news of Yuta's mission to Kirigakure and collaborate with them to eliminate him. Hiruzen nodded slowly, accepting the plan. This way, even if it failed, he would not be implicated. However, Danzo was taken aback when he learned that Yuta had rejected the mission, claiming that the police force was too occupied with official duties to travel to the Land of Water. Hiruzen's expression darkened, Yuta was increasingly disregarding him as Hokage. The fact that Yuta had rejected a mission from the Hokage showed that he had no regard for the village. Previously, Huruzen had hesitated about eliminating Yuta, but that uncertainty had vanished. Yuta was indeed a hidden danger within the village and needed to be dealt with. Danzo, feeling the pressure, realized that the root organization had a good understanding of Yuta's daily movements. Aside from his official duties, Yuta often practiced by the Naka River and rarely left the village. The safest approach would have been to deal with him outside the village using the power of other villages, but now that Yuta had outright rejected the mission, they would have to eliminate him within the village. After a long moment of contemplation, Danzo turned to Huruzen and assured him that the root organization would handle it. Simply organize the enchantment in advance and avoid the spread of news. After we deal with Yuta, claim he is missing or that he was killed by a spy from other villages, or simply provide any other reason at that moment. Chapter End. By the Naka River, on the outskirts of Konoha, Yuta trained daily. He first checked the system panel. His integral strength was at the level of a Quasi-Kage, and his Sharingan power was at level 3. Recently, his student power had increased slightly. Yuta could feel that his Sharingan was just a step away from reaching the Mangekyo level, and his normal strength was now close to that of a Kage. Once his Sharingan power reached Mangekyo and combined with the analysis of new talents, his strength would experience a significant leap. His own power was his true confidence to face the crisis of genocide. Suddenly, he sensed a slight movement around him. Yuta's heart raced as he calmly activated his Sharingan. When the visitors realized they had been discovered, they no longer hid. 4 masked roots leaped forward, forming hand seals together. A massive purple cuboid barrier completely surrounded Yuta, blocking all directions, even the sky. The enormous barrier enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. At that moment, the roots lying in ambush nearby also ceased to hide. One after another, masked roots emerged from the forest and grass 10, 20, 30. Yuta scanned the area and realized there were around 40 or 50 roots completely surrounding him. Danzo stood behind the large group of ninjas, mocking Yuta. Learning from the failure of his previous attack against Shisui, he had almost let all the roots out this time. All the elite roots were now in the formation of the 4 violet flames, not only to ensure Yuta's demise but also to protect themselves from his 8 inner gates. Danzo was also concerned about this forbidden technique that had the potential to explode at a critical moment. He didn't know how many gates Yuta could open, but even if Yuta could open the 8th gate, it wouldn't help against all these roots. Finally, Yuta expressed his anticipation, stating how long he had been waiting for this moment. His smile confused Danzo, who sneered, questioning why Yuta was still boasting when he was surrounded. With the barrier shielding him, Yuta could neither escape nor effectively communicate his battle movements. Even if someone outside wanted to come in to support him, they couldn't pass through the barrier. Yet, Yuta's smile grew more pronounced, as if he had finally received a long-awaited gift. He countered that, in fact, Danzo was the one surrounded. In the nearby forest, Uchiha Lihua and Uchiha Karma lay in wait. They were the subordinates Yuta had trained in the police force. Karma expressed concern about whether their captain could handle so many enemies, noting that the roots had come out in full force. Lihua took a deep breath, calming himself, and stated that he believed in their captain's strength. He suggested they follow the plan. Karma nodded, a fierce determination in his eyes, and decided to call everyone from the second team, vowing to ensure that Danzo and his roots remained there. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen watched the banks of the Naka River through a crystal ball. Although Danzo claimed the action was foolproof and felt the plan was perfect this time, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He shook his head, trying to dispel the inexplicable emotions. Through the crystal ball, he saw the barrier of the formation of the 4 violet flames had been ected. This sight relieved him, as Yuta was trapped and had no way to escape. As long as Danzo dealt with him quickly and cleaned up the traces before leaving, the plan would be complete. This would be addressed with the new genius of the Uchiha clan, an officer of the police force. After this, the Uchiha clan's arrogance would also be quelled, preventing any thoughts of a coup. However, Sarutobi Huruzen was surprised to see that Danzo and the roots had not yet acted. Due to the barrier, he could only see vague silhouettes of the people inside. He wondered what Danzo was doing and felt anxious that if he didn't hurry, help might arrive. By the Naka River, Danzo wanted to laugh at Yuta's claim of being surrounded. Did Yuta really think he was facing death? He thought it was foolish for Yuta to say such things. Danzo reminded himself that Yuta was just one person. No matter how talented he was only around 13 years old, and his strength was limited. He had nearly all the roots by his side. Meanwhile, Yuta's smile revealed his joy as he understood their intentions. He questioned whether Sarutobi Huruzen had truly sent him on a mission to the Land of Water, suspecting that they wanted to lure him out of the village and use Kirigakure's power against him. After the incident with Shisui, he found it absurd to think that Sarutobi Huruzen still held any respect for him as Hokage. Danzo's expression darkened. A surge of surprise filled Danzo's heart. Did Yuta know their plan? It seemed impossible. If Yuta was aware of Danzo's murderous intentions, why was he still surrounded by him? Danzo asserted that Yuta was merely bluffing, suggesting he should have used the events of the day to deduce Hiruzen's intentions in assigning him the mission. However, Danzo believed this was the end. There was no way for Yuta to escape today. Yuta let out a soft chuckle, took a deep breath, and opened the first 2 gates of the 8 inner gates. In that moment, an invisible wave of energy surged from him. He felt every aspect of his body enhance, and the amount of chakra at his disposal increased significantly. It was time to begin. Yuta's chest expanded as he gathered a massive amount of chakra in his throat and unleashed it all at once. Fire release, great fire destruction. A wall of flames, stretching for dozens of meters, engulfed the sky. The fierce flames consumed everything in their path. Danzo felt a deeper fear settle in his heart, and his murderous intent intensified. A genius Uchiha as powerful as Yuta needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Without Danzo's command, several ninjas positioned themselves in front and formed hand seals one after another. Water release, water barrier. With the help of the steam rising from the Naka River, the water barrier was easily launched, creating a tall wall that blocked the flames. The fire clashed against the water barrier, generating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the area. One of the ninjas anxiously remarked that the water barrier's defense was insufficient. Yuta's fire release shattered the barrier that they had combined their efforts to create. The other ninjas exchanged worried glances and joined forces to form hand seals, using earth release, earth wall to attempt to halt the flames. The ninjas who had used the water release sighed in relief. However, amidst the fog created by the steam, blue lightning flickered. The ninjas' pupils dilated as they instinctively dodged, but it was too late. Accompanied by a sharp shriek, a blade crackling with lightning pierced the neck of one of the ninjas. The others nearby quickly went on high alert. They shouted for a retreat, but just as one of them spoke, the sharp blade struck again, claiming another victim. An invisible force of slaughter roared through the mist. In just a few breaths, several ninjas fell. Danzo stood momentarily stunned, quickly using wind release to disperse the thick fog. How had Yuta discovered the root's positions? Even with Sharingan's keen insight, what could it truly see in such dense fog? This was Sharingan, not Byakugan. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Yuta had trained alongside Guy for over 2 years. To locate the enemy's direction and distance, Yuta had long since stopped relying solely on Sharingan. By attuning himself to the enemy's movements, the sound of the wind, and the subtle tremors of the ground, he could pinpoint their location. Even in the thick fog, Yuta moved with the precision of a Hyuga with Byakugan, facing minimal obstacles. The strong wind blew away the dense mist, revealing Yuta's figure. He unleashed another fire release to attack Danzo at close range. After opening the 8 inner gates, Yuta lamented the lack of large-scale ninjutsu that could fully utilize his vast chakra reserves. Danzo's expression darkened as the roots of earth release quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, multiple earth walls. Layers of tall walls rose from the ground, shattering under the impact of the flames. Ultimately, with the continuous influx of chakra from multiple roots, the fire release was blocked once more. Just then, Yamanaka Fu, a perception ninja, suddenly shouted for everyone to retreat. At that moment, a sharp lightning spear sliced through the last earth wall, sweeping through the roots. Some were unable to dodge in time and were caught in the attack. The scent of blood filled the air. Many roots felt a chill run down their spines. They had already lost several members at the beginning of the battle. Even if they were long-term brainwash tools, the reality of their situation was tragic. Yet in that moment, fear gripped them. 2 shuriken infused with wind chakra spun rapidly through the air with a sharp whir. The shuriken, blessed by wind chakra, collided with the sharp Chidori spear, shattering it. It was Danzo himself who had intervened. As expected of Lord Danzo, the roots murmured in admiration, feeling a renewed sense of calm. They believed that as long as they did their best, the opponent would ultimately lose. Yuta clapped his hands together, acknowledging Danzo's skill. He remarked on Danzo's agility, suggesting he didn't seem as old as he was. Then, Yuta decided to test Danzo further. Channeling lightning chakra through his body, he unleashed a barrage of lightning-like spikes aimed at Danzo. Lightning release, false darkness. Danzo felt a mocking satisfaction within himself. His strongest attribute was wind release, which countered lightning release. Quickly, he formed a series of hand seals. With a powerful surge, he unleashed wind release, vacuum blade. A massive wind blade, 5 or 6 meters long, materialized before him. It surged forward with incredible force, colliding directly with Yuta's lightning release technique. The roots around them felt more at ease. Yuta's wide-range fire release was not easy to deploy, and his lightning release was at a disadvantage against Danzo's wind release. In this encounter, Danzo held the advantage in chakra attributes. A strange crackling sound echoed as the wind blade met the lightning, shattering upon impact. Danzo's expression turned pale in shock. The vacuum blade was his unique technique, a powerful wind release ninjutsu. How could it have broken so easily? Yuta's lightning release, having shattered the wind blade, continued its relentless advance toward Danzo. The roots beside him were equally startled, instinctively forming hand seals to defend themselves. Earth release, earth wall and water release. Water barrier were summoned in quick succession. However, Yuta's lightning easily pierced through both the earth and water. Defenses. The sharp bolt surged forward, targeting the roots that obstructed its path. Even with the water barrier in place, the paralyzing effect of the lightning spread to the nearby roots. Yuta dashed forward at high speed, a short blade in his hand crackling with electricity, ready to strike down the roots without hesitation. He wore a smirk, confident in his abilities. The fire release used by Madara had required a group of ninjas to barely block it with water release. Yuta recalled how Kakuzu's lightning release, false darkness, was so penetrating that Kakashi had to use both hands to block it with Raikiri. Though elemental attributes mattered in ninjutsu confrontations, the true strength of the technique itself was paramount. Despite being skilled in fire and lightning releases, which were countered by wind release, Yuta was prepared to face the very attribute that posed a challenge to him. As the roots surged forward one after another, Yuta remained calm. He utilized the lightning release STMLTN method combined with Shisui's body flicker technique, enhancing his speed after opening the 8 inner gates. With the advantage of Sharingan, his reaction speed surged. Even surrounded by dozens of roots, he maintained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Danzo's fear intensified. A sense of dread filled his heart as he realized Yuta's speed had surpassed Shisui's. In their previous encounter, Yuta had pursued and attacked Shisui, but now his speed was even greater. When it came to talent, Yuta was proving to be formidable. He was above Shisui, and with that thought, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of greed in his heart. It would be magnificent if he could harness such talent and power. Although the Uchiha were often seen as malevolent, they were indeed filled with geniuses. However, he had inherited the will of the second Hokage and was destined to be the enemy of the Uchiha clan. It was a pity that such a genius could not be utilized by him. Danzo shook his head and instructed the person beside him to take action. Toryun, clad in a black cloak with sunglasses and a purple tattoo on the right side of his face, nodded respectfully and acknowledged Danzo's command. Aburame Toryun, the second in command of the route, had been a loyal veteran by Danzo's side since the establishment of the route. His eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, and his expression was unreadable as he spoke without hesitation, requesting assistance from Yamanaka Fu. Fu, quick to respond, focused intently on Yuta, who was struggling amidst the crowd. Suddenly, he saw an opportunity. Fu seized it and executed a mind-body switch technique on Yuta. A surge of chakra rushed into Yuta's body, causing him to freeze momentarily as he felt a foreign will competing for control. Realizing the nature of the technique, Yuta's Sharingan flared to life. Fu, however, was caught off guard as he coughed up blood, his consciousness retreating from Yuta's body. It was the first time his mind-body switch technique had failed so completely and swiftly. The chakra that had invaded Yuta's body retaliated, causing significant strain. Even an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan shouldn't have been able to do that. Little did Fu know that Yuta's Sharingan was already nearing the level of Mangekyo. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan was fundamentally a in release, and when it came to in release, few could compare to the Uchiha, who had inherited the Sage of Six Paths power. Despite Fu's failure, Toryun seized the moment while Yuta resisted the spiritual invasion. He raised his hand, and a swarm of insects appeared in the air, buzzing ominously. A multitude of insects enveloped Yuta and the roots surrounding him, turning the touched roots black as if poisoned. Yuta sighed inwardly at the indistinguishable nature of allies and enemies. Then his entire body crackled with lightning as he unleashed a current of Chidori, sending arcs of electricity in all directions. While the power was limited and not enough to seriously harm the ninjas, it was a different story for the insects. The air was filled with sharp sounds as the Chidori obliterated the poisonous insects. Yuta took advantage of the chaos to advance, dispatching the poisoned roots one by one. Toryun's expression remained unchanged, showing no disappointment despite the lack of injury to Yuta in this confrontation. He was unfazed by the roots that had been destroyed. Instead, he quickly considered other tactics. Yuta's recent use of lightning release could contain most of his insects, necessitating the use of insects capable of resisting lightning. Fortunately, he had such insects at his disposal, which could also absorb chakra from their target. However, these insects could only survive within living organisms, dying quickly once outside. Therefore, in battle, it was essential to inject them into the enemy's body through close contact. With this strategy in mind, Toryun commanded his allies to cover him and charged toward Yuta. Yuta's eyes gleamed as he swung his lightning-covered short sword directly at Toryun. The clash echoed as Toryun quickly blocked the attack, only to be astonished to find his kunai sliced in half. The realization struck him: Yuta had enhanced his sword with lightning release. The blade crackled with energy as it cut through Toryun's body, which then transformed into a swarm of black insects that rushed toward Yuta. Yuta quickly unleashed Chidori again, eliminating the swarm. Another group of ninjas attacked him, but with his speed and keen instincts, Yuta maneuvered through the crowd effortlessly. Like a reaper, he claimed the lives of several roots. Suddenly, a fierce punch struck Yuta from the throng. With no time to cut with his right hand holding the sword, he deftly redirected the blow with his left. It was then that he realized it was Toryun who had attacked, hidden among the crowd. Yuta frowned, sensing that Toryun's attack was not straightforward. Observing closely with his Sharingan, he felt something unusual within his body. He quickly retreated and discovered that insects had infiltrated him. Realizing they could consume chakra, Yuta attempted to destroy them with Chidori but found it ineffective against all of them. These insects not only fed on chakra to reproduce but also had some resistance to lightning. Yuta couldn't help but admire Toryun's skill. The Aburame clan's secret technique was indeed effective for stealth attacks. However, he noted that these insects had only a moderate resistance to lightning. Concentrating his chakra into his left arm, Yuta unleashed a high-intensity lightning surge, annihilating all the insects. Feeling invigorated, he discarded his short sword, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he pointed at the central point of his chest. Danzo, not far away, frowned at the unfolding scene. Seeing this, It seemed that Yuta was finally using the 8 inner gates. Previously, the other side had only opened the first 2 gates. However, the true power of the 8 inner gates could only be unleashed after the 3rd gate. It was unclear just how many gates Yuta had opened. The gate of opening. Open. The door of rest. Open. The door of life. Open. In just a few breaths, Yuta opened the 3rd door. A surge of chakra erupted from his various chakra points. After opening the 5th door, Yuta's entire body became congested and flushed. A wave of air lifted the surrounding objects. As a punch came toward him, attempting to break his resolve, the ninja struck him in the chest. Yuta, while running, opened the 6th door. The green chakra enveloped his entire being. Danzo observed this with a mix of astonishment and dread, realizing that Yuta had reached this level at the tender age of 12. He recalled the power of the 8 inner gates, which the higher-ups in Konoha had learned about after the incident with Might Due. Only a genin, with the aid of the 8 gates, had managed to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. But Due had been in his 30s, having practiced the 8 gates for decades. Yuta, on the other hand, had only spent 5 years training to reach this level. If given a few more years, once he could fully open all 8 gates, no one in Konoha would be able to stop him. Moreover, Yuta was not solely focused on the 8 gates. He also possessed the Sharingan, fire release, and lightning release, all formidable skills. Danzo felt more convinced than ever that he needed to eliminate Yuta as soon as possible. Aburame Toryun, leading the root ninjas, stood before Yuta. With a sudden impact, Toryun received a kick to the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and crash to the ground, dazed and in pain. If not for his resilience, he might not have survived the encounter. Yuta launched another punch, striking a root with tremendous force. His strength had soared to the peak of quasi-Kage level, incredibly close to true Kage status. After opening the 6th door, his power had skyrocketed to that of a Kage. With a single blow, even an elite Jonin like Aburame Toryun was incapacitated. At that moment, Danzo, not far away, felt his heart race. He understood the might of the 8 inner gates, yet Yuta had only opened the 6th door. How could he be so powerful? Danzo had no doubt that if he confronted Yuta directly, he would be at a significant disadvantage. With a chill running down his spine, Danzo quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several air bullets shot from his mouth, aiming for Yuta's back. However, despite facing away from Danzo, Yuta seemed to sense the attack, evading it with a slight movement. The air bullets struck a root behind him, leaving it riddled with holes as blood flowed from it like a stream. Without hesitation, Yuta delivered a finishing blow to end its suffering. Danzo cursed under his breath. Yuta's insight and speed were exceptional, making it challenging to land a hit with ninjutsu. The presence of numerous allies surrounding Yuta further complicated matters, as any ninjutsu could inadvertently harm his own people. What could he do now? In terms of taijutsu, given Yuta's use of the 8 gates, even if Danzo engaged him directly, he would not prevail. As for ninjutsu, Yuta could easily dodge small-scale attacks. Thinking quickly, Danzo made a decision. He bit his finger and formed more hand seals. Summoning technique. With a loud explosion, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, followed by the sound of an elephant. A colossal red beast appeared within the barrier of the 4 violet flames. Danzo's summoned creature, Baku. Everyone step back. Danzo commanded his subordinates. Baku unleashed a powerful suction, drawing everything on the ground into its enormous mouth. Yuta struggled against the force, relying on his enhanced strength after opening the 6th door to resist the wind. Yet, even the ground seemed ready to be pulled away by Baku's might. Seeing this, Danzo felt a sense of relief. He was aware of Baku's incredible suction power. Even a building could be consumed by it. If this Uchiha boy were swallowed by Baku, he would be unable to escape his fate, and the battle would finally conclude. Yuta, however, felt a twinge of regret. He didn't want to open the 7th door just yet. He had mastered the first 6 of the 8 gates and could easily access them without significant harm. But opening the 7th door would bring its own challenges. Moreover, he knew that once he opened the seventh door, he would need to end the battle swiftly. Determined, he resolved to give it his all. After his encounter with Orochimaru, this would be the first time he fought without holding back. Blood trickled from his chest as he pressed a finger against his abdomen. His spirit surged, ready for the challenge ahead. The seventh door, the door of shock. Open! The blue chakra surged through the air, causing the barrier of the formation of the four violet flames to tremble. Yuta's strength, speed, and chakra skyrocketed once again. Much of his chakra had been depleted in the previous battle, but it replenished quickly, and he felt even stronger than before. At that moment, Yuta no longer resisted Baku's pull. He allowed his body to be lifted high by the force. Then he launched a powerful punch. The surrounding air seemed ready to shatter. Taking a deep breath, Yuta unleashed a mighty roar, summoning the essence of a tiger. With a thunderous roar, his chakra compressed to its ultimate form, manifesting as a fierce tiger. Everyone trembled under the weight of this power. The terrifying pull of Baku and the gust of wind it created were dwarfed by Yuta's might. Suddenly, the roaring tiger struck Baku. The massive creature, towering several meters high, was knocked unconscious. Its enormous body crashed against the barrier, which was maintained by the four elite members of Root, shattering it in an instant. As Baku collided with the barrier, flames erupted around its body. Baku, struck by Yuta's attack, was unable to summon its invocation technique to escape. It was defeated right there. Danzo and the rest of Root stood in shock at the scene. Before them, how could the 8 inner gates possess such terrifying power? Could Yuta even open the 7th gate? Some members of Root swallowed hard in fear. After extensive brainwashing and daily training, they had long become emotionless tools. Yet in that moment, they felt a deep-seated fear rising within them. Could they truly face an enemy like this? Did the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure feel this helpless as well? Faced with unmatched power, they could barely fight for a chance to escape. Danzo felt his heart race, fear creeping into his mind. But he had nowhere to run. Today's attack had to succeed, and he had already suffered significant losses. No matter what, he had to eliminate Yuta. He commanded his subordinates to go after Yuta, insisting that they must not let him escape. "He won't last much longer," he urged. "When I am exhausted, we will prevail." As he shouted, Danzo urged the Root to organize and quickly restored the barrier. He was concerned that Yuta might take the opportunity to escape now that the barrier was broken. If Yuta managed to flee, all their efforts would be in vain. However, Danzo felt a sense of relief when Yuta did not seize the moment to escape. Yuta taunted, claiming he had surrounded everyone. He declared his intent to destroy them all. If Danzo and the Root could be defeated before the night of the genocide, the pressure on him and his clan would be significantly reduced. This was also why Danzo had deliberately surrounded him. In his heightened state, Yuta leaped high and unleashed a flurry of punches towards the Root below. In a short span of time, he delivered hundreds of thousands of rapid punches, igniting flames with each strike. The dense, fiery punches were as beautiful as a tiger in motion. The overwhelming flames engulfed the Root completely. While the power of each individual punch was not immense, this technique was far more effective against a large group than his previous moves. The fiery fists crashed down, and soon all the Root were injured, their clothes singed by the flames. Without hesitation, Yuta charged into the crowd, delivering punches and kicks, taking down countless foes. Suddenly, Aburame Toryun appeared before him. After a brief treatment from a medical ninja, Toryun had barely regained enough strength to fight again. Previously, Yuta had knocked him out with a single blow after opening the 6th gate. Now, with the power of the 7th gate, Toryun had even less chance of touching Yuta. Though Yuta felt a flicker of fear regarding Toryun's insects, he soared into the air and struck his leg against Toryun's side. The impact was decisive. Toryun had no time to dodge and could not even utter a final word before being sent flying. Danzo felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Seeing his longtime confidant struck down like this, even without deep affection, brought him sadness. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Huruzen had been observing the battle by the Naka River through a crystal ball. He first witnessed Yuta's powerful fire and lightning techniques. While he was not surprised by these moves, having seen them on the battlefield before, he was taken aback by the strength of Yuta's ninjutsu. It was indeed possible to overlook the restrictions of elemental attributes. Fire overcame water, and lightning triumphed over wind. However, it was just a stronger ninjutsu, nothing more. Faced with dozens of elite members of the Root, Yuta's limited chakra would ultimately lead to his downfall. Both Sarutobi Huruzen and Danzo feared Yuta primarily because of his 8 inner gates. Huruzen had once asked Might Guy about Yuta's level within the 8 inner gates, but regrettably, Might Guy did not know. As he watched Yuta enveloped in green chakra, Huruzen felt a sense of relief. If it was only the 6th gate, Danzo could manage it. But then he saw Yuta surrounded by blue chakra, and he was shocked. This was the 7th gate. Had Yuta mastered the 8 inner gates to such an extent at only 12 years old? It had taken him 5 years to reach this level. Seeing Yuta defeat Baku and press the attack on the Root, Huruzen straightened up, planning to support Danzo. But as he stood, he hesitated. Could Danzo handle Yuta? If not, his support would be meaningless. But if Yuta exhausted himself and lost, rushing to support now would serve no purpose. Furthermore, if he left, the Root would retain more of their strength. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Huruzen's doubts deepened. Danzo's Root had grown stronger over the years, their power not much weaker than his Umbu. Even he, the Hokage, could not command the Root effectively. He lacked strong control over the Umbu directly under his command as well. If he could take this opportunity to weaken Danzo's forces, his own position would become more stable. In Huruzen's mind, the idea of waiting to see how the situation unfolded prevailed. He reassured himself, noting that many Roots still had the power to fight and should be able to hold out until Yuta exhausted himself. With that thought, he abandoned his plan to intervene and continued to watch the battle unfold through the crystal ball. On the banks of the Naka River, Yuta sensed that time was running out. He sighed inwardly. After all, he was still too young. Even with all his talents, he was only 12 years old. There was no way to fully utilize his various abilities. The sensory ninja exclaimed in surprise that the chakra levels in Yuta's body were rapidly decreasing. At that moment, all the members of Root were in shock, feeling tears welling up in their eyes. Previously, to contain Yuta, who had opened the 7th gate, they had taken turns to keep him occupied. Over 50 members had participated in this operation, but now fewer than 10 remained. The survivors were injured, and their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Finally, it was time for revenge. Danzo let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the battle was finally over. Although he hadn't expected Yuta to open the 7th gate and had suffered significant damage, if he could kill Yuta now, it wouldn't be considered a loss. Otherwise, if Yuta had 1 or 2 more years to grow, even 100 members of Root might not be enough to defeat him. Danzo ordered his subordinates to act quickly, instructing them to eliminate Yuta and erase any traces of the battlefield. After this battle, the scene must be disguised as an attack on an enemy village. The Uchiha clan would remain unaware that Yuta had been killed by him. Yuta, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, raised his head to look at the barrier in the sky and unleashed a lightning release ninjutsu. A powerful force opened a hole in the barrier, and above it, a dark cloud formed from a large amount of water vapor. Lightning crackled above the clouds, and a deafening roar echoed around them. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. This was the power of nature. The remaining members of Root stood frozen in place, hardly daring to move. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Was this an enemy they could handle? In a moment of urgency, Danzo reacted first, urging everyone to go and eliminate the Uchiha brat immediately. Regardless of the type of ninjutsu, there was always a user behind it. If Yuta was killed, the threat above him would vanish. Without hesitating, Danzo charged at Yuta while ordering his subordinates to follow. However, Yuta knew it was too late. The lightning in the sky illuminated his face, and a deafening roar resonated as a fierce lightning beast descended from the clouds. The broken barrier was like a piece of paper, offering no resistance to the beast. The enormous lightning beast struck the ground, consuming Danzo. The earth cracked, and the river splashed as if the battlefield itself was being torn apart. After a moment, the beast dissipated, leaving only a few flickering sparks of lightning on the ground. Yuta signaled from a distance, commanding his allies to act immediately and deal with the remaining members of Root. A couple of Roots who had been further away had fortunately avoided the central attack, while the 4 who had maintained the barrier were still alive. In the forest, over a dozen Uchiha ninjas in police force uniforms rushed in, swiftly eliminating the remaining Roots without hesitation. This was all part of Yuta's prior plan. After he was surrounded, Karma and Lihua had gone to inform the second detachment. Then, the ninjas from the entire team gathered to eliminate the stragglers. Having witnessed the earlier battle, the Uchiha ninjas now viewed Yuta as a divine figure. With his own power, he had nearly annihilated Danzo and all of Root. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and Danzo had a long history. After the Ninetales incident, it was Danzo who had requested the Uchiha to relocate. Thus, the Uchiha ninjas showed no mercy. Yuta silently surveyed the chaotic battlefield, waiting for something. He had seen Danzo perform hand seals just before the lightning beast had landed. After that, Danzo had vanished. He had clearly activated Izanagi. Yuta realized that Danzo still possessed a Sharingan. He frowned, recalling that Danzo should have used a Sharingan during the previous attack on Shisui. He didn't know where this Sharingan had come from, but it didn't matter. He had killed Danzo once and could do it again. Today, Danzo had to die, and Root had to be eliminated. If Sarutobi Huruzen arrived, his plan would fail. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuta. He instructed Lihua, who was dealing with the Roots, to leave them and wait in a specific direction. If Sarutobi Huruzen came, he should try to delay him for a while. Yuta pointed toward the Hokage building. If Sarutobi Huruzen was on his way, it was best to hold him off, even if only for a short time. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen, upon seeing the dark clouds in the sky through the crystal ball, headed straight for the Naka River. In his heart, he regretted wanting to use Yuta to weaken Root. Time passed slowly. Yuta waited for the duration of Izanagi to end while recovering his chakra. Since Danzo did not have Uchiha lineage, the time limit for his Izanagi should only be a minute. He needed to kill Danzo as soon as he resurrected. Sarutobi Huruzen was likely already on his way. Today, aside from dealing with Root, Danzo had to be eliminated. Yuta counted the time silently. In an open space ahead, an illusory figure solidified. At the same time, someone approached at great speed. Danzo, who had just been revived with the help of Izanagi, heard a voice and assumed it was Sarutobi Huruzen coming to rescue him. In that moment, his desire to survive surged. He knew he would be saved if he could just hold on a little longer. Without hesitation, Danzo turned and fled. But it was already too late. It was unfortunate that Sarutobi Huruzen had arrived a bit too late. With an unstoppable smile on his face, Yuta quickly utilized a ninjutsu. Fire release, dragon fire bullet technique. For massive flames shaped like dragon heads surged toward Danzo from all angles. Danzo's heart raced, his eyes widened in shock as he realized his fate. He could do nothing as the flames engulfed him completely. Sarutobi Huruzen, who had finally emerged from the forest and rushed to the battlefield, witnessed Danzo consumed by the flames. Yuta, still charging toward Danzo, brandished a sword, seemingly intent on leaving no chance for Danzo to survive. Sarutobi Huruzen's eyes widened in alarm as he held a black staff in his hand. The staff stretched rapidly and shot toward Yuta. If a medical ninja could reach Danzo in time, he might still be saved. But Yuta had no intention of allowing that. Huruzen shouted for Yuta to stop, his voice hoarse with urgency. Yet Yuta skillfully dodged the staff and, without a hint of hesitation, swung his sword. Before him lay Danzo, charred by the flames. In a swift motion, Yuta unleashed another fireball technique to incinerate Danzo's severed head, ensuring there was no chance of survival. When the flames subsided, only a charred black object remained. Sarutobi Huruzen fell into a trance. His old friend, who had been by his side for decades, had perished in such a miserable manner right before him. He ran as fast as he could but could not save Danzo. Instead, he witnessed the scene of Danzo's demise. Before him, Yuta had actually killed the second highest-ranking official of Konoha. In that moment, Sarutobi Huruzen recalled Danzo's assessment of Yuta. Unprincipled. Such individuals were hidden dangers to Konoha and needed to be eliminated. If only he had seen Yuta's true nature sooner. If only he had decided to confront Yuta earlier. If only he had come to support Danzo sooner. Feelings of anger and regret filled Sarutobi Huruzen's heart. But Yuta paid no mind to Hiruzen's fury. Instead, he rudely questioned him, asking why Danzo had brought so many people to try to kill him. Hiruzen's face darkened, and he ignored Yuta's words, instead declaring that Yuta had killed a village official without authorization, disregarding the Hokage's orders. He commanded the Anbu to take Yuta into custody. As 3 Anbu members who had accompanied Sarutobi Huruzen prepared to attack, a dozen Uchihas emerged, having destroyed the remaining roots, standing protectively around Yuta. Sarutobi Huruzen was taken aback. Why were there so many Uchihas here? When had they arrived? He recalled the Uchiha ninja who had briefly delayed him. A possibility formed in his mind. Could it be that these people had been lying in ambush during the previous battle? Was today's event a trap set for Danzo by the Uchiha clan? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sarutobi Huruzen's heart filled with murderous intent. Curse the Uchiha! Tobirama-sensei was right. The Uchiha clan was inherently evil. They dared to orchestrate an ambush to kill a high-ranking official of the village. Now that he thought about it, the Uchiha clan might even attack the Hokage without hesitation. He warned the Uchiha to step back, offering to forget what had happened that day. Sarutobi Huruzen fixed his gaze on the dozen Uchiha ninjas before him, stating that he only wanted to deal with Uchiha Yuta. However, the wind blew gently across the chaotic battlefield, and none of the Uchiha showed any intention of moving. They were Yuta's subordinates, and after witnessing the earlier battle, their confidence in him had only grown. Why would they obey Sarutobi Huruzen's orders? They were merely repaying a favor. Sarutobi Huruzen laughed in exasperation. It was not just Yuta, the entire Uchiha clan had no respect for the Hokage. He immediately issued a stern command for the Anbu to remove them all. After speaking, he intended to take action himself against the Uchihas. Suddenly, a voice called from a distance. A large group approached at high speed, led by Uchiha Fugaku and numerous members of the Uchiha clan. Earlier, when Lihua had gone to inform the Uchiha of the second unit, he had also notified Fugaku. The Naka River was not far from the Uchiha clan. Previously, due to the barrier, the Uchiha had been unaware of the battle. However, once the lightning, Kirin technique was used, the movement was fully exposed. As Fugaku led a large number of clan members toward the scene, many Anbu also arrived at high speed. Sarutobi Huruzen had rushed out with only 3 guards by his side, but after he left the Hokage building, the head of the Anbu, Sarutobi Shinasuke, had ordered a group to follow him. Now they had also arrived. By the Naka River, a large number of Uchihas faced off against a significant number of Anbu, each side poised for confrontation. The newcomers surveyed the battlefield, taking in the corpses scattered across the ground. The body of Baku, the size of a hill, lay on the ground, a purple-black flame flickering over it. Many stood in a daze, trying to comprehend the scene before them. Inside the village, a sense of dread hung in the air. The sudden loss of so many lives was unsettling. As they surveyed the scene, they noticed that the bodies on the ground were wearing masks. Both the Uchiha and the Anbu recognized them immediately. Those were the masks of Root. They began to count the bodies, and gasps of disbelief filled the air. How many people had fallen? Was this truly the entirety of Root? Had they all perished here? What had transpired before this moment? The leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, looked grim. Despite the presence of many elite Uchiha, Sarutobi Huruzen spoke with unwavering resolve, declaring that Yuta had brazenly killed Danzo and that he must be dealt with today. The Uchiha and even the Anbu who had arrived later were taken aback. Danzo, the leader of Root, known as the Shadow of the Village, had been killed? And by Yuta, who was only 12 years old. How could that be? Danzo, despite his age, was still extraordinarily powerful. How could he have been so easily defeated? Fugaku frowned and turned to Yuta, who was being guarded by members of the second unit of Uchiha. He asked what had happened. Yuta, with a hint of disdain, explained that the third Hokage was adept at twisting the truth. It was clear that Danzo had brought a large number of root members to kill him and had even set up a barrier to conceal the battle. He had intended to eliminate him in the village. Yuta asserted that all members of the second division could testify to the truth of his words. Karma nodded in agreement, recounting how he and Lihua had gone to find Captain Yuta during his training but found him surrounded by Danzo and the Root. Unable to break the barrier, they had to return for help from other clan members. This was what Yuta had explained beforehand, and whether Sarutobi Huruzen believed it or not, the goal had been achieved. Danzo was dead, and Root no longer existed. The night of the future extermination would be much easier to handle. These words stirred a commotion among the Uchiha. They were outraged that Danzo had attempted to kill Yuta, bringing so many to besiege him. How could Danzo be so arrogant? The tide had turned, and in the end, the old Danzo had left nothing but bones behind. Initially, the Uchiha were furious. Yuta was a genius of their clan, well-liked and respected. The fact that he had been targeted by Danzo without cause ignited their anger. But as they looked around at the aftermath, they realized that Danzo had aggressively surrounded Yuta with a barrier, yet he and the Root had been defeated. It was truly a moment of triumph. In Konoha, Danzo was not well-liked, and the Uchiha had long awaited his downfall. Sarutobi Huruzen trembled with rage. Danzo was not only a high-ranking official but also a friend who had stood by him for decades. Now, as the Uchiha mocked him over Danzo's tragic death, Huruzen's murderous intent spread from Yuta to the entire Uchiha clan. Yuta maliciously pointed out that there was something Huruzen had not addressed. He questioned why Danzo had attacked him with so many people. Was it because Danzo had been dismissed as the head of Root due to the incident involving Shisui? Huruzen's concern grew as the Uchiha began to suspect and inquire about Shisui. At that moment, Yuta revealed the truth about Shisui's death. The Uchiha ninjas could no longer contain their fury. Shisui had taken his own life because Danzo had attacked him and sought to take his eyes. Tekka expressed his anger, pointing out that it seemed the third Hokage had known about this but had only given Danzo a trivial punishment like dismissal. Inabi activated his Sharingan, glaring at Sarutobi Huruzen with disdain. How could Danzo, as a village elder, attack a ninja from the same village without consequence? Such a trivial punishment was unacceptable. If Danzo had been dismissed, how could he have attacked Yuta with a large number of Root members? The Uchiha demanded an explanation regarding what had happened to Shisui and Yuta. Even Fugaku, who had not wanted to confront the village, felt compelled to stand up. If this continued, he feared that clan members would clash with Sarutobi Huruzen. Huruzen frowned, uncertain of how to respond. Yuta suddenly pointed to an umbu behind him, calling out Itachi, who had been present that day. He asked Itachi to confirm whether what he had said about Shisui was true or false. Itachi, caught off guard, took a moment before reluctantly admitting that Yuta was correct. Hearing this, the Uchiha's anger reached a boiling point. Although Danzo was dead, their rage remained unquenched. Many had been puzzled by Shisui's suicide, but now they understood it was all due to Danzo's actions. The Uchiha insisted that despite Danzo's death, they were not satisfied. Shisui had taken his life because of Danzo, and they demanded accountability. Some looked at Itachi with disdain, questioning his loyalty to the clan. Itachi felt the weight of their gazes and silently resolved to take a stand. He removed his mask, exchanged a glance with Sarutobi Huruzen, and quietly moved to stand with the Uchiha. This action slightly eased their anger, but they still pressed for the village to rid itself of Danzo. Sarutobi Huruzen struggled to contain his frustration. These Uchiha were relentless. Danzo had been a high-ranking official of the village and did not deserve to die. Tekka bluntly stated that Danzo had attacked and killed both Shisui and Yuta. For this crime, Danzo must face justice once more. Even though Danzo was already dead, the charges against him still loomed large. After Tekka finished speaking, Many Uchihas nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Huruzen felt his chest rise and fall rapidly, his heart swelling with anger and a desire for vengeance. However, he knew he had to keep his emotions in check. Ultimately, he reluctantly acquiesced to the Uchiha's demands. Gradually, the two factions dispersed, and the conflict between the village and the Uchiha had temporarily subsided. After the matter concluded, the Uchiha clan quickly spread the news of Danzo's demise through the police force channels. Even though Danzo was gone, they aimed to completely tarnish his reputation. The news spread rapidly, shocking all of Konoha. In the Nara clan's residence, Nara Shikaku, the clan leader, reflected on the situation. Yamanaka Inoichi poured a drink and raised a toast to him, acknowledging that Danzo's death was undoubtedly a positive development for the Yamanaka clan. Danzo had frequently sought members of their clan to join the route due to their secret techniques. Years ago, he had even approached a talented individual named Yamanaka Fu, but Sarutobi Huruzen had ignored him completely. According to the police force, Danzo had attacked Uchiha Yuta near the Naka River with over 50 elite members of the route, but they had been met with a fierce counterattack. Danzo was killed, and several route members were also eliminated by other Uchihas. Nara Shikaku took a sip of wine and remarked on the reliability of this claim, noting that Uchiha Yuta was only 12 years old this year. A 12-year-old, surrounded by enemies, had managed to defeat Danzo and wipe out dozens of elite route members. Such power could rival that of the 5 Kages. Who could say? Perhaps it was due to the 8 inner gates, or maybe the Uchihas were exaggerating, Shikaku mused lazily. A few years prior, Yuta had used the 8 inner gates to deal with an injured Orochimaru. Now, he should have gained a deeper understanding of that technique. Yet, Yuta's record remained astonishing. While Danzo and dozens of elite route members could successfully besiege one of the 5 Kages, their planned attack on Yuta had failed. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded, acknowledging that while the Uchiha might have embellished the story, Uchiha Yuta had indeed killed Danzo. Given his strength at such a young age, his talent likely surpassed that of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Nara Shikaku listened quietly, sighing softly. He was more concerned about the potential fallout. What if a real conflict erupted between the Uchiha clan and the village? What would they do then? No matter how strong Yuta was, he was still just one person. Even with the Uchiha clan behind him, how could he contend with all of Konoha? With Danzo dead, would the Uchiha still pursue a large-scale conflict with the village? Inoichi hesitated to ask. He believed that Danzo had been the primary source of tension between the Uchiha and the village, and now that he was gone, perhaps things would settle down. Shikaku chuckled softly, suggesting that Uchiha Yuta's early strength might indeed worry the 3rd Hokage. Furthermore, with Yuta having killed Danzo, it was unlikely that the 3rd Hokage would simply let it go. In Shikaku's view, a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village was inevitable. Ultimately, the aging and weakening 3rd Hokage could no longer suppress the Uchiha. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha would not simply yield. However, this situation had little to do with Ino Shikacho. They would merely have to choose a side when the conflict arose. Shikaku sighed. Although he was critical of the 3rd Hokage, he did not want the Uchiha clan to succeed in their ambitions. In the Hokage building, Itachi expressed his regret, stating that he had to make a difficult choice. He was referring to the pressure from the Uchiha clan to take a side. Sarutobi Huruzen's expression softened, and the anger he had felt earlier faded away. He reassured Itachi, expressing his complete trust in him. Thanks to Itachi's actions, the Uchiha had been calmed, and conflict had been averted. Itachi, deeply moved, turned his back to the 3rd Hokage in front of everyone, surprised by the Hokage's leniency. He recalled his reasoning for siding with the Uchiha. He had hoped to quell their anger. If a conflict had erupted between the clan and the Hokage, even if the village could suppress the Uchiha rebellion, it would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Other villages would seize the opportunity, and a war would lead to many deaths, something he could not bear to witness. In Itachi's heart, Sarutobi Huruzen and Yuta were entirely different. In that tense moment, Yuta had even mentioned Shisui, further inflaming the Uchiha's anger. Fortunately, the Hokage had stepped back, preventing the situation from escalating. Huruzen expressed concern for the Uchiha clan's current situation, noting that Yuta had killed Danzo and eliminated elite root members. He feared that the Uchiha might harbor ambitions of launching a new coup to seize power in the village. Itachi responded seriously, stating that he would pretend to side with the Uchiha to spy on their plans for a coup. He hoped the Hokage would trust that he remained loyal to the village. Huruzen was pleased with this outcome, as it was precisely what he desired. Previously, Itachi had been distrusted and even hated by the other Uchihas, making it difficult for him to gather intelligence on their plans. If Itachi could infiltrate the Uchiha faction and uncover their intentions, it would provide an opportunity for the village to respond effectively. Of course, Huruzen had great confidence in Itachi. He encouraged him to act according to his judgment. Itachi expressed his gratitude, affirming his commitment to the Hokage. Obito, imitating Madara's tone, remarked on Danzo's demise and the annihilation of the root. Itachi, with a serious expression, hoped that they could manage Yuta. Obito expressed curiosity about whether Itachi could use his Mangekyo to deal with Yuta. Itachi's expression shifted as he recalled the previous encounter where he had been overpowered. He acknowledged that Yuta's physical strength was formidable, and he struggled to keep up with his speed. This was without considering the 8 inner gates. Obito suggested that Itachi should use the technique of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He pointed out that no matter how strong Yuta was, he only possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan and would not be a match for Itachi in a Sharingan duel. However, Obito warned that asking him to act would come at a high cost. Itachi frowned, knowing that if he failed to defeat Yuta, it would lead to serious consequences, including his own demise, despite being the son of the clan leader. This thought caused Itachi to hesitate. Seeing Itachi's uncertainty, Obito shook his head and remarked that eliminating Yuta would not resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. He warned that even if Yuta were to perish, the conflict would persist, and he would eventually turn against the Uchiha. Obito ominously mentioned that everything Itachi cherished, his family, his parents, and his younger brother, would vanish. Upon hearing Obito mention his younger brother, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, glaring at Obito with intense eyes. Obito chuckled lightly and urged Itachi to make a decision quickly, suggesting that according to his plan, Itachi could at least keep his brother safe. With that, Obito activated Kamui, vanishing into the Kamui space. Later, after being celebrated with a feast by his clan members, Yuta finally returned home. He touched his eyes, realizing that after a large-scale battle, his abilities had finally reached the level of Mangekyo. He checked the system panel, which indicated that his overall strength had been upgraded to the level of Kage. The system was analyzing new talents, and it confirmed that he had acquired the Asura bloodline. Yuta felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of having an abundant supply of chakra. Previously, despite his talent, his strength had been limited by his age. With the Indra bloodline, his abilities could improve over time without the drawbacks of Mangekyo. However, at just 12 years old, his Sharingan could only be gradually tempered. His chakra reserves, while impressive, were still only approaching the Kage level due to his age. Now, with the Asura bloodline, he would no longer lack chakra. Yuta was astonished to see that his overall strength had indeed reached the strong Kage level, skipping over the weaker stages. The most noticeable improvement was in his chakra, which had increased more than 4-fold. Feeling the vast amount of chakra coursing through him, Yuta understood the power of the Asura Sage body. It was no wonder that Naruto could create thousands of shadow clones at such a young age. In his own yard, Yuta concentrated his chakra into his fist and punched the ground. The earth cracked and rocks flew. The power of this strike was greater than before, though he was unsure by how much. In the Naruto world, taijutsu required sufficient destructive power from chakra. The 8 inner gates were powerful because opening them significantly boosted the user's speed and strength. Yuta recalled Tsunade's extraordinary strength and felt that he was still far from her level. He frowned, contemplating that while his chakra control was adequate, he needed the explosive chakra techniques that Tsunade possessed to elevate his power. It would be incredible if he could learn her techniques, but he knew they were likely recorded in the sealing scroll. However, given that he had just eliminated Danzo, it would be strange for Sarutobi Huruzen to refuse his request to learn ninjutsu from the sealing scroll. In the future, after dealing with Huruzen, he could access all the valuable ninjutsu contained within, including the Flying Thunder God technique, the Strange Force technique, and the explosive tags. Along with the increase in chakra, the Asura bloodline granted him a series of derived abilities, including rapid healing, enhancing his recovery capabilities significantly. Using a kunai for self-harm was merely a joke. The extraordinary life force allowed one to recover their own chakra or injuries, or even those of others, by biting their skin. The adamantine sealing chains were a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, while the Kagura Mind Eye served as a sensory ninjutsu from the same clan. Yuta recalled a clip from Naruto he had once seen. Senju Hashirama had attempted to persuade the Uchiha and Senju clans to agree to a truce after defeating Uchiha Madara, who had used the full-body Susanoo. However, Madara's younger brother had recently been killed by Senju Tobirama, and despite Madara being defeated, he refused to agree to a truce. In a desperate move, Senju Hashirama pretended to take his own life with a kunai, trying to atone for the death of Madara's brother at the hands of his own sibling. Eventually, Madara accepted the truce. Yuta wondered if Madara had truly believed in Hashirama's sincerity at that moment or if he had seized the opportunity to preserve his own dignity. Yuta took out his kunai and lightly brushed his finger against the blade. In the blink of an eye, the wound caused by the kunai vanished. This ability to recover made Yuta realize why Indra had never been able to defeat Asura. The reincarnations of Indra were undoubtedly strong and talented, but the reincarnations of Asura could directly inherit certain abilities from their bloodline. Aside from rapid healing, the other abilities were also quite practical. The adamantine sealing chains had a significant capacity to suppress tailed beasts. Uzumaki Kushina, who had been gravely injured and on the verge of death, managed to use the adamantine sealing chains to suppress the 9 tails, the complete form of the beast. The extraordinary life force was also a skill reminiscent of an insect's resilience. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Kirin had been injured and bit herself to heal. It was like a perpetual motion machine. Although the Kagura Mind Eye wasn't on par with the other abilities, it could still make up for its lack of long-range detection methods. In addition to chakra, Yuta noticed that the power of his Sharingan had also improved significantly. His student power had reached 10,000 points, more than doubling from before. He recalled the times when his Sharingan had advanced previously. Back then, his student power had only reached the lowest point of the next stage. Based on his past experiences, he expected his student power to be around 5,000 points this time. After some thought, Yuta concluded that the reason for this boost was the sage body he had obtained from Asura's bloodline. The Yin of Indra combined with the Yang of Asura. Although he had not yet awakened the Rinnegan, the unity of Yin and Yang still brought about significant changes. In the original story, Obito's body had been complemented with white Zetsu, which contained Hashirama's cells, and combined with his Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength had skyrocketed. By the 46th year of Konoha, Obito had just become a Chunin during the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. 2 years later, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito was able to fight against Namikaze Minato using his student technique. With such a level of strength, it was no wonder Minato had not recognized that the masked man opposing him was his deceased student. Thus, the sage body not only restored the power of the pupils for Mangekyo Sharingan but also enhanced the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan itself. As inscribed on the tablet of the Sage of 6 Paths, the unity of Yin and Yang can create all kinds of phenomena. The Yang release from the sage body not only provided a vast amount of chakra but also doubled the power of his pupil. Yuta felt a surge of excitement as he realized his student power had finally reached the level of a Mangekyo. Even though he had not acquired any pupil techniques, he believed it should still be possible to use Susanoo. Offensive and defensive. The power of the divine. A symbol of destruction. Susanoo. He had been contemplating Susanoo for quite some time. Based on his understanding, Yuta focused on controlling the power of his pupil. As he released chakra, he used the power of his pupil to condense his chakra into a solid form. A golden skeleton made of chakra materialized before him, enveloping his entire body. Susanoo's first form had been summoned. In Fugaku's house, Yuta and Fugaku sat across from each other in the living room. Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, served tea to both of them before leaving. Yuta suddenly recalled something and remarked that Sasuke had been in school for a while now. Sasuke's grades at the Ninja Academy were excellent. Speaking of his youngest son, Fugaku's rigid expression softened slightly. Among his two sons, the elder, Itachi, was more talented and a source of pride, but he was increasingly rejected by the clan. Itachi wore a cold expression throughout the day, leaving people to wonder what he was thinking. In contrast, his younger son Sasuke, while not as gifted as Itachi, had a much better personality. Fugaku expressed some excitement as he noted that Sasuke, despite not being as skilled as Itachi, consistently ranked first in his class. After Yuta and Itachi graduated, Izumi also became the top student at the Ninja Academy, maintaining her position until graduation. This meant that in that year, the top 3 students of the Ninja Academy were all from the Uchiha clan. How were the other ninjas faring? Sasuke was also likely to secure the top spot at the Ninja Academy this year. Yuta squinted and nodded, affirming that Sasuke was a good boy. However, he suddenly changed his tone, lamenting that it was a shame Sasuke had an older brother like Itachi. Fugaku appeared surprised by this comment. In defense of his elder son, he stated that while Itachi might prioritize the village over the clan, the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke was absolutely excellent. Yuta scoffed at this notion. The relationship between Itachi and Sasuke? It was hard to see it that way considering that on the night of the massacre, Itachi had spared Sasuke's life only on the condition that he eliminate the entire clan. Afterward, Itachi had even set up a path for Sasuke to grow stronger, intending for him to gain the eternal Mangekyo and the power to protect himself. But what had Sasuke become because of Itachi? Originally a good boy, Sasuke had been consumed by thoughts of revenge after the night of the tragedy, though he had not completely lost his sanity. Even after joining Kakashi's team, he had done everything possible to protect his teammates on multiple occasions. In the Land of Waves, he had desperately helped Naruto block Haku's attack. During the plan to collapse Konoha, he had even intended to let Naruto escape with Sakura while he held Gar at bay alone. However, once Itachi returned, everything changed. To teach his beloved younger brother a lesson, Itachi used his Tsukuyomi to force Sasuke to relive the night of the massacre. Feeling that he could not grow stronger in Konoha, Sasuke became a rebel. The danger of Sasuke's alliance with Orochimaru was evident. The prolonged fight between Naruto and Sasuke had made Orochimaru impatient, prompting him to use the living corpse reincarnation technique right away. Otherwise, it was estimated that Orochimaru would have taken over Sasuke's body at that moment. Had Itachi considered all of this? There was more to it. Fearing that his younger brother would hate Konoha after learning the truth about the massacre, Itachi even contemplated using Kodo Amatsukami to instill in Sasuke the will to protect Konoha. Yuta found Itachi's actions absurd. If he had a brother who had been manipulated into exterminating the entire clan, killing their father and mother, and even attempting to control his own mind, he would have burned him to ashes. Yuta reflected on Itachi, finding him to be the most complicated person he had ever encountered. He could destroy an entire clan for Konoha's sake, and for the sake of his younger brother, he had even threatened Danzo with the village's secrets. He could also use Kodo Amatsukami to alter his younger brother's will. Yuta found this perplexing. What was more important to Itachi, Konoha, or Sasuke? He playfully asked Fugaku what decision he thought Itachi would make in the future as the clan leader. Fugaku was uncertain, believing that Danzo was the greatest enemy of the Uchiha clan. Danzo had prevented the Uchiha from suppressing the Nine Tails during the attack and had subsequently forced the clan to the outskirts of Konoha. Most of the clan's dissatisfaction with the village was directed at Danzo. Yuta expressed disappointment, questioning why the Umbu had not been removed from outside the clan. Fugaku, as the clan leader, was failing to unite them, unable to see the true enemy of the Uchiha and incapable of making the right decision at a critical moment. Fugaku was taken aback by Yuta's words. Yuta boldly stated that for Sarutobi Huruzen, The most important thing was his power and position, and now that the Uchiha had demonstrated enough strength to threaten that position, there was no way Hiruzen would trust them. Unless the entire Uchiha clan was annihilated or completely subdued, Hiruzen would not place his faith in them. Fugaku was left speechless, grappling with the implications of Yuta's words. Would the Uchiha clan retreat? It seemed impossible. They were not the Hyuga. So, would the third Hokage ultimately choose to destroy the Uchiha clan? The thought sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. Yuta mockingly suggested that Fugaku should consider which side his good son would support in such a scenario. Fugaku's heart raced with turmoil. Itachi generally leaned towards the village and was dissatisfied with the clan members. If a conflict erupted between the village and the clan, what choice would Itachi make? Fugaku dared not think further on that matter. Yuta then mentioned that after celebrating Danzo's death, Tekka and others had approached him privately, expressing their intentions to stage a coup and hoping he could deal with Sarutobi Huruzen. Fugaku was stunned to learn that they were preparing for a coup but had not even informed him, the clan leader. Had he lost the clan's trust? Yuta, sensing Fugaku's thoughts, clarified that it wasn't a matter of trust in him, but rather a lack of faith in Itachi. They were simply disappointed in him. Were these words meant to be comforting? Fugaku furrowed his brow in confusion. Was the clan leader truly so incompetent? After a long silence, he asked what Yuta planned to do. Was he considering a coup? Yuta nodded, then shook his head. While it was true, launching a coup directly would lead to significant losses for the clan. When the time comes, I'll deal with Sarutobi Huruzen. You just need to keep the clan safe, Yuta stated confidently. With his current strength, there was no need to fear Sarutobi Huruzen. However, when it came time to confront Hiruzen, Obito might attack the clan. Therefore, a countermeasure had to be established beforehand. When the time comes, an enemy with a spiral mask and a right eye that possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan may appear. He has a space-time pupil technique. Once activated, he can transfer any part of his body to another dimension, leaving only a phantom in its place. This technique lasts for 5 minutes. Of course, as long as his pupil's power is sufficient, he can continue using it beyond that time. In essence, Yuta explained Obito's pupil technique. It was incredibly difficult to counter. As long as Obito was cautious, it would be nearly impossible to harm him. Fugaku was astonished. How did Yuta know so much? He was aware of the Mangekyo, the details of the technique, and even its duration. Who was this person? Did he possess a Mangekyo Sharingan? Could he be the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails Rebellion? You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, it's your responsibility to fight him, or at least delay him, using your eyes, Yuta said, choosing not to elaborate further. There was no way to explain it. He couldn't just say he had seen the anime, could he? Suddenly, Fugaku jolted and touched his eyes. Could it be that Yuta also knew about his own Mangekyo? In the Hokage building, the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha, Sarutobi Huruzen, Hamura, and Koharu sat in the Hokage's office. Itachi spoke gravely, informing them that Uchiha Yashiro and others were preparing numerous explosive tags and various ninja tools, fearing a coup was imminent. Sarutobi Huruzen sighed, his face filled with sadness. The situation had reached this point, and he lamented sincerely. In his original plan, Sarutobi Huruzen had only intended to suppress the Uchiha clan. Ideally, he wanted them to submit like the Hyuga clan. As long as he could ensure his power and position remained stable, and that his son could succeed as Hokage in the future, he would not have to destroy the Uchiha clan. But now, the Uchiha were determined to rebel, especially that boy, Uchiha Yuta. He had no respect for the Hokage in his heart and was a threat to the village that needed to be eliminated. It's not your fault, Lord Hokage. You've done enough, but the Uchiha are not satisfied, Itachi stated seriously. Hamura sighed inwardly at Sarutobi Huruzen's ability to manipulate minds. He then asked Itachi what he planned to do now that the Uchiha were about to rebel. Koharu added that if they sat back and watched, the village would suffer tremendous losses, and if other villages took advantage of the situation, Konoha might not withstand it. After Danzo's death, only they could play the role of the bad cops. Itachi bitterly declared that he would participate in suppressing the rebellion. His father was the leader of the Uchiha clan, and if the rebellion had to be quelled, his father could not escape the consequences. Koharu's voice was sharp and severe as she insisted that all Uchihas must be eliminated. If any were spared, they could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan due to hatred, which would threaten the village's stability in the future. Hamura agreed, stating that not only ninjas but also civilians, men, women, and children needed to be dealt with immediately. Itachi's chest heaved as he considered their declarations. Even non-ninja Uchihas had Uchiha blood. If someone were left behind and later awakened the Sharingan or even the Mangekyo, seeking revenge against the village, it would be better to eliminate them all at once. However, doing so would mean he would have to kill his father, mother, and even Sasuke. Seeing Itachi's turmoil, Sarutobi Huruzen feigned affection to dissuade him. Hamura and Koharu fully embraced their roles as the bad cops, insisting on exterminating all Uchihas. Itachi pleaded that he only hoped Sasuke could be saved, as he still knew nothing. Hamura was about to object when Itachi continued, stating that he would take responsibility for the genocide and then become a rebel who had killed his entire clan. All he wanted was for Sasuke to live. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Huruzen and the others felt a surge of relief. For them, the most challenging part was not exterminating the Uchiha clan but finding a way to explain it to the villagers. If Itachi was willing to bear the burden of genocide, it was much easier for them. After a few words of reluctance from Sarutobi Huruzen, he had no choice but to accept it. Soon, discussions began regarding the arrangements for the Uchiha extermination. When the time comes, I will send the first and second Umbu teams, along with some elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, to assist in the operation against the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Huruzen reflected on the current situation. With the roots gone, he could only mobilize 2 teams of Umbu, both of which he trusted deeply. The other Umbu teams consisted of ninjas from various clans in Konoha, but the truth of the night of the massacre could not be revealed to this part of Umbu. This meant that their forces would remain somewhat diminished. Huruzen felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had dedicated years to strengthening his clan, hoping that one day his son could become Hokage with enough support. Yet, he now faced an uncertain future, not knowing how many lives would be lost that fateful night, all because of those troublesome Uchiha. Why couldn't they simply obey him, the Hokage? Koharu and Hamura shared his unease. Against the entire Uchiha clan, they questioned whether their forces would be sufficient. Itachi, however, had a plan. He mentioned a mysterious individual who intended to take action against the Uchiha clan and would deal with the elite of the police force. He also intended to use his Mangekyo technique to confront Yuta. Afterward, he would join the organization associated with this mysterious figure and act as a spy for Konoha. Huruzen and the others exchanged concerned glances, troubled by the implications of Itachi's words. This mysterious man was not from Konoha, and the priority was to address the hidden dangers within the village. Huruzen urged Itachi to proceed with the plan, expressing gratitude for his hard work. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's watch post, Kakashi felt a twinge of confusion. The third team had always been responsible for monitoring the Uchiha, so it was surprising when the first Umbu team arrived to take over. However, upon seeing the order from the third Hokage, he complied and left with his subordinates. Once Kakashi departed, Sarutobi Shinnosuke turned to Itachi, signaling that it was time to act. He reminded Itachi to eliminate Yuta swiftly, ensuring he wouldn't have the chance to use the 8 inner gates. As Itachi prepared to leave, Shinnosuke couldn't help but smile, envisioning a future where the threat to his father's Hokage position would be eliminated, allowing him to inherit the title and eventually pass it to his son, Konohamaru. The power of Konoha would remain in the hands of the Sarutobi clan, establishing them as the foremost ninja clan in the world. Itachi soon found Yuta alone, accompanied by Tekka and Inabi. Upon hearing a voice filled with anger, Yuta turned to see Itachi approaching. A dramatic confrontation was about to unfold. Yuta sighed internally, a smirk forming on his lips as he asked what Itachi needed. Itachi regarded the trio with a cold gaze. Ignoring Shisui's earlier warnings, Yuta spoke about Shisui's attack, further escalating the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Tekka and Inabi had long desired a coup to seize power, and it was this group that had pushed the Uchiha clan to its current state. With no other choice, Itachi felt compelled to take action against his own family. Fueled by anger, he activated his Mangekyo, his right eye glowing ominously. Blood tears streamed down his face as a black flame erupted in Yuta's vicinity Amaterasu, a fire that would not extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. Previously, when he had challenged Yuta, his Mangekyo Sharingan had just awakened, and he had been swiftly defeated by Yuta's body flicker technique. This time, however, he had honed his skills significantly, his strength vastly improved since his initial awakening. Yet, to his astonishment, Yuta, caught in the line of sight of his Mangekyo, suddenly enveloped himself in lightning, evading the flames of Amaterasu. The flames struck the ground behind Yuta, igniting the earth. Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. How could Yuta have escaped the Amaterasu he unleashed? Was it truly possible to dodge such a technique? Yuta's voice rang out, accusing Itachi of betraying the Uchiha. Tekka and Inabi quickly grasped the situation. Itachi had chosen to side with the village against his own clan. Itachi's roar echoed as he clutched his injured eye, expressing his frustration at the narrow-mindedness and arrogance of his clan, which he believed had led to their downfall. Yuta resolved to make good use of his final strength. He sealed Amaterasu and offered comfort to Tekka and Inabi. Itachi laughed heartily, questioning whether he had been brainwashed. While he was clearly contemplating the broader situation, Yuta wondered if Itachi truly had lost his mind. The anger in Yuta's heart intensified as Itachi boldly activated the technique of his left eye. In that moment, the world transformed. A dark red realm emerged, isolating only Itachi and Yuta within it. Itachi introduced his other student technique, Tsukuyami, explaining that in this world, everything time, place, quality was under his control. As Tsukuyami successfully enveloped Yuta, Itachi felt a sense of relief, believing he had neutralized the greatest hidden danger. However, he knew that afterward he would have to eliminate every member of the Uchiha clan, regardless of whether they were ninjas or not. This thought cast a cold shadow over Itachi's expression. He confronted Yuta, stating that it was due to his arrogance and greed that the Uchiha clan had fallen to its current state. Yuta's interest was piqued at this assertion. Itachi continued, claiming that Shisui had tried to bridge the gaps and distrust between the Uchiha and the village but had ultimately failed due to the clan's faults. Yuta shook his head, indicating that Shisui had hoped Itachi would understand the grievances of the clan members and the reasons behind their discontent. It seemed to Yuta that Itachi had not truly listened to Shisui. Itachi dismissed Yuta's comments, leading Yuta to mock him, suggesting he had indeed been turned into a fool. With that, Yuta moved through the dark red space and conjured a massive iron nail into his hand. Itachi was startled, his expression shifting dramatically. This was supposed to be his Tsukuyami space. How could Yuta do this? Itachi attempted to regain control, only to find he couldn't even move. Yuta smiled, questioning whether Itachi thought this was truly his Tsukuyami. He then moved the iron nail into Itachi's body, explaining that it was merely an ordinary technique. Itachi felt a sharp pain, blue veins appearing on his forehead as beads of sweat trickled down. Though it was only a mental injury, the sensation felt all too real. One nail after another pierced him, and despite his psychological strength, Itachi couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Yuta expressed disappointment, noting that Itachi also understood pain. He gestured for the iron nails to vanish. Itachi gasped, disbelief filling his eyes as he questioned why his Tsukuyami had failed. Yuta clarified that it wasn't a failure, it simply hadn't worked at all. He had used the nail technique to draw Itachi into a spiritual space, leading him to believe he had activated Tsukuyami, when in fact it was merely part of Yuta's Genjutsu. Having acquired the talent of a Grand Master of Genjutsu, Yuta had learned many techniques from Shisui and was now superior to Itachi in this regard. His power had surpassed Itachi's, and even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi found himself trapped in Yuta's ordinary Genjutsu. Itachi struggled to accept this reality. If Yuta only possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan, It was impossible for someone with Mangekyo to fall under his Genjutsu unless Yuta also had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuta dismissed Itachi's doubts, stating that nothing was impossible and that Itachi's vision and energy were far too narrow. As he spoke, Yuta began to use Genjutsu to control Itachi further. He explained that he had refrained from allowing Itachi to use Tsukuyomi because he needed to conserve his power for more pressing matters. Yuta revealed that he had harbored hatred for Itachi for a long time and had been contemplating how best to deal with someone like him. Directly killing him would be too generous. Yuta had devised an interesting plan. He reminded Itachi of the orders from Sarutobi Huruzen to massacre the Uchiha clan, including all the elders and the young. He expressed that he preferred to treat others as they treated him. A smirk crossed Yuta's face as he manipulated Itachi's will through Genjutsu, commanding him to go and destroy the Sarutobi clan, urging him to unleash his power. In the world of Genjutsu, Itachi struggled, stammering that the Sarutobi clan was innocent. Yuta scoffed. The word innocent had nothing to do with the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Huruzen had been the Hokage for decades, and his clan had grown stronger day by day. He allowed others to take on dangerous missions while giving the most credit to the members of his own clan. As a result, the promotions for the Sarutobi clan members were faster than anyone else's. Could this clan truly be considered innocent? Moreover, if the Sarutobi clan was innocent, what about the Uchiha clan? Why was the Uchiha clan to be wiped out, regardless of age or gender? Those who were not even ninjas and had no connection to the coup were also killed in the original story. Yuta's voice sharpened as he questioned the disparity, his power surging in his eyes. Itachi gradually felt as if his body was slipping away from him. His will was trapped in the realm of Genjutsu, and he could only see himself bowing before Yuta. In the world of Genjutsu, Itachi felt a surge of madness. He thought to himself, Uchiha Yuta, that wicked, insane bee, asking me to destroy the clan of Lord Hokage. Yuta found himself in high spirits at that moment. Did Sarutobi Huruzen not wish to eradicate the Uchiha clan? Would he be pleasantly surprised to find that it was his own Sarutobi clan that faced extermination? Did Itachi not believe he was justified in his actions against his own people? Now, he would allow Itachi to use his own power to bring down the Sarutobi clan. With a snap of his fingers, the entire space of the Genjutsu shattered like glass. Outside, Tekka and Innabi waited anxiously. Yuta had only used a basic Genjutsu, enhanced by the power of his pupils. The flow of time in the Genjutsu realm remained the same as in the real world. As Itachi's expression slowed, Innabi and Tekka felt a wave of relief. Innabi's anger flared again as he drew his sword, ready to strike Itachi. Yuta laughed, stopping Innabi and stating that Itachi was under his Genjutsu control and would obey his orders for now. He revealed that the old Sarutobi Huruzen had commanded Itachi to cooperate with the Umbu and Sarutobi members outside to eliminate the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. Tekka and Innabi were immediately filled with rage. Despite Yuta's earlier warnings that Sarutobi Huruzen would not let the Uchiha clan go and that Itachi would eventually submit to the village, witnessing the scene left them profoundly shocked. The target was clearly Itachi's own clan, yet he showed his fangs towards his own family without hesitation. Yuta thought about utilizing the last bit of courage Itachi had left. He would send him to exterminate the Sarutobi clan and surprise Sarutobi Huruzen. Yuta struggled to contain his elation, realizing he could not control his excitement. The corners of his mouth twitched incessantly as he felt a joyful laugh bubbling up within him. He declared the operation to begin. According to the original plan, the first, third, and fourth teams would remain within the clan. He ordered them to immediately raise the barrier to surround the clan and prevent any enemies from entering. He instructed all clan members to stay calm and head to the clan's refuge. He told the police force to eliminate any enemies outside as quickly as possible and to inform the clan leader that the operation had commenced, preparing for a defense against the mysterious enemy's attack. A series of commands flowed from Yuta's mouth, as these plans had already been laid out. The duo of Tekka and Innabi sprang into action. Outside the clan, a massive purple barrier rose, forming a protective shield with 4 violet flames. Sarutobi Huruzen felt relieved as he saw the 4 violet flames ascending. Now, they did not have to worry about any Uchiha escaping the net. When the order was given, everyone would rush into the Uchiha clan and commence the operation. Suddenly, deeper within the Uchiha clan, surrounded by the formation of the 4 violet flames, a massive red barrier ignited. This red barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan, intertwining with the purple barrier. Sarutobi Huruzen was bewildered. His formation was intended to prevent Uchiha from escaping, but what was this red barrier inside? Frowning, he asked the Umbu beside him if there had been any special arrangements made by the other squads. The Umbu shook his head. Seeing this, Sarutobi Huruzen grew increasingly confused. As the supreme commander of this operation, he was privy to all plans. If the red barrier had not been raised by them, could it be that the Uchiha had done so? But that seemed unlikely. Those involved in the genocide, including the 2 Umbu teams, were mostly members of the Sarutobi clan. It was impossible for news to leak out. Could it be? Itachi's betrayal and support for the Uchiha clan had become evident. The barriers surrounding the area likely existed because the Uchiha did not want outsiders to enter. After all, most of the clan were not ninjas. A voice echoed from a distance, startling Sarutobi Huruzen as he recognized it instantly. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Yuta approaching, and before he could give any orders, a wave of flames surged toward him. With a powerful fire release technique, Yuta unleashed a massive inferno that engulfed the Umbu present. Having attained perfect sage body, Yuta could wield this large-scale ninjutsu that consumed a significant amount of chakra. He gestured for the surrounding clan members to step forward and confront the enemies. Huruzen hurriedly escaped the flames, realizing that if he were not an elite jonin, he might have become a charred corpse. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered how the Uchiha clan could react so swiftly. With no time to ponder, he turned and fled, knowing there had been a major failure in his mission. He needed to return and inform his father, urging him to gather all the village ninjas to surround and suppress the Uchiha. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Uchiha Yuta had appeared right in front of him. In an instant, Yuta used body flicker technique to close the distance and struck Huruzen in the abdomen. The force of the blow caused Huruzen to double over in pain. Yuta coldly recalled a past incident where, due to Huruzen's orders, he had to confront Orochimaru, a moment that had put him in a life-or-death situation. Huruzen struggled to speak, reminding Yuta that he could not be killed because his father was the Hokage. He backed away slowly, feeling the intense pain from the powerful punch that had left him breathless. Yuta smirked, assuring him that he wouldn't die just yet, but he would make him suffer a little longer. He callously stepped on Huruzen's limbs, eliciting cries of pain as bones cracked. Huruzen felt a mix of emotions: pain, fear, humiliation, and anger. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, this was the first time he had experienced such degradation. Soon, the Umbu members were being dealt with by the 2nd division of the Uchiha clan. Yuta lifted Huruzen effortlessly and commanded his subordinates to head to the Sarutobi clan, declaring that they would punish them. He mentioned that the traitor Itachi would handle the genocide. With a sinister smile, Yuta held Huruzen tightly, revealing his intention to confront Sarutobi Huruzen soon. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Huruzen felt an unsettling premonition, as if something terrible was about to occur. He tried to calm himself, hoping that Huruzen's mission was progressing smoothly. With Itachi awakened and ready to confront Yuta using his Mangekyo Sharingan, and with 2 teams of Umbu and elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan at his disposal, he believed the Uchiha would be defenseless against their combined attack. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and panic surged within Huruzen. An Umbu burst into his office, breathless, reporting that Uchiha Yuta was outside, holding someone in his grasp. Hiruzen's heart sank as he rushed to the window, witnessing Yuta holding a figure that appeared to be in dire condition. The man's limbs hung limply, his face was bloodied and unrecognizable, yet Hiruzen recognized him instantly: his eldest son, Sarutobi Huruzen. Rage ignited within Hiruzen as he realized what Yuta had done. In a fit of fury, Hiruzen shattered the window and leaped out, confronting Yuta from a distance. He demanded that Yuta release Shinnosuke, trying to suppress his anger as he faced the Uchiha. Yuta, with a playful smile, taunted Hiruzen, pressing his kunai against Shinnosuke's neck and challenging him to consider what he would do if he refused to let him go. As Sarutobi Huruzen observed the situation, he felt a surge of blood rush to his head, struggling to maintain his composure. He had held the position of Hokage for decades, and never had he been threatened in such a manner, especially not by a young ninja from his own village, right in front of the Hokage building. Yuta had taken his son hostage, leaving Hiruzen feeling utterly powerless. Taking deep breaths to suppress his anger, Hiruzen's expression darkened as he stated that as long as Shinnosuke was unharmed, everything was negotiable. He believed Yuta had captured Shinnosuke merely to negotiate terms, threatening him with his son's life to halt the impending conflict. However, witnessing Yuta's actions only strengthened Hiruzen's resolve to eradicate the Uchiha clan. He envisioned rallying the entire village of Konoha to ensure that the Uchiha would be portrayed as villains in history. But first, he had to save Shinnosuke. Yuta's eyes gleamed with malice as he taunted Hiruzen, suggesting that he valued his son. He pressed the kunai into Shinnosuke's thigh, causing the boy to awaken from his unconscious state. Flickered in Shinnosuke's eyes as he saw his father, and he cried out for help, desperately pleading for rescue. Hiruzen's voice thundered as he demanded to know Yuta's intentions, questioning whether he still possessed any humanity. He urged Yuta not to resort to such reckless actions if he wished to negotiate. The Hokage insisted that the priority was to stop the violence and prevent further casualties, suggesting they approach the Uchiha clan to call for a ceasefire. Yuta scoffed at the notion of negotiation, revealing that he had already made arrangements regarding the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen realized that Yuta's capture of Shinnosuke was not a spur-of-the-moment decision but a well-planned maneuver. Hiruzen clenched his teeth, demanding to know Yuta's true intentions. Yuta revealed that he sought revenge, wanting Hiruzen to experience the pain he had inflicted upon the Uchiha. He pressed the kunai against Shinnosuke again, who was on the brink of collapse. As Yuta began to attach explosive tags to Shinnosuke, he spoke of the tragedy that would unfold if the Uchiha were truly exterminated, suggesting that many would take their own lives after witnessing the deaths of their loved ones. He taunted Hiruzen, implying that he should experience such despair firsthand. Without hesitation, Yuta activated the explosive tags, prompting Hiruzen to charge forward, desperate to save his son. He reached out to grab Shinnosuke, hoping to remove the tags in time. However, Yuta leaped away, a triumphant smile on his face, and hurled Shinnosuke toward Hiruzen just as the tags detonated. In an instant, the explosion rocked the area, and Hiruzen was left in shock as he realized the fate of his son. The devastation was overwhelming, and he stood frozen, blood splattering across his face as he processed the loss of Shinnosuke, his eldest son, who had held so much promise. Yuta clapped mockingly, praising Hiruzen's quick reflexes while lamenting the untimely demise of his son. Hiruzen, consumed by rage and despair, spat blood and trembled with fury, pointing at Yuta, nearly collapsing under the weight of his emotions. The name Uchiha Yuta escaped Hiruzen's lips, his voice low and filled with an unearthly rage. Regret washed over him, realizing that had he acted sooner, he could have prevented this tragedy. But it was too late, his friend was gone, and now he faced the very person responsible for his family's destruction. With a fierce cry, Hiruzen surged forward, vanishing in an instant and reappearing before Yuta, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Yuta did not retreat. Instead, he retaliated with equal force, and the two collided in a storm of fury and determination. How is this possible? Sarutobi Huruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuta had effortlessly blocked his threatening punch. Was Yuta's power truly slightly above his own? How could this be? At 60 years old, Hiruzen's strength was not what it once was, but he couldn't possibly be weaker than a teenage Uchiha, could he? Just as he was processing this shock, another punch from Yuta struck him in the face, sending him flying backward. Lord Hokage. The Umbu surrounding him rushed to his side. Previously, they had hesitated to act due to Shinnosuke being in Yuta's grasp, But now that the hostage was no longer a concern, they were ready to intervene. "I'm fine." Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, his expression grim. Yet, when he looked at Yuta, he remained in a state of shock. Why did Yuta possess such power? It seemed he hadn't even used the 8 gates yet. After carefully sensing Yuta's chakra, Hiruzen realized that Yuta's chakra reserves were even greater than his own, surpassing even his youthful peak. Was Yuta truly from the Uchiha clan? If Hiruzen didn't know his identity, he might have suspected Yuta was a descendant of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Yuta shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his expression. It seemed Lord Hokage was a bit embarrassed. The textbooks in the Ninja Academy claimed that the third Hokage was the strongest in Konoha's history. Why, then, was his current strength at this level? Was the strongest Hokage only this capable? Hiruzen felt a surge of indignation. The first and second Hokage had passed away, and the younger generation of the village didn't comprehend the true power of the first Hokage. Thus, Hiruzen's claims went unchallenged. How could he boast of being the strongest Hokage? There was no comparison between him and the first Hokage. If Hiruzen were truly the strongest Hokage, the competition would only be among them in terms of internal conflicts. Indeed, he might be the strongest in those internal struggles. "Be quiet, you ignorant brat," an Umbu member scolded Yuta. "How could someone like you understand the power of Lord Third Hokage? Don't think that just because you attacked him unexpectedly, you are stronger." Hearing this, Yuta couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the title of the strongest Hokage meant he could brainwash everyone into believing he was invincible. Hiruzen's expression darkened, and he reluctantly retorted that Yuta was merely speaking nonsense. With that, he abandoned his plan to rush at Yuta again. For some unknown reason, Yuta's chakra reserves were greater than his own, and he hadn't even used the 8 gates yet. If Yuta opened the 7th gate, Hiruzen knew he would not stand a chance. Making his decision, Hiruzen quickly formed hand signs and opted to attack from a distance with ninjutsu. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Composite ninja art, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. A massive earth dragon rose from the ground, intertwining with the fire dragon that erupted from Hiruzen's mouth. The combined force was formidable, and the Umbu members watched in awe. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Flame Bullet. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Numerous ninjutsu attacks surged toward Yuta. Was this all they had? Yuta scoffed, mobilizing a vast amount of chakra in an instant. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Overwhelming flames consumed all the ninjutsu launched by Hiruzen. Following that, Yuta unleashed Lightning Release, False Darkness, sending several lightning bolts crashing down on the opposite side. How is this possible? The Umbu members were horrified. Yuta's fire release directly enveloped Hiruzen's flames. The water ninjutsu evaporated instantly, and the wind release only amplified the power of Yuta's fire. How could Yuta so easily block and push back their combined attacks? Earth release, Multiple earth walls. Hiruzen frowned and quickly struck the ground. Several earth walls rose to block the raging flames. However, under the impact of the furious fire and lightning, these walls crumbled quickly. Hiruzen leaped back, astonished. Some of the Umbu behind the earth wall barely escaped, while others were engulfed in the sea of flames without even a chance to scream. Third Hokage, stop dodging all the time. Aren't you called a ninjutsu teacher? Why can't you even stop my little fire release? Flames illuminated Yuta's face as he grinned wildly. With the perfect sage body granted by the Azura bloodline, he felt revitalized. His chakra had surged, enhancing his overall abilities. With this vast amount of chakra, his strength and speed had improved tremendously, surpassing even Hiruzen's. Despite the Great Fire Annihilation consuming a significant amount of chakra, Yuta could still use it freely. Hiruzen's mood was filled with fear at this moment. The anger from witnessing the tragic death of his eldest son was being forcefully suppressed. Right now, he had to focus on dealing with Yuta before him. Yuta was on par with him, perhaps even stronger. If he couldn't defeat Yuta now, he might soon join Shinosuke. Feeling a surge of determination, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu beside him to surround Yuta and use ninjutsu together. The Umbu regained their morale, ready to fight alongside their leader. After all, Yuta was just a person. Even if he didn't need a hand seal and could quickly use ninjutsu, it would be impossible for him to defend against attacks from all angles. Immediately, all the Umbu dispersed and surrounded Yuta from every direction. Yuta, standing in the center, remained completely still for some reason, calmly observing their movements. Although Sarutobi Huruzen was confused, he continued to wait for the Umbu to completely encircle Yuta. Once the Umbu had surrounded Yuta, they quickly formed hand signs, unleashing various ninjutsu one after another. A powerful combination technique was initiated, combining fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. The Umbu in all directions simultaneously used a variety of ninjutsu, launching a coordinated attack on Yuta in the center. The ground shook as the elements collided, creating a deafening explosion. From the smoke, a golden skeletal figure slowly emerged. It spoke of the long-forgotten power of the Uchiha clan, expressing disdain for Sarutobi Huruzen, who dared to order the genocide of the Uchiha. Yuta stood unharmed within the golden skeletal figure Susanoo in its original form. He declared that it was time for Konoha to remember the power of the gods belonging to the Uchiha clan. As his voice echoed, the power of the pupil in Yuta's eyes surged, releasing a vast amount of chakra. Arms and a head began to form on the Susanoo. The giant Susanoo rose from the ground, flesh and blood growing over the skeletal structure, evolving into its second form. The eyes of the giant Susanoo lit up, lowering its head slightly as if surveying the tiny beings below. Sarutobi Huruzen froze, memories from long ago flooding back to him. He recalled the time when Konoha was first established and he had witnessed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, a giant manifestation of chakra, a terrifying power, a symbol of destruction. The exclusive power of the Uchiha gods. Could Yuta truly be using Susanoo? How was this possible? Wasn't the Mangekyo Sharingan required to use Susanoo? Had Yuta awakened the Mangekyo? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had conducted extensive research on the conditions needed to awaken the Mangekyo. It required extreme emotional STMLTN, often necessitating the death of someone very important to the individual. Itachi awakened his Mangekyo after witnessing the death of Shisui. How had Yuta awakened his? No one important to him had died, had they? Even if the Mangekyo was awakened, one could not immediately use Susanoo. According to the second Hokage's research, one needed to train the Mangekyo's power to a certain level before Susanoo could be utilized. Although Itachi had awakened his Mangekyo, he could only use 2 of its techniques and had yet to access Susanoo. For a moment, Sarutobi Huruzen's mind clouded with confusion. Suddenly, the giant golden Susanoo drew a long sword from its waist and raised it high. Sarutobi Huruzen snapped back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted for a retreat. The Susanoo swung its sword down, causing the ground to crack and rocks to explode. It felt as if the area around the Hokage building was experiencing an earthquake. Houses trembled, and windows shattered under the immense force. What level of destructive power was this? Sarutobi Huruzen felt his eyes widen in disbelief. If that attack had struck him just now, he would have had no chance of survival. As the giant Susanoo turned its gaze toward him again, Sarutobi Huruzen bit his finger and quickly formed hand signs. He invoked a summoning technique, and with a loud explosion, a white-haired monkey wearing a tiger skin coat appeared. It was Enma, Sarutobi Huruzen's summoning beast. Huruzen, is there another battle? What is this? Enma's expression shifted from relaxed to shocked upon seeing the enormous golden figure. What kind of monster was this? It towered over the adjacent Hokage building. Sarutobi Huruzen urgently instructed Enma to transform into the adamantine staff. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Enma quickly transformed into a slender black staff with golden ends. Sarutobi Huruzen grasped the staff tightly, pointing one end at the golden Susanoo. Taking a deep breath, he commanded it to stretch. Instantly, the staff began to elongate rapidly, crashing into the Susanoo with tremendous force. The giant Susanoo trembled slightly and took a step back. The power was not weak, but Yuta remained relaxed within the Susanoo, remarking that it was a mistake to let his staff get close. Yuta controlled the Susanoo's arm to grasp the stretched staff, lifting both it and Sarutobi Huruzen into the air. Huruzen had no time to react as he was thrown upward. The staff was raised high by the Susanoo, then swung down suddenly. A loud crash echoed as it struck the ground, sending debris flying and smoke billowing everywhere. Enma could no longer maintain its transformation and reverted to its original form, coughing up blood. The single blow he had just received had left Sarutobi Huruzen gravely injured. He had used that technique many times before, and with a strike of his staff, he could even push the nine tails out of Konoha. However, this time, that move was countered in a way he had not anticipated. The opponent seized the staff and turned it against him. Enma, the summoned beast, was in danger, and Sarutobi Huruzen shouted for him to flee. It was only then that Enma realized a massive golden palm had appeared before him. Yuta, with a mocking smile, held Enma within the Susanoo. The notion that Enma was the strongest summoned beast was laughable, especially when compared to the likes of Katsuyu and the Geto statue. Yuta taunted Enma's appearance, questioning how he dared to wear such attire. Sarutobi Huruzen, anxious, quickly unleashed ninjutsu to attack the Susanoo. Yet, the ordinary ninjutsu merely shook the Susanoo slightly. It was impossible to breach its defenses. Huruzen attempted to strike the vulnerable part of the Susanoo again, but Yuta was prepared and evaded the attack. A sense of despair began to creep into Huruzen's heart. How could he combat this? Enma was captured, and his ninjutsu couldn't even scratch the Susanoo. His only option was to wait for Yuta's chakra to deplete. Yuta mocked Huruzen, questioning the strength of the so-called strongest Hokage. The first Hokage could suppress a full Susanoo with a wood golem, yet here was Huruzen, unable to do anything against Yuta's second form of Susanoo. With such a vast difference in strength, Huruzen's claim to be the strongest Hokage seemed absurd. Yuta mercilessly controlled the Susanoo to tighten its grip on Enma. Blood splattered as Enma was gravely injured, and in that moment his resistance came to an end. Huruzen's eyes turned red with rage and sorrow. This was the third loss he had suffered: his old friend, his eldest son, and now his summoned beast. Yuta, tauntingly, offered Enma's lifeless body back to Huruzen, throwing it at him. The body hit the ground, unrecognizable and covered in blood. Huruzen leaped to avoid the gruesome sight, but the lifeless form of Enma crashed to the ground, becoming even more disheveled. As the Susanoo prepared to strike again, Huruzen narrowed his eyes and turned to flee without hesitation. He realized he could not face the Susanoo alone and needed to seek help. As the Hokage of Konoha, if Yuta pursued him in the village, many ninjas would come to his aid. Even if Yuta had the Susanoo, it would eventually tire and fall. With his decision made, Huruzen signaled to the Umbu beside him to momentarily hold off Yuta, then dashed toward the village center. Yuta scoffed at the notion of Huruzen seeking assistance. The Susanoo drew its sword and swiftly dispatched the Umbu, blocking its path before pursuing Huruzen. The plan to rely on others to wear Yuta down was merely an illusion. Yuta's Asura lineage not only provided him with abundant chakra but also reduced the energy consumption needed to control the Susanoo. This was the power of the unity of yin and yang. Yuta had no intention of simply killing Huruzen. He wanted him to witness true despair. In a corner of the Uchiha clan, Obito emerged from the Kamui space. The situation appeared dire, with the Uchiha clan heavily monitored. He glanced around and saw the clan enveloped in a blazing red formation. Most clan members were being guided to safety by the police force, remaining unharmed. However, many within the sanctuary were unaware of the chaos outside. Outside the Uchiha lands, the Four Violet Flames formation was likely set by Sarutobi Huruzen to prevent some Uchiha members from escaping. Yet, with the Uchiha flames in place, those participating in the genocide could not enter. The formation had become nothing more than decoration. Ironically, it was the Uchiha police force that quickly subdued the Umbu and Sarutobi members involved in the operation. The barrier intended to trap the Uchiha had instead ensnared those carrying out the genocide. Obito noted that the Uchiha must have made detailed arrangements in advance, but two individuals were missing, Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Itachi. Black Zetsu, with a raspy voice, remarked that the barrier outside the Uchiha clan posed no challenge to them, they could pass through easily. Obito, indifferent, acknowledged that there had been unexpected changes. However, the matter of the Uchiha and Konoha was of no concern to them. They could acquire some Sharingan this time and then use Itachi for their purposes. Then, their objective would be achieved. With that thought, Obito activated Kamui, and his body vanished into a swirling spatial distortion. He intended to confront Itachi later. For now, he aimed to acquire some Sharingans from the Uchiha police force. Outside, Inabi and the others were clearing the battlefield. The battle outside the clan had concluded. The two Umbu teams, along with the members of the Sarutobi clan, had been defeated. However, all the Uchihas present remained on high alert. Suddenly, Obito's figure appeared without warning. Tekka immediately shouted that the enemy had arrived and took the opportunity to release a signal flare. The other Uchihas quickly deployed smoke bombs. By the time the smoke cleared, all the Uchiha had used the shadow clone technique to create at least one clone each. Obito's face was filled with confusion. He had just arrived and hadn't even had time to make a dramatic entrance or deliver a villainous monologue. Why had they reacted so quickly? It was as if they had rehearsed for this moment. Just as Obito was taken aback, someone else approached rapidly. Fugaku and other Uchihas from the police force arrived one after another, all having used the shadow clone technique as well. Fugaku stood alert, recognizing the spiral mask and the Sharingan in Obito's right eye. The enemy had indeed appeared. Earlier, Yuta had warned him that this enemy might attack and had mentioned the Mangekyo and the effects of its ocular technique. All the members of the police force were already aware of this. To defend against the opponent's ocular technique, they had devised this shadow clone tactic in advance. Obito quickly guessed that Yuta must have informed them of his arrival. He had contacted Yuta twice before but had failed to bring him to his side. Now, his presence was exposed. But it didn't matter. With Kamui, he feared no one. He moved next to a Uchiha clan member and reached out to touch his shoulder, absorbing this Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan into the Kamui space. After doing this, Obito sensed something was off. Why was the Uchiha's reaction time so slow? Had he already eliminated one person? And they were still doing nothing? Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed in the Kamui space. The Uchiha clan member he had captured had explosive tags on his body. Obito's expression changed instantly, and he quickly exited the Kamui dimension back into the real world. At that moment, he discovered several Uchihas attacking him. He hastily defended with his right arm and retreated rapidly. A sword grazed his arm, causing pain to surge through him. Despite the intense agony, Obito had to endure it, feeling extremely frustrated. As he guessed that the explosions in the Kamui dimension had concluded, Obito returned to that space. He still felt a lingering fear. That series of attacks had been too dangerous. He looked around the Kamui dimension but found nothing. The Uchiha clan member who should have perished in the explosions was gone. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the Uchiha's tactics and felt a chill run down his spine. The Uchiha he had absorbed into the Kamui dimension was merely a shadow clone. When the clone appeared, the explosive tags activated. As soon as the Uchiha's shadow clone was absorbed into the Kamui dimension, the other Uchiha prepared to attack him. Since the explosive tags would detonate in the Kamui dimension, he had no choice but to retreat to the outside world. As a result, his right hand had nearly been severed. It was far too dangerous, reminiscent of his battle with Minato. However, what was most terrifying was how they had developed such a tactic. Obito appeared grim and uncertain. Without a detailed understanding of his pupil's abilities, it would be impossible to devise such a strategy. They had flanked him from both inside and outside, forcing him to defend against an attack. Now, he dared not easily absorb a target into the Kamui dimension. Who knew if the next target would also have explosive tags on them? If another internal and external attack combo occurred, he might lose more than just his arm. In the crowd, Fugaku stood firm, and the pattern of the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes shifted. He declared that he would be Obito's opponent. The sight of the Mangekyo Sharingan caused Obito's expression to change again. Inside Konoha, a massive golden Susanoo leisurely pursued Sarutobi Huruzen, demonstrating its overwhelming power. Occasionally, some Konoha ninjas who witnessed the third Hokage being chased attempted to intervene, but all were effortlessly defeated by the Susanoo. Most people did not dare to make any unnecessary movements when they saw the towering golden giant. They carefully reduced their presence, fearing detection. Even when Sarutobi Huruzen, under the title of Hokage, called for nearby ninjas to come to his aid, few dared to respond. Sarutobi Huruzen could only flee. After witnessing someone loyal to the third Hokage step forward to assist and be ruthlessly defeated, even fewer people dared to act. Yuta mocked Sarutobi Huruzen, taunting him to run faster or he might catch up. The third Hokage's face was pale as he silently scolded Yuta. He had to find a way to save himself. If ordinary ninjas were unreliable, he would turn to the major ninja clans. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Huruzen turned and raced toward the settlements of the prominent ninja clans. In the Hyuga clan, an elder hurriedly found Hyuga Hayashi. He informed Hayashi that the third Hokage was under attack outside and asked if they should send someone to rescue him. At that moment, Hayashi stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. He turned back after hearing the elder's words and asked how they planned to carry out the rescue. Who should we send to deal with the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? When Hayashi saw the enormous golden figure in the distance, he thought of the power of the Uchiha clan's god Susanoo. The power that Uchiha Madara once wielded. In the face of such power, what could the Hyuga clan do to rescue Sarutobi Huruzen? Use the gentle fist? Even if Yuta simply stood there, could the gentle fist break through Susanoo's defense? It was absurd. Hayashi calmly stated that the priority was Hiruzen's survival. His expression suddenly turned somber as he added that he had been waiting for Hisashi's death for a long time. The loss of Hisashi weighed heavily on him, a thorn in his heart that would never fade. Akimichi Torafu observed the towering golden figure from a distance, excitement tinging his voice as he acknowledged it was indeed Susanoo. He noted that, unexpectedly, there were still individuals in this generation of Uchiha capable of using it. Alongside Sarutobi Huruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others, he had once been a student of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. But unlike the 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha, he was now just an ordinary, solitary elder. Nara Shikaku respectfully asked Torafu what they should do next. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi held their breath, waiting for the trio Inoshikacho to decide whether to venture out to rescue the third Hokage. Lacking knowledge about Susanoo, they sought Torafu's guidance. After a moment of reflection, Torafu explained that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, known as the power of the gods, was incredibly strong in both offense and defense. He warned that if they went to support Sarutobi Huruzen, they could suffer greatly. Ultimately, he left the decision to Shikaku, as the Nara clan had always been the most strategic among the trio. Shikaku nodded, contemplating the situation. If they supported the third Hokage and he emerged victorious, they could gain some benefits. However, if Uchiha Yuta triumphed, they would have to contend with the Uchiha clan. The situation was still unclear, and he advised against provoking the Uchiha. Hearing this, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi felt relieved. They had no confidence in leading their clan against Susanoo. Torafu agreed, believing it wise to be cautious at this moment. Hiruzen and Danzo had their reasons for being in such a predicament. Like the Inoshikacho, other clans such as Inazuka and Aburame reached the same conclusion: to wait and see, avoiding greed for any potential gain. Due to these decisions, Sarutobi Huruzen fled toward the territory of his clan, but no one came to his aid. Behind him, Yuta's Susanoo relentlessly pursued him, occasionally firing arrows like a hunter chasing its prey through the forest. Huruzen felt a surge of anger. He was the Hokage, yet he had become the hunted. It was a pitiful situation, and he cursed the ninjas who failed to support him, feeling as contemptible as Yuta himself. Determined to rid himself of Yuta, Huruzen made a decision and ran straight toward his clan, planning to mobilize all its members to gradually wear down Yuta's resistance. The Sarutobi clan's forces were drawing near, and hope flickered in Hiruzen's eyes as he looked back at Yuta within the golden Susanoo with malice. He thought about how, once Yuta could no longer use Susanoo, it would be his moment of demise. However, upon reaching the Sarutobi clan's residence, Hiruzen was taken aback to find it surrounded by a blazing red barrier. Recognizing it as the Uchiha flame formation, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. What had happened? Why was the Uchiha flame formation enveloping his clan? Yuta, who had been pursuing Hiruzen like a relentless hound, stopped with an unstoppable smile and taunted him about Itachi's orders to massacre the Uchiha clan. He presented this as a second gift prepared for Hiruzen. Inside the Sarutobi clan, Itachi moved swiftly from house to house, his sword and clothes stained red. He had taken the lives of many, and at that moment, his will was on the brink of collapse. Controlled by Yuta's Genjutsu, Itachi could only witness himself frantically attacking the Sarutobi clan. He felt despair, recognizing the innocence of his victims and cursing Yuta. He wished for death, pleading for someone to end his suffering. Although the Sarutobi ninjas were generally of a higher rank, their actual combat skills were not particularly strong, as most had reached their level through non-dangerous tasks. The elite members of the Sarutobi clan had been mobilized to participate in the extermination operation against the Uchiha. Outside, Hiruzen stared through the fiery red barrier in shock. Was that Itachi? Hadn't he been sent to eliminate the Uchiha? Why was he attacking the Sarutobi clan instead? Hiruzen roared for Itachi to stop and quickly used ninjutsu to assault the Uchiha flame formation. No matter what, he had to halt Itachi. The clash of fire dragons and earth dragons against the Uchiha flame formation caused the barrier to tremble, but it did not break. This formation, created by the entire police force, was not easily shattered. Given time, Hiruzen could have breached the barrier and rushed to stop Itachi. But Yuta would not grant him that opportunity, controlling Susanoo to strike at Hiruzen. Hiruzen narrowly dodged the dangerous blade and quickly retreated, determined to find a way to turn the tide. Yuta smiled brightly as he presented his second gift. In an instant, Sarutobi Huruzen understood the gravity of the situation. He pointed at Yuta, his body trembling with anger. The accusation was clear. Yuta had manipulated Itachi to destroy the Sarutobi clan. In a shocking turn of events, Sarutobi Huruzen saw Itachi enter a family residence engulfed in a fiery red barrier. That was his own home. His eldest son, who had recently passed away, and his youngest, Konohamaru, were inside. Hiruzen's heart raced as he shouted for Itachi to stop, insisting that Konohamaru was innocent. Veins bulged on Hiruzen's forehead as he frantically tried to reach Itachi, but at that moment, the Susanoo struck without hesitation. Hiruzen's eyes burned with fury as he questioned why Itachi would target innocent people. Yuta, unmoved, reminded him of the orders he had given to annihilate the Uchiha clan, including their parents. Yuta coldly pointed out that Hiruzen had never considered the innocence of the Uchiha. He had warned Hiruzen that he would experience the pain he had inflicted on the Uchiha clan. Now, he intended to show Hiruzen how it felt to witness the destruction of his own clan. Typically, Sarutobi Huruzen was a kind and gentle figure, often seen accompanying Naruto to fish by the river. But when he had ordered the Uchiha massacre, his heart had hardened beyond recognition. Itachi, despite everything, still believed that Hiruzen's actions were for the greater good of Konoha, a misguided notion that only added to the tragedy of the situation. Huruzen attacked desperately, trying to repel the Susanoo and break through the barrier to stop Itachi. Yet, his efforts were in vain. The chakra and power emanating from Yuta seemed boundless, and the Susanoo remained strong. Soon, Hiruzen witnessed Itachi emerge from his home, bloodied and grim. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized the extent of the devastation. He had already lost his old friend Danzo and his beloved son Shinosuke, and now, even Konohamaru was in danger. The horror was far from over. Inside the barrier, Itachi continued his assault on the Sarutobi clan. Some members fled in panic, desperately seeking escape, while others called out for Hiruzen's help. But they were all trapped by the Uchiha flames, their fates sealed. In a moment of despair, Huruzen cursed Yuta, blaming him for ruining everything. Blood spilled from his mouth as his strength waned. He questioned Yuta's motives, reminding him that he had allowed Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Yuta's lips twisted into a disdainful smirk as he noted Hiruzen's hypocrisy. Despite the dire circumstances, Huruzen showed no signs of regret. If he felt remorse, it was only for not heeding Danzo's advice to eliminate the Uchiha clan sooner. The failure to act against Yuta had led to this tragic outcome. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen steeled himself for what was to come. He extended his hand and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. The last rays of light suddenly shone from his eyes. With a fierce determination, he resolved that since everything he held dear had been destroyed, he could not allow his enemy to live in peace. He quickly gestured with his hands and brought them together. The technique known as the Death Seal of the Reaper was invoked, accompanied by a roar from Sarutobi Huruzen, as a ghostly laughter echoed from the void. A gust of wind swept through the air, and a massive Shinigami appeared behind Sarutobi Huruzen, holding a dagger in its mouth. The Shinigami's eyes were filled with a greedy hunger as it looked at Yuta. The Death Seal of the Reaper was a sealing technique that originated from the Uzumaki clan. It allowed one to sacrifice their soul to the Shinigami and exercise its power to seal the enemy's soul. On the night of the Nine Tails attack, Minato had relied on this very technique to seal the Nine Tails, even splitting it in two. The power of this technique was undeniable. The Shinigami reached out with its arm, penetrating Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. He felt a surge of pain and spat out another mouthful of blood, realizing that a contract was being established. If this technique succeeded, his soul would be sacrificed to the Shinigami. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on Yuta within the Susanoo, his eyes burning with an unquenchable hatred. If he could take Yuta's life with him, it would all be worth it. Yuta, on the other hand, only glanced at the Shinigami behind Sarutobi Huruzen and attempted to control the Susanoo to retreat. Outside the Sarutobi clan, many ninjas had gathered, unsure whether to step forward to support the third Hokage. The overwhelming power of the golden Susanoo left them paralyzed with fear. As Sarutobi Huruzen gasped for breath, he commanded everyone present to stop Yuta and ensure he did not escape. He was deeply concerned that Yuta might flee, as he had no idea if the Shinigami could capture him if he got out of range. If Yuta escaped, his sacrifice would be in vain. Thus, he needed to do everything in his power to stop Yuta. Upon hearing the order to block Yuta, the ninjas of Konoha finally found the courage to step forward. However, against the immense power of the Susanoo, they were utterly ineffective. The Susanoo did not actively attack, it simply clashed with the Konoha ninjas, knocking them down effortlessly. Guy, uncertain, asked Kakashi if they should assist Lord Hokage. Both he and Kakashi had arrived at the scene, but the two combatants in front were the Hokage and his former student. Guy was torn about which side to support. Kakashi suggested that they refrain from acting for the moment, recalling how the Umbu had suddenly requested a shift change while he was monitoring the Uchiha clan. Something unusual had clearly occurred that night, and the situation was too unclear for them to act hastily. Sarutobi Huruzen spotted Guy and quickly ordered him to use the 8 inner gates to stop Yuta, realizing that ordinary ninjas could not halt the Susanoo. A massive explosion resonated throughout Konoha, and a small mushroom-shaped cloud rose around the Sarutobi clan. Even those who were asleep were awakened by the commotion. In the Uchiha clan, Obito, who was engaged with Fugaku in a battle using Kamui, was taken aback by the sudden explosion. Although Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito felt no fear as long as Fugaku could not decipher his pupil technique. He was more concerned about the events unfolding that night. It was supposed to be a coordinated effort to exterminate the Uchiha clan alongside Sarutobi Huruzen and Itachi, but the situation had spiraled out of control. He had no idea where Itachi and Yuta were, and the forces sent by Sarutobi Huruzen to eliminate the Uchiha had been ambushed and defeated. The Uchiha clan had anticipated the attack and even devised a counter-strategy against his pupil technique. This was unsettling. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Obito knew that his Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Kamui was the source of much of his strength. If the enemy could evade his Kamui or was aware of it, his threat level diminished significantly. Obito remained in a stalemate, wanting to uncover how his technique had been compromised while also wishing to eliminate anyone who knew about it. If everyone here perished, his technique could remain a secret once more. However, this depended on the assumption that only those present were aware of his pupil technique. If anyone else had knowledge of it, he would be powerless. Even though Fugaku could not overlook his pupil technique, he still possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan, making him a formidable opponent. Obito observed Fugaku, who was already panting, and remarked that his pupil power was nearing its limit. The current generation of Uchiha was indeed formidable. Just as Obito was lost in thought, a figure approached swiftly. It was Yuta. He announced that the plan had been completed. Looking at the eager faces of the clan members, Yuta confirmed that Sarutobi Huruzen was dead, his body obliterated beyond recognition. Itachi was still engaged in the extermination of the Sarutobi clan. Yuta had given the order to annihilate the Sarutobi clan and then take his own life. At that moment, the Uchiha clan members present nearly erupted in cheers. The completion of the plan essentially meant a total victory. Thanks to Yuta, Sarutobi Huruzen was gone. Yuta had even manipulated Itachi, the traitor, to destroy the Sarutobi clan in his place. After learning that Sarutobi Huruzen had ordered Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan, the members were furious. But now, everything was fine. The Sarutobi clan was now obliterated, and it was that traitor Itachi who had done it. However, Fugaku's expression was not very pleasant, and he sighed softly. Itachi. In the end, he had stood aside from the village and chosen to carry out the massacre. Even as the clan leader, it was impossible for him to save Itachi at this moment. Even if Yuta hadn't commanded Itachi to take his own life, the clan members would never forgive Itachi, the Uchiha traitor. Obito suddenly realized something. From the few words spoken moments ago, he reconstructed the details of the night's events. Yuta had underestimated him. He had controlled Itachi to annihilate the Sarutobi clan and then eliminated Sarutobi Huruzen himself. Obito was curious about how Yuta had managed to dispose of Sarutobi Huruzen in Konoha with his strength. The 8 inner gates? Probably not. Yuta did not show the exhaustion that would come after using the 8 inner gates. Even that technique would not have been enough. Sarutobi Huruzen was the Hokage of Konoha and could easily mobilize the ninjas of the village. Attempting to kill Sarutobi Huruzen in Konoha would mean facing the entire village. With a brief burst of the 8 inner gates, it would not have been possible. Yuta did not respond, but he drew his short sword, facing Uchiha Obito. Obito dismissed Yuta, knowing that even Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo, could not defeat him. Much less Yuta, who had just acquired a 3-tomo Sharingan. Yuta smirked, his mouth twisting into a smile filled with delight. He mentioned that everyone knew the content of Obito's pupil technique and teased him about how they had learned it. Obito frowned, lost in thought. The only people who knew his pupil technique were Madara and Black Zetsu. Besides them, the only person who could know his pupil technique was Kakashi, who possessed his other eye. However, that was impossible. If Kakashi wanted to learn about his pupil technique, he would first need to have the Mangekyo Sharingan and then possess the pupil.